is a presentation of TNT Sports.
For the Pacers, another NBA playoff milestone.
Got ahead of the pack. Elo was there. A shot put down.
Now that is the way you talk. You don't have to point your finger. You step up and you make the big play.
Downing the Hawks in 6, the Pacers. Tonight on TNT, Bulls and Knicks, Chapter 6. A series featuring fourth-quarter dramatics, hand-to-hand combat, a Game 3 cameo from Sitting Bull, and a last-second whistle that made a kid a hero. It's 3-2 New York. Another Bulls loss, and it's lights out at Chicago Stadium. All right, welcome back to the NBA playoffs on TNT. Good evening, everybody. Ernie Johnson in Atlanta. Game 6 of the Knicks-Bulls Eastern Semi comes your way in just a few minutes. Ron Thulin and Hubie Brown will call it from Chicago Stadium. Some non-playoff news to tell you about tonight. Roy Tarpley has taken the first step toward a return to the NBA. In October of '91, Tarpley was banned from the league for repeated violation of the NBA's anti-drug policy. He's played the last 2 years in Greece and has played well. Now he's applied for reinstatement to the NBA. The Dallas Mavericks still have his rights, but first, the league will conduct an extensive series of background checks and interviews before delivering a decision late this summer on Roy Tarpley. Joining us once again tonight here in the studio is Don Nelson of the Golden State Warriors. We take a look now at the Knicks and Bulls Game 6. What do you do if you're Phil Jackson? Kind of a tough game to come back from when you thought you had it late in New York the other night.
It is going to be tough for him. I felt that the Bulls had to win in New York when Harper was out of the game. That was a great opportunity for him, and they actually had the game won, and a controversial call took it away from them.
What's the key? Is there one guy you're looking at tonight? I know we had kind of talked about Tony Kukoc. What's the deal there?
Yeah, I feel that that New York does not want Kukoc in the game. They would like to play the game without him, and you'll see when he goes into the game, they go right at him. They go at him for a reason. They want Phil Jackson to take him out of the game as quickly as possible.
Game 6 coming right up. Nellie and I will be back at halftime right now. Strap yourself in. Could be a bumpy ride out there in Chicago. Game 6 between the Knicks and Bulls. Will it be the finale for Chicago Stadium? We'll turn it over to Ron and Hubie next.
The NBA playoffs on TNT are brought to you by Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. By Jeep and Eagle, a division of the Chrysler Corporation. And by AT&T, the official telecommunications company of the NBA.
How many ways to make a collect call do you need? It's too complicated. Time for a collect call recall. Forget about
1-800-OPERATOR
or
1-800-COLLECT.
AT&T has a better way. All you need is 1-800-CALL-ATT. Dial it every time you make a collect call. It's new, it's simple. 1-800-CALL-ATT. One number. The lowest price for a collect call. Only from AT&T.
Your true voice.
Still working with prehistoric copiers? Get the copier that earned Buyers Lab's highest rating for uptime, Meta. For a more productive future, the times demand Meta.
To prove that Armor All with Dust That X keeps your dash looking clean, we're here at the Desierto 500. Well, there you have it. Armor All with Dust That X keeps your dash looking clean.
This summer beat the heat. Wally has. Because his house is cooled by Carrier, the world's most energy-efficient air conditioner. It keeps him cool and saves you money. In fact, Carrier is so energy efficient, it can save you up to 60% on your cooling bills. So stay cool, save money. Call Carrier. We're the inside guys.
Hey, who's Poodle?
The wrecking ball is standing by to take down the walls of Chicago Stadium, as tonight could be the last game in the historic arena. The demo crew in the form of the Knicks standing by to try to take down the Bulls in what could be Chicago's last game of the year. Game 5 was true to form. In New York, the Knicks won. In Chicago, the referees have lost. Hello again, everybody. I'm Ron Thulin. You know, there is an excitement in the air tonight that is matched by none. A lot of anticipation of tonight's Game 6, and it'd be almost fitting if this series did go to 7 games. 4 of the 5 games have been close. 3 of the 5 games have involved some type of controversy. And my broadcast partner tonight is Hubie Brown. And Hubie, first of all, the excitement, but the bottom line is the Bulls are facing elimination tonight.
They are, Ron, except they play well in this building. In this series, they're 2-0. They're scoring 100 points. Everyone seems to get in the action, not only the first unit, but also the second team. And we're going to show you a graphic. There's the 100 points, a 12-point difference. You see the field goal percentage is up 6, and then the bench. The bench will always play well at home. But the key, the points off of turnovers, that's a 12-point difference, and that's what gives you the real shot in the arm.
Well, then this, of all the playoff series so far, this is the only series which the home team has won every game. Let's talk about the matchups. First of all, Derek Harper is back for the New York Knicks, but he will not be starting. Greg Anthony gets the starting nod instead.
Well, they're going with that combo tonight. Anthony first, then Harper. We're talking 13 points and 6 assists. This duo, though, must put the reins on B.J. Armstrong. He's averaging 18 points and also shooting 55%. If they cut down on the turnovers, the Knicks should have a good night. At the other end of the floor, Horace Grant is being out-rebounded by Charles Oakley. During the year, 11 rebounds a game and only 6 here. He's averaging 4 offensive rebounds in this series. That is a major plus. But in New York, only 1 per game. Can he out-battle the Oakman? Then we look at Scottie Pippen. He's averaging 23 points a game. He was just rewarded the #1 vote getter for the All-NBA first team. He also made All-NBA first defensive team. They need his 23 points, Ron, but 20 are coming in the first 3 periods. He must step up in that 4th quarter where he's only averaging 3 as well as shooting 20%. The defensive toughness is on him. He must stop Smith and Mason, and let's see what happens. It should be a rumble.
Oh, we're ready for a rumble. Good news for Chicago. The New York Knicks have lost 8 straight playoff games here in Chicago. The bad news is if it goes to Game 7 in New York, Chicago has never won a 7th game on the road. But it's Game 6 tonight, and as of right now, both teams are still standing.
Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
Driver, do you have any Bud Light in your vehicle?
Yes.
Then I am Mr. Gallywikich.
You mean Dr. Galakowicz?
Yes, I am. This is so cool.
First time in a limo? Doctor?
In a limo this small.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
This is the award-winning Eagle Vision from the Chrysler Corporation. Eagle Vision. Pretty cool, huh?
Introducing wrinkle-free 100% cotton Dockers. Because there are times when just getting dressed isn't enough.
Father and daughter dance.
The car on the right was filled with Castrol Syntec, a synthetic oil, the other with conventional oil. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oil. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. Now, get a free officially licensed NBA team shirt when you buy a 6-pack of Castrol Syntec.
The 340th consecutive sellout here at Chicago Stadium as we take a look at tonight's Jeep Eagles starting matchups.
Well, the pressure is on Scottie Pippen. Charles Smith and his substitute Mason are averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds. It's a tough matchup for Scottie. In the backcourt also, Ken Myers and Kerr hold Starks up, as well as Hubert Davis.
And the coaching staffs, Pat Riley, 12 seasons, 12 50-win years, 12 first-place finishes. 49-year-old Pat Riley from Schenectady, New York. And on the other bench, it'll be Phil Jackson. 3 championships, 1 of 9 to win a title as a player and a coach. And he won a CBA title and NBA titles. Our officials tonight, Hugh Evans, Mike Mathis, Jack Nees, a veteran crew. Game 6, if New York wins, it's on to play Indiana.
Major thing for New York, they must cut down on the turnovers and not allow the Bulls to get out in the open floor. For the Bulls, they must get on the offensive boards. One of the premier offensive rebounding teams in this league, only averaging 11 in this series versus the Bulls. Versus the Knicks.
Greg Anthony coming off that game, which he had only 1 turnover in Game 5, had an exceptional game. Patrick Ewing exactly where he started in Game 5.
Now you saw Scottie Pippen come down on the double team, but the distance was too far. It was from to the top of the circle.
Phil Jackson says the key to the game is tempo. They want to control it.
They have Cartwright way out high to take Ewing away from the basket.
B.J. Armstrong having a spectacular series with the ball. 3 to shoot. Grant launches from 18.
He's had a great series in regards to scoring points. He's right there at 17, and he's shooting 61%. But they need Horace to really get into the trenches tonight and get on the offensive rebounding.
Inside, Starks with the 2.
That time Cartwright got caught up guarding Ewing. He never saw Starks on that move.
Ball belongs to the Bulls with 18 on the shot clock. Chicago has not lost a Game 6 in a series since May of 1975. They've won 4 straight Game 6s. That game they lost to Golden State. Now low to Cartwright, spins. Ewing gets a hand on the ball, just enough to throw off the shot.
No double teaming that time. They allowed Ewing just to stay with Cartwright.
Starks from the arc off. Pippen keeps it alive and he leads the break. It's a 3-on-2. Armstrong.
That's what they need to see. That's their game. Get out in the open floor. The distributor, the key man, is Scottie Pippen.
Over 19,000 here in the stadium tonight.
The Knicks are a big pick and roll and then a post-up team. Anything out of the post, you must catch and look for the jump shot.
There was the double by B.J. Armstrong. Knicks get a fresh 24 on the shot clock. We have played just under 2 minutes. We are tied at 4. Armstrong coming out to meet Anthony.
They're running a staggered screen on the baseline for Starks.
Starks slips, keeps his balance. Smith with the fall away. Ewing with the tip. Grant with the rebound.
Cartwright is open.
Grant brings Ewing way out as Oakley picks up Cartwright. Good pass. Horace Grant to Bill Cartwright.
Any penetration by the Bulls into the painted area, you will see Patrick Ewing leave Cartwright and then go immediately for the trap, the intimidation, or the shot block.
Chicago has made an effort to shut down the two-guard of New York in this series. Stripped by Pippen. He's got Myers to the hole. Whistle and a foul, and Myers, I think, went into the stanchion.
Now that is a very, very hard foul. It'll be an interesting call here right now.
Two blue jerseys came down on Pete Myers.
Now Pete Myers takes this ball strong to the basket, and he gets hit by both defenders. Now just keep an eye on it. Now watch Anthony get him right there, and then Starks catches him with the body. Now they felt that it was not a flagrant foul. No unsportsmanship. And they're just putting him on the line to shoot too. Pete Myers is a key in this series, Ron. You know, he's got to step up right now. He and Kerr are really struggling. Both guys are shooting in the 30s. And then also Kerr is struggling from outside in threes, where he's only 1 for 7. Now the reason why we bring this up is that they are not paying attention to that two-guard position. And the two, Myers and Kerr, are getting great looks at the basket.
What it amounts to is almost 4-on-5 basketball. By the way, that foul was on Anthony, who looked like he had a clean block.
I mean, from my look, I honestly thought that he got him hard. I thought he hit him first, right across the wrist area, and then the body by Starks.
6-0 run by the Bulls. Ewing had 14 in the first quarter in Game 5. Not tonight. Cartwright gets a piece of the ball.
Oh, that's a play right there. When you're at home, you get the call for the body. When you're on the road, it's called incidental contact.
Ewing outlets it to Anthony. 8:43 left in the first. The Bulls by 4. Now Smith battling Pippen underneath. Grant shows the double. It's all Chicago on rebounds.
That was an excellent double team by the Knicks. They realized they must stop Charles Smith from getting off early. He scores a ton of points for the Knicks when he's having a good night in the first and second quarters.
Cartwright triggered the offense way outside the arc. Grant on Myers cutting over the outstretched hands of Patrick Ewing.
Pete's got a height advantage on Stark. He's quick, and no one's paying attention to him. So if he'll just cut hard, the players will get him the ball on the move.
Pat Riley was afraid his team would be careless tonight. Starks for 3, and he buries it. We've talked about it this series, Hubie. He'll light it up whenever he feels like it.
Well, he runs off the screens as well as anyone in the league because he runs hard and he runs close to the screen man. Now that time Pete was too slow getting to him.
Oakley had a shot at the rebound. They're going to give it to the Knicks with 7:40 left in the first.
Anytime that you play John Starks, you know that they're going to run screen downs. Now right now you're involved in a screen down on the right-hand side. So you must get to him quicker than that. The easiest way to play a guy coming off the screens is to stay behind him. Because if you stay directly behind him, you'll give him the curl move, but he's not going to get the straightaway or the fade open jump shot.
We saw the Knicks guards in Game 5 shoot 50%, had 16 assists, only 4 turnovers, and they're turning the ball over tonight.
There's your 3-on-2. Too late, BJ. You didn't get that one out. That's why we said at the top, a lot of pressure on Anthony and Harper not to turn the ball over and to get into the offense.
8 to shoot. Armstrong gets a step on Anthony, rejected by Ewing, but we have a whistle before it on the drive. And Anthony and Starks exchanging words.
No one in this series is playing better than B.J. Armstrong. He's at 17-8 a game, right at 18 points. He's shooting 55% from the floor, 71 in threes. That is fantastic, and 92% on the line.
Well, here comes Derek Harper, who's going to be checking into the lineup, and it was surprising. We were talking the last 2 days about when Pat Riley would bring Derek Harper in. Would he start him at the start of the game, or would he bring him in as a substitute because of the reaction? He's bringing him in now, and you can hear the reaction.
Well, he's a different player than Anthony. Anthony will stay more within what the Knicks are trying to do. Harper, he understands when to beat his man off the dribble. He's extremely dangerous, especially after Chicago scores. He'll bring the ball up and lull you to sleep and then explode down the lane, and he's been able to do that in this series.
Phil Jackson pleading his case to Hugh Evans.
But I love BJ's game. He has definitely stepped up big time this year. Not only during the season where he was rewarded by making the All-Star team. You saw his production in Game 5. But the thing which has opened it up for him is his penetration into the lane, the head and shoulder fakes, the ability to get fouled, and also to hit the score without getting any shots blocked.
He's had only 6 turnovers in the 5 games. Oakley gives it up to Smith. He lets it ride from the corner, hits the side of the backboard. Nice. Oakley can't catch him. The tip won't go. Here comes Smith. He's got Harper on the left. Starks.
Good defense that time by Cartwright. He did not allow Starks to beat him off the dribble.
Pippen can't get around Smith. Smith wearing the big knee brace on the left leg.
Billy must score here because he can shoot over Oakley.
Oakley gets a piece of it, and it goes.
In the early going, every time that Ewing is late getting down the floor, Oakley is picking up Cartwright, and Cartwright is taking him right to the rim.
June, the NBA Draft. August, Dream Team 2 at the World Championship of Basketball. And this fall, Sunday night NFL on TNT. When it's big-time sports, TNT comes to play.
Everything must change. Nothing stays the same. There are not many things in life you can be sure of.
Sprewell. Here's Weber in the open court going all the way. Oh, brother. What a move by Weber. And the Sixers take over on the turnover. Julius. Oh.
82-80. Tries a long, wild hook shot. Good.
And here come the bricks on the break. Horace Credit over to Raheem Olajuwon, who throws up a prayer.
I love this game.
The Goodwill Games, beginning July 23rd on TBS.
To 7 our score, 6:28 remaining to be played in the first quarter.
Now we'd like to show you the strong suit of Chicago. We understand that they are an excellent fast-breaking team. The reason, because of the man with the basketball. He not only gets you 24 points, he gets you 5 assists and then also 5 rebounds. He is the catalyst of the break. That allows the guards to run to the corners if they don't finish the break and spot up for the threes. The main man here is Scottie Pippen. And what you like to see him do now, the league, the media, everyone is recognizing this young man as one of the top 5 guys in the league. You can see the voting. He comes out with the media as the #1 player in the league.
He's getting the well-deserved respect. Cartwright completes the three-point play. He has 5.
I told you early, anytime that Chicago scores, whoever inbounds the ball, the player playing him will double-team the guard at half-court.
Harper needed a dribble before he shot. Didn't get it to go. Biggest lead. The Bulls are trying to add to it. Myers off the glass.
They are a better transition team. Now, right now, we just had a collision down on the baseline. There are a ton of photographers here because once you take one step, you're right in their lap tonight, Ron, and you must avoid the cameras.
14-3 run in the last 5 minutes for the Bulls. Playing with a lot of emotion, but it will come down to execution. Ewing, an ugly shot. Whistle, they say it hit the side of the backboard. It will belong to the New York Knicks.
Great call by Mike Matthews and Jackie Neese. They double-teamed that time, and Myers took that ball away. This is a strong move by Pete Myers. We told you he can be a catalyst in this game as well as Kerr. And then as he goes into the... Now, the reason why we said about the cameras, not to protect the cameras, we're trying to protect the people with the cameras, and then also, you do not want to get an injury as you plow into these people, especially coming down from maybe 8 to 10 feet.
Well, Hubie, we talk about Patrick Ewing in Game 5, how he had 14 first-quarter points. He is struggling so far tonight, and part of the problem, they said, after Game 4 was they weren't getting him the ball. He's gotten the ball. He's just not connecting right now.
Well, he's 1 for 4, and the double team is coming quickly now from the corner. And I like what Pete Myers did that time. He waited until Ewing dribbled and turned, and then he came, and he got a piece of that ball from the back.
Oakley from the outside, that's a 2. We'll have a loose ball foul called on the Knicks. They are now just 3 of 13 for the floor. Charles Smith whistled for number 1.
Now in this series, both teams are launching a lot of threes. And the reason is we have 2 excellent defensive teams. The shot clock is getting down a lot. Plus, you must double team the post-up people, so there is a lot of pitching out. Each team is averaging 11 three-point attempts per game.
For the Bulls, that's 3 more than the regular season. Anthony Mason has come in. Smith goes and takes a seat. Knicks already with 14 fouls. We still have 5.5 left in the first. 7 to shoot for the Bulls.
2-man game.
Pippen gets a step. The reverse tries to go from the bottom up. Harper. Armstrong gets a big piece of him, and he pays for it with a right shoulder of Derek Harper.
That's what I like about Harper. He's a bull. You're talking about a guy who dribbles just as well with his left, and he has a nice crossover move. He left BJ in the dust that time. Smart foul by BJ. Do not allow him to get airborne, because then they'd be shooting 2 foul shots.
16 to 7 to score. It is a 9-point Chicago lead.
2-man game.
Whistle and another foul. Count the basket, says referee Hugh Evans.
Well, anytime that Ewing is played by Cartwright, he must show you his entire arsenal. Now, we've seen Patrick now use at least 4 different moves to get up. This is just a strong, quick move. Now, usually, he will fade and raise his right leg right into your chest as he would throw that fadeaway jump shot.
Well, Ewing has missed his last 3 free throws. 2, of course, in Game 5 that almost cost them the game.
Well, during the year, he was a 77% shooter. Right now, he's only shooting 71% in this playoff series.
Well, Mike Mathis is going to call a little hand checking by Derek Harper. That is his first personal, and they're already over the limit with 4:52 left in the first.
It's such an advantage when you get into the penalty, because it puts a lot of pressure on the other team. Plus, it cuts down on the fact that a team outscores you 6-0, 8-0, 9-0, because you're getting to the foul line and you got an opportunity to get some gifts.
B.J. Armstrong, 2 of 3 tonight from the line, 24 of 27 for this series. Benjamin Roy Armstrong Jr.
An interesting thing in this series, the Knicks have cut down B.J. Armstrong and Kirk. 2 of the top 4 three-point shooters in the league. They only have 7 attempts each in threes. That's incredible. The Knicks have stayed right at home with them, not allowing that dagger in the heart.
Mason has to give it up. Starks, good ball fake. The double pump. What a shot by John Starks, and he looks at Myers and said, "You can't cover me."
Are you kidding? That was a tough shot.
That's the way they do it in Tulsa. 7-point Bull lead. Inside of 4.5. Hubie Brown and Ron Thulin from historic Chicago Stadium. Grant goes high, doesn't get it. The rebound is going to be controlled. They give it to Chicago. Watch the double pump by John Starks.
Now, Pete and they run right at him here. You're going to see it. Myers runs at him. Now watch what happens. Look, double dip.
Bad, just the way they do it at Dairy Queen.
Ah, 2-shot foul. Yes, indeed.
Van Harper.
Yeah. Setting forward. Jackie Neese had it all the way. When the ball is out of bounds and you're inbounding, if you foul a man before the ball is passed in, it's 2 shots. Now keep an eye right in the lane. You see him, he's holding it right there. Good call, solid call by Jackie Neese. See, that's another freebie. Plus, anytime that you're shooting the penalty in the flow, it's great, but now you're putting a lot of fouls on key people. Fouls, clause, substitutions.
Oh, Hubie, that's already 8 free throws for Chicago. They had a total of 11 in Game 5. They want to talk about it. 4:15 left in the first, and 8 points. Chicago lead.
Hey gang, we're live at TNT Sports Studios as some of the year's hottest action gets even hotter. Basketball, hockey, soccer, no matter who you're rooting for, you've probably got plenty to say about tonight's action. So sign on to our sports bulletin board, where you can argue, analyze, and scream your head off with thousands of other sports fanatics nationwide. Got an opinion? Make your voice heard. Just call 1-800-979-LIVE now and get Prodigy software plus 1 month's membership free.
This is the Eagle Vision TSI. With an 11-speaker spatial imaging sound system, solar control windshield, even driver and passenger airbags. Chrysler Corporation's revolutionary cab-forward design gives you more room inside. Eagle Vision also includes a 24-valve, 214-horsepower engine, as well as anti-lock brakes. Those of you looking for a simulated wood grain dashboard, we've got bad news for you.
Make your money work harder than ever. Call now for your free Wall Street Journal guide to understanding money and investing. It focuses on financial markets so you can make informed choices. Call now to get your guide free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal, where you'll find information you need to get ahead. Get 10 weeks of the journal for just $36 and the guide to understanding money and investing free with your paid subscription. Call toll-free 800-421-2000. That's 800-421-2000.
This program is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the National Basketball Association. Any publication, reproduction, or other use of pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this game without the express written consent of the National Basketball Association is prohibited.
Chicago Stadium opened in 1929 as the world's greatest indoor arena and convention hall. Now it's the home of the Bulls. They lead by 8-4-15. A couple of headlines. First of all, over in the East, how about the Pacers? What a game for Reggie Miller. He says he wants New York. He may get them.
Well, then you have Rick Smits, and then how about 4 new people this year and a new coach, Larry Brown, in their 8-man rotation.
And over in the West, the Suns and the Nuggets, both those series tied up at 3 games apiece. Mutombo with the big free throws. And AC Green, the big Phoenix. Denver, what a job Dan Issel has done up there.
Well, you know what's nice? You have Robert Pack, and then also Williams coming off the bench, playing big, and then their first team people doing an excellent job. And then they have the new eraser in the back in Mutombo, who erases all the defensive lapses.
He is a talented young man. Ewing from the baseline. They tried to come with the double.
That was a smart move. Patrick turned away from the double that time because it came from the top.
Pat Riley says they have to play the perfect game tonight in order to win. Cartwright, no basket. They're calling an offensive foul. Bill Cartwright hooked Patrick Ewing.
That's a tough call on Cartwright. That's a second. Now keep an eye on Ewing. You'll see as the ball goes in, the double team will come from the top. There's Pippen. See, that's a prime time move to the baseline. Once again, Patrick Ewing is not just a fadeaway jump shooter. And all the premier post-up scorers that we have, they have multiple moves. Now, I'd like to just bring this out about Cartwright and Longley. In this series, they are getting 11 points and 11 rebounds. Between them, they only get 10 shot attempts. Now, you're talking major contribution.
And the Knicks throw it away. That is their 3rd turnover already in the ball game, something Pat Riley wanted to make sure they cut down on after Game 4, in which they turned it over 24 times. Cut it down in Game 5. He said that is the perfect game. Longley in, Cartwright out. Longley has struggled offensively, especially with the left-handed hook. Grant cuts through the paint. Oakley picks him up, 6 to shoot. Fakes left, goes right. Oakley with the rebound.
See, Oakley is not allowing Grant to get to his favorite spot. In the NBA, you try to keep him, bump the guys out 1 step, only 3 feet away from their key spot. Grant right now 1 for 5.
Ewing again turning away from the double team. This time, he's called for the travel.
Now, we cannot bring up the turnovers enough. Not only does it put the Bulls out in the open floor, but what it also does, it cuts down on your shot attempts. When 2 great defensive teams are playing one another, you are not getting 85 to 95 shot attempts.
Crowd yelling Lou. Double by Starks. Just enough to take it away. Here comes Harper. He has Oakley running the floor. Good move. Charles Oakley can't get the layup.
They wanted a pin on the board that time. Not only Oakley, but also Riley.
Longley sees Myers as it's stripped by Starks.
Luke Longley and Cartwright, we told you, 11 points and 11 rebounds. Then when you add in that Luke Longley is averaging 4 assists a game. Now that's just incredible. And the reason is that he's able to pick out the key people.
They just called a flagrant foul on John Starks, who wants to talk to Huey Evans about it. It was a hard foul. Myers almost went after Starks and held up.
Now this was a delayed call, okay? I mean, that was not called a flagrant immediately. That was just called a flagrant when Ron gave it to you. Now John Starks is bent out of shape. Now keep an eye on this right here. Now here comes Myers to the hole strong, and it's a strong foul. What you had to do, you know, to get away from that. Now Myers misses the first one, but Pete's been struggling on the foul line. All right, he's only shooting 43% in the series.
He misses them both. He came into tonight 3 of 7. He is 2 for 4 tonight.
And the good defensive teams play at this time of year. They want to take care of the rebounding. And they know that at the offensive end of the floor, you must make your foul shots, and you must get out in the open floor and get some easy scores in transition. And then when everything is in sync, you're hammering the offensive boards and getting those close-in 6 to 8 foot second shot attempts.
Well, Hubie, the Bulls already have 11 free throws, their total from Game 5. Jody Kukoc in, Hubert Davis in for the Knicks. Kukoc nice. Great move. Pippen, he's fouled on the play.
We've seen some nice dribbling in this series, where guys will come in and they'll run a stutter. By that we mean they slow down, they give you a lazy bounce, and then as soon as the defender relaxes, they bounce it, but they take the big step with the long bounce. Now Pippen has just been on fire. He's coming into tonight, he was 29 for 30, 97% on the line. And you say, why was that a big deal? During the year, he only shot 66%.
He's only missed 3 the entire 2 series. He is now 42 of 45, and the lead for the Bulls is up to 9. That is their biggest. You see the time remaining in the first.
Well, with Mason in there, this is a tough matchup for Kukoc.
Patrick walks the handle. Here comes Pippen. He has B.J. Armstrong on the left. Armstrong pops out.
Two-man game here.
Armstrong pulling the trigger, and nothing but net for B.J. Armstrong.
Well, he's very dangerous going to his left when he comes off that two-man game on the left side of the floor.
Davis, the hero from Game 5, can't get his first shot to go. Ewing, loose ball foul, and will be on the Knicks.
Well, that Riley cannot believe it. They're all upset. Oakley's upset. He cleared Kukoc out of there. See, they manhandle Kukoc, whether he is playing Mason or whether he gets picked up in that situation by Oakley. They move him right out of there. Now, everything is determined by the 3 guys who are refereeing. The personality of the game is dictated by the refs. Players adjust to it. Some nights, that's a non-call. Other nights, they're calling it from the opening get-go. Now, tonight, they're calling that.
Tony Kukoc with a sharp tattoo on the left shoulder has played extremely well outside of his numbers. He's only shooting 39%, 64% from the line, but he has made some passes, that you and I have seen that have been just short of spectacular.
Well, the other thing, Ron, also is he gives them a potent three-point shooter. He's shooting 46% in threes, and he'll take it with the shot clock going down.
He's a money player. Ewing from the baseline, a fall away. His pet move can't go. Pippen with a 3-on-2. Oakley hustles back to even up the numbers.
Now, the Oakman is the unsung hero in transition defense for the Knicks.
It has all been Chicago the last 6:20. Ewing the rebound. He has 4 for the game. 13-point Chicago lead. part of New York offensively right now. Pippen almost with the steal. Harper with 6 to shoot.
Oh, great
steal again. Kukoc sees Armstrong.
Great team defense. Excellent anticipation by Pete, Pippen, and then B.J. Armstrong. With the big unit now, Pippen is on Harper.
Harper takes it right down the paint. We have a whistle and a foul in the basket. Longley thought he was going to just bring it inside, but Kukoc whistled for the foul.
The difference between Anthony and Harper being played by Pippen. Pippen has a tendency to level Harper off and not let him get in the lane. I mean, Anthony. But Harper, the experience, when Pippen went for that steal, he beat him, no hesitation at all, right down the middle line. This is what we try to bring up here. In each quarter that he's on the floor, he will take it strong to that rim at least 2 times. He's going to challenge that defense.
The numbers on Derek Harper in the playoffs. The 11th year pro out of Illinois, first round pick by Dallas back in '83. Joined his teammate Rolando Blackman. Harper now with 3 in his first game back from a 2-game suspension. It is a 12-point Chicago lead.
There'll be a 3-second time difference here.
JoJo English checking in for the Bulls. Steve Kerr also in. Longley blocked by Ewing. Then he finds the baseline open. What a move by the Australian.
That's what you'd love to see him do all the time. Right now, we're inside of 5 seconds right now.
Harper forces the shot as he goes hard to the floor. With 1.5, the Knicks will have the basketball.
Big key now. Do not allow your offensive player to get to the front of the rim.
Ewing forces up the shot. A foul. It almost goes in. Kukoc is mad.
Well, he just sort of relaxed here because Jackie Neese is close to rewarding him with a technical. This is not his man. You're going to see Kukoc now. When this pass comes in, he comes over to help out. See, he had him on the hip. That's an automatic foul. Never mind whether or not he was going for the shot block or whether he hit the ball. He fouled him with the movement on the hip.
So with 0.3 of a second left, it'll be Patrick Ewing at the line. There is an incredible amount of emotion in this building right now. The Knicks feeling very frustrated, mainly because of some excellent Chicago defense.
Early on, we brought out the big point. The Knicks guards must protect this basketball. And then when the inside men get double teamed, they must hit the perimeter shots on the kickouts.
Ewing gets the second to go down. The long pass hits the side of the scoreboard, and it'll be New York's ball with 0.3 of a second. They have a shot at it.
And they get it right back. Now you know that something here, you've got to catch it, shoot it. You need at least 0.3 of a second. You cannot catch it, put it down on the floor. You cannot catch the ball and land without shooting.
Harper pulls the trigger. It's not going to count. No basket, says Jack Neese. No basket. Good call by Jack Neese. Chicago shoots 15 free throws in the first quarter. They hit 12. B.J. Armstrong, the big quarter with 11 points, only missed 1 shot. And at the end of one of Game 6, the Bulls by a comfortable 13.
I'm bored. Let's count the palm trees again. Why are you looking at me like that, Iggy?
Okay?
Cut it out. You're weirding me, man.
Stop looking at me like that, would ya? You're creeping me out. Cut that out, man.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Iggy, you're gonna twist my head off. Iggy.
You know, a lot of people ask me what the LA stands for. Low altitude? I don't think so. Laid back attitude? No way. Los Angeles? Man, get real.
Logo Athletic, official NBA licensed product.
Got the winning color. Make your engine last longer. Change your oil every 3,000 miles and use the newest Pennzoil. Now with the revolutionary Penn-Star molecule, Pennzoil works like liquid ball bearings, clings in, on, around, and between moving parts to reduce heat, friction, and wear.
Pennzoil just keeps getting better and better.
Makes me feel even better about using it in my car.
Pennzoil says it works like liquid ball bearing, and if they say it, I'll believe it.
Got the winning color.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
At National Car Rental, everything we do is aimed at one single goal, to keep you moving. So choose National, because green means go.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
A spectacular spring evening in Chicago, looking on the skyline, and we have played 12 minutes and the Bulls lead it by 13. And if I would tell you, Hubie, that Chicago would be leading by 13, Scottie Pippen does not have a field goal, you probably think I was crazy.
No, you're right about that, Ron, but he's been out in the open floor and doing a good job. Now you say the rest of the team, you know, you say they're 9 for 17, but Horace Grant is 1 for 5. So your main two guys are being shut down this evening. But that's a good sign because you know that they will loosen out as this game progresses. The big thing that we said right up the top when we came on is that when you are at home, your bench people and then also the peripheral people have a tendency to step up better with the home cooking, the atmosphere, and everything else that goes with playing in this building.
Only 3 Knicks have scored. Pat Riley said big wins for New York. Well, right now, their big man is only 1. It's Patrick Ewing with 7. Oakley and Smith did not score in the first. Mason steals it. He's joined by Davis, Ewing, Harper, and Smith.
Now, Luke Longley has lost the ball twice now. And, yeah, he's got to get a little stronger with that basketball.
Harper's 3 won't go. Longley tips it to Kerr. He's joined by Grant, English, Kukoc, and Grant.
Now, this is not a freewheeling fast break. Oh, nice pass.
Nice touch pass to Longley.
Beautiful pass back by Kukoc. When he received his pass, his great court vision right back to the big man. He caught Longley by surprise.
Smith from the top of the key. Good look inside. Longley with the rejection.
See, Kerr's wide open here. Too late.
And they got him the pass from behind. He didn't have a chance to square up. The pass was off his right hip.
We'd like to show you the transition. Now watch this awareness right here. Come right back. Why? Because you're double teamed and the intimidator, Patrick Ewing, was right there. Now this is where Longley can make it happen for you. He's a long body, 7'2", 265. He can get those shots.
The lead is 15. Ewing faces the basket. Kerr shows the double. They kick it out to Harper. That's a 2, and he knocks it down.
Well, having Derek out there will be no hesitation. This is a major plus for the Knicks. He is capable of scoring and scoring big.
Well, he just picked up his 3rd personal foul. Up there calling Smith. I thought he reached out and grabbed JoJo English, and Harper's even smiling. That's 2 on Smith.
Right now for the Knicks, they have 6 turnovers, and also Mason and Charles Smith are a non-entity. And we told you they average 20 points in this series in 5 games.
Longley backing in. Herb Williams with the freshly shaved head. Can't stop Luke Longley.
Now you're yelling at him, get a better hook shot. Yeah. You know what? He's looking back at you and saying, will you please keep quiet?
He was walking out of the garden the other night, and he says, you know, he goes, bad time for the hook to leave me.
Yeah, but it wasn't a hook. It was more of a throw.
Yeah, it was a good throw, Luke. You're 7'2". Isn't it more of a good drop?
Well, you know, he really forced the shots the other evening. Tonight, he's let 2 beautiful hooks go off, and with nice backspin. Now, keep an eye on this. The ball handling leaves a lot to be desired, but he puts that one up there.
Kukoc is out with 3 personal fouls. Scott Williams comes in to a mixture of boos and cheers. He has been very vocal about wanting to leave Chicago.
Well, with this group out on the floor right now, you do not have a playmaker for Chicago. Anytime that Pippen and Kukoc are out of the game, the main distributors are on the bench.
Williams, an ugly shot. English with the rebound. Longley running the floor well. To the hole. JoJo English drops it down for 2.
Now, JoJo English has only been in 2 games. All right? And he took that ball aggressively to the hole.
That is his first points of the playoffs. And that has opened up a 17-point Chicago lead.
See the legendary Kung Fu every weeknight at 7 on TNT.
This is the showroom where we sell the most Ford trucks. It's called the real world, and the only salesman is the truck itself. In fact, our trucks have sold so many people on Ford, we have more repeat buyers than any other truck, which isn't surprising. Because at Ford, we've always figured that if you make a habit of building better trucks, people will make a habit of driving them. Ford F-Series. For 17 straight years, the best-selling trucks are built Ford tough.
You know you need life insurance to protect the family you love. We know the way things go, it's hard to find the money to pay the premiums. You know you've got to do it, and we know we can help you. To protect your family's future security, many financial advisors recommend insurance coverage equal to 5 times your annual income. Wait, before you say, I can't afford that, look into this money-saving offer from Garden State Life Insurance. If you're in good health and don't smoke cigarettes, Garden State Life can offer you quality term life insurance that may save you as much as 50% off what you're paying for term life insurance protection. Garden State Life guarantees your premiums remain the same for 8, 10, even 20 years to come. So if you need $25,000 to $1 million or more of quality life insurance protection, call today. 800-421-2000 for this free information package and confidential coverage proposal. Garden State Life Insurance, 800-421-2000, 421-2000.
We're at 65-year-old Chicago Stadium where the Bulls have opened up a 17-point advantage with 9:32 left in the half. And so far, the Knicks are not hitting the broadside of a barn. The Bulls are inside the barn.
Right now, not only the 52% shooting, but how about the rebounding, 15-8. That is a major key. And then you complicate it for the Knicks, 32% shooting, plus the fact they have 6 turnovers.
Pat Riley said the key tonight, poise, patience, and pressure. He said, I don't know why we try to hit home runs every time we come into Chicago Stadium, but we make silly mistakes. And they have made a few of those this evening.
In this building, the Knicks transition defense is like a full step behind. And for some reason in New York, Chicago just does not get these opportunities. They get the same amount of fast breaks, but no finish.
Hubert Davis into the lineup, finds the baseline open, doesn't get it. Longley, the outlet to English.
Look for the post up. I see he waited too long. And Grant was working, had Smith right on his back.
Davis bellies up to Kerr, 10 to shoot. Now Williams posting on Williams. 5 to shoot. English finds a step, loses the handle, whistle, and a foul on the dribble.
Pushed him right in the back, right in the lower back. And that's his third. That's his third. That's a costly foul for them.
And now John Starks comes in. Hubert Davis sits down. Charles Smith sits down, and Charles Oakley comes in.
Right now, Chicago, we told you, no penetrator out here who's going to break down the defense. That's a major negative because Pippen and Kukoc are out of there. You like to see that because Kerr really has been struggling from the field. He's only shooting 32%. He's now 7 for 20 from the field, 1 for 7 from threes.
Starks for 3, and he buries the 3. His second this evening. Starks already checking in with 10.
He's not curling tonight, Ron. He's coming off the screen and going right for the 3. The 2 guys should be right in his chest. He should not be 8 feet behind him.
Oakley holding on to Grant with the left arm. bunching up the middle. Knicks trying to jam things up inside. Longley with 4 to shoot. The left hand doesn't go. Rebound. Williams trying to tip it instead of grabbing it. Mason. There's Harper. That's a 2. He knocks it down. Harper with 7. The lead is down to 14.
Pat Riley riding Harper right now, saying, I'm going to go with him. He must have some kind of time clock in his head, but he's also feeling that he's playing well.
Good look inside. Grant finally regained possession, puts it down for his 4th point of the ball game. The Knicks won 3 of 4 regular season meetings between these two. Chicago averaged only 80 points in those games.
Yeah, Pat Riley is going wild right now. He thought his man was definitely hit.
English from the arc. Here comes Harper. Starks spotting up on the left side. Harper knocks over Williams, loses the handle, no call. Phil Jackson says he wants a timeout, and that is exactly what Steve Kerr is going to get. 7:05 left in the half, and the Bulls lead it by 16.
When you want something better, aspire. Aspire to change your image. Aspire to make life easier. Aspire to protect your dreams. Aspire to be ready for anything. Aspire to spend money wisely. Introducing the new Aspire from Ford, the lowest priced car with standard dual airbags. Aspire, a new kind of car for anyone reaching for something better.
Tonight, somewhere amongst the important documents, the catch of the day, the tools, the toys, there is one package more priceless than all the rest. The golden package. It must be watched over. And come what may, it must complete its journey as promised. But which one is it? No one knows which one is the golden package. So every package will be treated as if it were.
A lot of people ask me, as the father of Mark Jackson, if I have one moment that I'm most proud of.
Jackson all the way to the hole. What a no-look by Jackson!
And they're usually surprised when I tell them that it took place when he was in high school. And that it had nothing to do with basketball. My proudest moment as a parent was when Mark received his high school diploma here at Bishop Lockwood. That was a great day.
Ernie Johnson and Don Nelson in Atlanta, where just minutes from now we'll bring you the Reebok halftime report. The coach and I will hook up with Denver's Bryant Stith to talk about tomorrow's Game 7 between the Nuggets and the Jazz. And we'll get the lowdown on Dream Team 2 from the guy who's going to coach him. That's the Reebok halftime report. Right now, back to Chicago Stadium, some telestrator magic from Hubie. Take it away.
We'd like to show you what John Starks is doing. Here, Starks and English are right here. He is going to get screened right here by Mason, right here by his own man, Williams, and then once again, and you're going to see him run into all 3 screens. Now, you see, if he stayed right behind Starks, nobody could screen him. So he's late getting there. The reason, he took himself out of the play.
9 Chicago players have scored. Only 3 Knicks have scored. Starks, Ewing, and Harper. Cartwright back in the lineup. Doesn't get it. Rebound, Scottie Pippen, who is also checked in. Kerr, nice ball fake from 15. Anthony and Starks in the backcourt for the Knicks.
Well, they definitely had 2 excellent looks at the basket. You can count on the Knicks trapping every screen and roll. And they're just leaving the center wide open on that sideline. So you either come back to them immediately or you do what they did, and that was send it into the middle.
Not balanced scoring at all. Scottie Pippen almost came up with a steal on that play. He was second in the NBA in that department this year.
Well, he's having a very nice overall stat type of a series. And we said at the top, not only is he scoring, but the rebounding, the assists, and the steals are all there for Scottie.
Kerr tried to keep up with Starks, who gives it up to Herb Williams, who knocks home his first 2 this evening.
Well, Herb Williams is definitely a threat on the boxes or on the baseline area. You must get up and honor him.
Nice job, Anthony. Defense on Armstrong. Gives it up to Kerr. Ewing keeps it alive. Here comes Anthony. He has Starks on the right. Great pass inside. Oakley with the basket, and he draws the whistle.
When you live on the outside, like the Bulls are doing right now, they're living from 17 feet out. You better make the shots. Because if you do not, you're allowing a team that is not a fast break conscious club to get out in the open floor with the long rebounds and get numbers on you. And that's what we're seeing right here.
Oakley completes the three-point play. We are in historic Chicago Stadium where the Bulls face elimination, trailing 3 games to 2, but right now they have an 11-point advantage. They're on a 10-2 run. The Knicks are with 5:54 left to be played in the half.
This series is amazing because it's played in streaks. And every game is the same way. Every time you think one team is going to run away, they go to sleep and the other guys come right back.
Pippen still looking for his first field goal as B.J. Armstrong hits his first 3.
That's only the 8th in this series. He's 6 for 8. Incredible.
He's 14 already tonight. Now he's playing defense on Anthony. Ewing can't find any position on Cartwright, and an illegal defense will be called on Chicago. That is the first. At the conclusion of tonight's game, we'll be selecting the Budweiser player of the game. Budweiser will donate $1,000 in his behalf to the United Negro College Fund. 5:22 left in the half. Along with Hubie Brown, I'm Ron Thulin. Ernie and Don are in our studio, standing by for the Reebok halftime report.
The Bulls defense have been doing an excellent job in pushing Ewing out far from the basket. They are making him work for every shot attempt.
He gets a step on Cartwright, nice ball fake, and Ewing drops it home.
That was a terrific hesitation. And then the big step by Patrick. Strong move.
The lead is 12, 5 minutes left in the first half. Now Pippen working on Oakley. Backs in. Pippen with a right-handed baby hook, and he has his first field goal of the ball game.
Right now on the baseline, John Starks.
Ewing, Kerr comes behind for the double team. Fans wanted to travel. Anthony for 3. He's actually been shooting the best of all the guards from the arc. Williams can't go. The tip won't go. Again, Ewing loses it to Pippen. Both down on the floor. Will jump it up. Patrick Ewing and Scottie Pippen.
Right now, with Williams and Ewing in the game, you have 2 centers, and you have 2 guys who are right around that 7-foot area. Now, we'd like to show you right now. Now, just keep an eye on this move. The Knicks are in an offensive flow right now. Now, as the pass comes into Ewing, watch this head fake right here. He catches him up, then this half a step, strong move to the basket.
Cartwright sits down. Longley checks back into the lineup. And it'll be Patrick and Scottie Pippen jumping it up.
The Knicks are very big right now with Oakley at the small forward position.
Starks will control it. 4:15 left to be played in the half.
Now this is the first time in this series that Pat Riley has gone to this lineup up front using the 2 centers.
Ewing with Longley on him. Still a lot of time. 10 to shoot.
Good ball move.
Anthony. Williams. Inside. No place to go. Pippen takes it away to Williams. Great interior defense by the Bulls. Pippen spotting up on the left side. Armstrong working on the other side on Greg Anthony. Gotta watch Starks. Anthony didn't see him.
Well, Anthony just threw a blind pass. You had numbers that time. See, Anthony's doing 2 things wrong. First of all, he's not looking to go all the way to the basket himself. And then he's passing the basketball with not picking people out. You don't need to be fancy here. All you have to do is meat and potato basketball. Pippen should take Williams. Get it right back to him. Get right back to him. Herb Williams had a tough time playing him out that high.
Scott Williams over Oakley short. Longley the rebound. Kerr has a great look at it, and he connects. Kerr with 4. The lead pushed back to 16 with 3:04 left in the half. opportunity for New York to get Kerr went down. Starks looks for the arc, throws it up. Doesn't get it. Scott Williams takes a seat on the floor.
Oh, nice move.
And then John Starks is going to be whistled for the foul as Scottie Pippen goes down strong. That is 2 on John Starks. Scottie Pippen remains down. Gets up slowly. 2:45 left in the half. The Bulls by 16.
NBA Playoffs on TNT are brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by wrinkle-free 100% cotton Dockers for times when just getting dressed isn't enough.
Bowling is some people's idea of fun. Now, truck bowling, that's when things can get real interesting. But to do it right, you gotta have one of these. A 1994 Ford Ranger 4x4. Complete with push-button 4-wheel drive, a whopping 4-liter V6, and a wide, powerful stance. Get a Ford Ranger 4x4 and go truck bowling. Come on. I just love league nights.
Introducing wrinkle-free 100% cotton Dockers. Because there are times when just getting dressed isn't enough.
We'd like to show you right now. The building went wild because of what you're going to see. Now we're going to stop it right here. You're going to see Starks deliberately sets the foot out and trips Pippen as he goes forward. The Knicks get a break here. You can see the trip. They get a break because they just call a regular foul. And that means that the ball will be taken on the side. Scottie Pippen could not believe it because he definitely thought he was tripped. We were waiting because the call was not made. And you did not know until we went into the timeout whether it was a regular or whether it was a flagrant foul.
Well, for those of you just joining us, we're at 2:45 remaining in the half. It has been all the Bulls from the beginning. They led by 13 at the end of one. Their biggest lead was 19. B.J. Armstrong has had a tremendous half so far. 14 points for Armstrong. Pippen only 4 points. And he works off Mason. Kerr with the 3, still struggling. Ball last touched by Scottie Pippen. Belonged to the Knicks with 2.5 left in the half.
The Knicks are so concerned defensively with Pippen and Kukoc in the lane. They run 2 guys at him all the time. So the perimeter shooting is over. Once again, you see Kerr cannot put down the open shot. That's why we said Kerr and Myers are catalysts in Game 6, and if there is a Game 7.
Pippen a little late on the double team, but Ewing can't take advantage of it. You have to be concerned if you're both Pat Riley and Phil Jackson to win an NBA championship. You have to think you have to win 1 game on the road. Neither team has played exceptionally well on the road. And right now, New York is playing. Finally buries one. Steve Kerr buries his second 3 of this series.
Well, he's happy. You can see that. He was shaking his head because he's had so many good looks at the rim.
He told me before the game, he goes, you know, I don't feel like I'm in a slump because I'm getting good looks. My shot feels good. Starks from 3, and he answers the bell with his 3rd of the evening.
See, he must stay home with Starks. He's looking for the shot. In the series, he's averaging 5 3-point attempts per game.
Scott Williams misses the layup, and the Boo-Birds come out. They're not too sure about his comments in the paper. The Oak Man, Charles Oakley, with his 5th point of the ball game.
Chicago must play intelligent here. in this last minute and 12 seconds. Big thing here is go to your strengths, play within what you've been getting, and you do not have to live from the perimeter as your first option.
Pippen with the right-handed hook. The second time he's used it, the second time it has been good. 16-point lead. Starks draws the whistle. That'll be a blocking foul as Scottie Pippen went hard to the floor.
Well, you have three veteran guys here, and any time that it's not an outright collision, they're not going to give any type of flopping. And right now, the people in the building wanted to flop that time. A charge call on Oakley coming down the lane and running over Pippen.
Jojo English comes in, Steve Kerr sits down, and Pat Riley's going to have a timeout. With 54.2 seconds remaining in the half, the Bulls lead it by 16. It is a 20-second timeout. Just a reminder, the Reebok halftime report will be coming your way. Ernie Johnson and Don Nelson in our studios. Have an update on the Roy Tarpley situation as he's asking for reinstatement. And they'll be talking to Brian Stiff on the Denver Nuggets. Bill Jackson, a former New York Knick. Pat Riley, 4 rings. Rolando Blackman, the veteran from Kansas State, talking to John Starks. But this is exactly what Pat Riley was hoping wouldn't happen to his team. It's not a clean game. He wanted the perfect game, but he's not getting it. They don't look like they're in sync offensively and defensively.
Well, up until now, they have not been able to intimidate in the lane area and then crash the offensive boards and get second shot attempts. Chicago doing an excellent job at holding them to only 1 shot. Easy.
And then they're going to separate him.
That's right. Now, you see, one thing about Longley, after I had him in that game at Charlotte, where he went toe-to-toe with Mourning, one thing about Longley, he doesn't mind the dishing. He'll rough you, you rough him up. But then you cannot flagrantly go at him and think that he is going to walk away. He is going to go right into your face. Now, they're battling down in here. This is all legit. I see he took that one in the face. See, he caught the backhand in the face. And there's no way that this guy will back off.
Well, let me ask you this, Hubie. They're talking about the taunting and all that. Wouldn't you think that would have been the perfect place for a technical foul because they both went chest to chest?
It's two big guys that you can see. Now watch Patrick catch him with the backhand. Right now watch what happens here. See, boom, he got hit right on the end. Well, of course he's going to say something. No guy, he's not, because he's not going to be intimidated. And we saw that in that fiasco that broke out at Charlotte. He carried 4 guys on him trying to get at Alonzo Mourning.
Exactly right. Ewing now 3 of 5 from the line. He has 11 points, but the Bulls still have a 14-point advantage. Mason on Pippen. Cartwright, a rainbow.
See, that can happen. Oh, yes.
And Starks runs over Kerr. He cannot believe it.
Now, Pat Riley really upset. He thought it was. He's on UB Evans. UB Evans pointed at the other end. Hey, Pat, get off of me. Jackie called that at the other end. Spike Lee down in here trying to get some prayer time because he's down on his knees. All right, but what you could see there was Kerr set that one up. He gave him a major step. Now, right here, you're going to see he gave him the step, and then he just puts the shoulder and he beats it. Now, if you're from Chicago, naturally, that was a foul all the way. If you're from Knicks, he was definitely moving, and he did not. Starks had a chance to get the shoulder ahead of him.
Well, I do know there's 18,000 people that will not see Spike's new movie, Crooklyn.
Good steal by Mason.
Anthony wisely shows some patience. The shot clock has been turned off. Bulls lead it by 14. Now, Davis wheeling around.
Davis just came off of 2 screens.
3 to shoot. Anthony pulls the trigger from 3. And he buries it. There's a whistle.
And foul. Wow. See, that's bad decisions. There was no reason to double team on the wings because that allowed the top of the circle to open up. Now just watch. You see, Kerr's running back. And now watch what happens. Boom. Now they're moving. Not only do they get the 3, they got the potential for it. All for no reason at all.
And now you're looking, instead of a 14-point halftime lead, you're looking at a 10-point halftime lead if he makes this. And he doesn't. Ewing can't get the tip, and that's the way we'll end the first half. Well, New York went on a 10-2 run the final minute, 52. B.J. Armstrong, the big first half, 14 points. He only missed 2 shots. And as we go to intermission, the Bulls lead it by 11. Stay with us. Ernie Johnson and Don Nelson are next at the Reebok Halftime Report.
A special double dip of inside stuff this Saturday and Sunday.
Fellow travelers, life's a journey. Our friends and colleagues, lovers and loved ones, is it all part of a bigger picture? What connects us to each other? Well, Mobile Link. Only cellular service that has Mobile Link makes it easy to connect with everyone, no matter where you are on that cosmic interstate, even if you don't know where you are.
Make sure your local cellular service has Mobile Link. Call 800-995-4000.
If you're not playing on a 3DO system, what are you playing with? Presenting 3DO, the most advanced home gaming system in the universe. It's time to put away your toys.
Get a free John Madden Football and Crash and Burn when you buy a 3DO system.
The Reebok Halftime Report is brought to you by Reebok, to remind you that on Planet Reebok, there are no rules.
All right, the Chicago Bulls are acting like they can't wait to get back to Madison Square Garden for a Game 7. It is a 52-41 count over the Knicks. This is the Reebok Halftime Report. Ernie Johnson along with Don Nelson. Give it to me, big guy. What you think about the first half?
Well, what I think is the Knicks are the better football team. But I'm not so sure that the Bulls aren't the better basketball team. But I'll tell you what, the Bulls have played sensational, and they're only up 11 points. I think they're in a ball game.
Yeah, Greg Anthony with a late three-pointer, cutting that 14-point margin down to 11. Of course, the Indiana Pacers are waiting for the winner of this series in the Western Conference. 2 Game 7s come up tomorrow. You can catch them both on NBC, the Suns and Rockets from Houston, followed by the Nuggets and the Jazz from the Delta Center. The Nuggets are getting double-digit scoring from 7 players in this series. 2-guard Brian Stith averaging 13 a night. This guy has also hit 24 of his last 25 free throws, including a couple of biggies last night. The Denver Dream is still alive, and Brian Stith is going to join us now from Salt Lake City before Game 7 tomorrow. Brian, thank you very much for taking the time with us now. And Karl Malone said after the game last night, hey, everybody wants Denver to win. Do you have this, like, America's team theme developing here? Do you sense that?
Well, considering the fact that we're the ultimate underdogs in this series, I think that we've won over a lot of fans.
Brian, this is Coach Nelson here. Do you guys really think you can win, or are you just kind of on a cloud wondering if you can?
Well, I think, Coach Nelson, the evolution of our confidence has really been amazing. You know, we were just going into the Seattle series hoping not to get embarrassed, and now you have guys on our team guaranteeing victory. So I think that's really a big step for us and growth and maturity, and I think the guys have really done a great job.
Oh, you certainly have done a great job. Tell me a little bit about Mutombo. I mean, he's such an interesting guy. Doesn't really need to score, but every now and then he can come up and get you 20 points in a game.
Well, you know, Dikembe, he's definitely the heart and soul of this basketball team. He can control the tempo of the game from the defensive end as well as anyone in the league that I've seen. And, you know, once the big guy can go in and give us 23 points like he did last night, that's really a big bonus for us. And, you know, he's really stepped up big, and he's definitely, you know, our MVP on this team.
Bryant, this team is so young, so inexperienced in the postseason, aside from Robert Pack with all of 14 games coming into this. Who do you guys look to for leadership in there?
Well, I think that what really makes this team so special that we have so many guys who can step up at different points in time during the game. Robert has been very explosive for us off the bench, and, you know, he's the type of guy who's always has a lot of energy. He's like the energizer on our team. So he's done a great job for us coming off the bench, as well as Brian Williams, and it's definitely been a total team effort.
Let me ask you one more thing about LaFonso Ellis. We haven't mentioned much about him, but do you ever let him forget 1992 Virginia over Notre Dame, NIT Finals?
Not at all. LaFonso and I, we came in together, and we've been like best friends, you know. Whenever I need someone to confide in, it's LaFonso, and he's definitely been like my backbone, and I definitely not ever going to let him forget those games.
Brian Stith, thank you very much for taking the time tonight. Good luck in Game 7 in Utah tomorrow.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Brian Stith joining us from Salt Lake City. A reminder, folks, that when the Western Conference Finals start next week, we don't know who's in there yet, but we're going to have games 1, 2, and 3 right here on TNT Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And when the Reebok Halftime Report continues, we'll talk Dream Team 2 with the coach of Dream Team 2. We'll be right back.
How many ways to make a collect call do you need? It's too complicated. Time for a collect call recall. Forget about
1-800-OPERATOR
or
1-800-COLLECT.
AT&T has a better way. All you need is 1-800-CALL-ATT. Dial it every time you make a collect call. It's new, it's simple. 1-800-CALL-ATT. One number. The lowest price for a collect call. Only from AT&T.
Your true voice.
When you come to a Pep Boys Super Center, you'll be amazed by its size. They've got over 24,000 items, all with brand names you know and trust, many with lifetime warranties. Raybestos, Borg Warner, TRW, Gabriel, Purolator, CR, and Bendix. Everything you need to keep your car looking good and running smoothly. Day or night, even on Sunday, come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
In 50 years, KFC has never changed the Colonel's chicken. His original recipe has always been made with a special blend of 11 herbs and spices. And extra tasty crispy has forever been crunchy on the outside and tasty on the inside. Something that good isn't so easy to improve on. But we found a way. So we're changing it. Now our chicken breasts are a full third bigger than before. But we didn't think the Colonel would mind. So come into KFC and we'll give you more of the taste you love.
Seattle, average rainfall 39 inches. Phoenix, average high 103 degrees. Minneapolis, average low 7. Every year, Andersen windows and patio doors stand up to the harshest sun, the coldest wind, the hardest rain. So much for the law of averages.
The Bulls up 11 at the stadium as the Reebok halftime report continues. Let's talk Dream Team 2 with the coach of Dream Team 2. It's really a shame you don't have too much talent on that squad, Nelly.
I know. They didn't select quite enough good players for me.
I mean, what are you going to do with that bunch? How are you going to control them? How are you going to make everybody happy with PT?
Well, I'm not anticipating any problems. I mean, they're all great guys. I want it to be the most special time in their basketball careers, really, is what I'm hoping. And I want it to be a special time in my career, too, and I think we're going to get that done.
That'll be for the World Championship of Basketball in Toronto this summer. You're with these guys for a short time. How will your approach differ from a long-haul Golden State season when you're together 8 or 9 months with these guys?
Well, it's going to be a quick deal, really, because we're going to get together, and we'll only have about a month along with the games. So we're going to play 2 exhibition games, so it'll be a pretty quick thing. We're going to start, of course, on the defensive end and establish that first. And we'll make it as simple as we possibly can, because with this talent, you don't want to get too complicated.
Let's talk about the coaching profession in general. George Karl, after Seattle got knocked out, was bumming. I mean, he felt pretty bad about this thing, and he was saying, you know, it's a crisis in the NBA as far as attitude goes with the players. How difficult is it now? I mean, you've been in this league for 31 years.
Well, I think there is a little change with the young players coming in, but I've always felt that when you look at the character of a person, that really is what establishes him as a credible player or not. And if they have a good background and they play the game for the right reasons, why, then they're going to get along fine with me or any other coach in the NBA. But there's always been problem players. There's been problem players when the game first started. And of course, we have them today, and we had them in the past.
Well, is there an attitude adjustment that is needed? I mean, how much can you do with a player that you have a problem with?
Well, the problem really is in all the money that the young players make today. You know, we bring them in as millionaires, and oftentimes those players are hard to handle their first few years in the league. But once they get established in the league and they understand what's going on and they mature a little bit, I think is a good word. When they mature, why they understand that they have to be citizens, not just basketball players.
The Nelly at Large segment of the Reebok Halftime Report will be back in just a minute.
Two years ago, I blew out my Achilles. I said I'd be back. Everyone else said I was finished. All I gotta say is, step under this. And we'll see who's finished.
Only the love can make you a player. You got the love?
Is stripping old paint a pain in the elbow? Well, now you can power off old paint, stain, varnish, even rust with Easy Stripper. It literally eats old paint. Forget messy chemicals or changing sheets of sandpaper. Easy Stripper strips window frames and powers paint off siding. It's gentle enough to remove old varnish, yet it chews up thick, scaly rust in seconds. Yes, Easy Stripper powers off old paint and rust on contact. But there's more. Here's the driver. Now you can power in any screw in seconds. Monster screws like this, or tiny screws like this. Even screws above your head. Yes, when you order Easy Stripper to power off paint and rust, you also get the driver to power in any screw. Both tools for an incredible $19.95. Order now.
For rush delivery, call 1-800-421-2000 or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to Easy Stripper Plus, P.O. Box 2666, Atlanta, Georgia, for your Easy Stripper and driver. Order now.
Knicks close out the first half with a 10-2 run. The biggest Chicago lead was 19. The only New York lead was 4-2, and we are at halftime. 52-41 is our score. Along with QB Brown, I'm Ron Thula. Neither team is shooting exceptionally well, but right now the Chicago Bulls have hit their free throws. They're controlling the boards, and they allowed Patrick Ewing only 2 shots in that second quarter. He has 9 for the ball game.
You got to give them their due. Pippen and Grant are 4 for 13 and are struggling, and yet they have this big lead. Why? 6 shot blocks. 8 second shots for a total of 12 points. They've outscored the Knicks 12-1 in second shots. Turnovers 9, and it's given them 9 points out in transition. So the dirty work is there. What they must do now is get Grant and Pippen involved.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first half of play.
Well, you can see right now, this is a kick out, B.J. Armstrong scoring. He had an excellent first half, leading the team with 14 points. Now you're going to see the shot, the rebound, the kick out, and this is 2 of the 12 second shot points. And we told you that's so big in this series. 12-1 in the first half. Now John Stark's knocking down this 3. The 2 guards are just too far away from him. He's 3 for 5 in threes. And then for some reason Kerr left his man open to double team, and there you have not only a 3. Fortunately, the foul shot was missed, but the Knicks are 4 for 8 in 3-point attempts. The rebounding, the Bulls uncharacteristically are up 8. Second chance points, we've been telling you, critical in this game. The field goal shooting, brutal at both ends of the floor. The Knicks at 39, only because of the 6 shot blocks by the Bulls. And the bench points, we told you that the Bulls would play better at home, and you can see it right there, 17-9.
Patrick Ewing only 1 of 2 in that second quarter. Ewing for the ball game, 4 of 9. He has 5 rebounds to go along with that. We talked about the rebounding, how Chicago's owning the boards. 4 of the 5 games so far in this series. The team that won the rebounding battle also won the basketball game.
Well, there's an interesting statistic with the guards. The New York guards have 23 points, but 7 turnovers. That's big. The Chicago guards have 29 points and 0 turnovers.
That's big because in Game 5 they had only 4 turnovers, the guards for the New York Knicks. They've almost doubled that in the first half of this ball game. Both teams go with the same starting 5 that began the ball game. Cartwright gives it up to Grant over Ewing. Lorenzo finds the pot of gold.
3 guys could have forced the shot, and they made the extra pass. You love to see that.
Very unselfish. The lead pushes back up to 13. No Pat Riley team has ever lost a series with a 3-2 lead in the best-of-7 series.
See, Chicago does not have to trap the pick and roll because Anthony never looks to go all the way.
Pippen gives it up. Myers, Armstrong, that's a 2. Cartwright, the offensive rebound.
He lost his balance. Nice.
To Myers, he's fouled hard by Oakley.
Once again, Pete Myers active going to the basket. Now in that first half, Myers had 6 and Kerr had 7. So at the 2-guard position, 13 points already. Now here you're going to see the miss. Billy could not. He lost his balance. Now as they go right back into Myers. Now when Myers scores, that's 15 points for Kerr and Myers at a position that you are running no plays for.
Myers has missed his last 3 free throws, but in a playoff game like this, when your star is not scoring, you expect somebody to do the unexpected. Right now, Myers and Kerr are doing just that. Grant in front of Smith as Armstrong steals it.
2-on-1. Pete forgot to go.
See, we're down the middle of the court.
Yeah, well, what he was obsessed with stopping Starks, you see. But what he should have done was gone, and they had a 2-on-1.
Pippen. Oakley has to come out, then Ewing comes out on it. Takes him off the dribble to the hole, rejected by Smith. Oakley with the save. Starks 3 of 5 from the arc. He sees the double early. Oakley has a hit by the number 2 man in the NBA for steals. Pippen. Armstrong counted.
Once again, it's not how fast you go, it's how you read the defense. And on that break, a beautiful hesitation move by Armstrong opened up that explosion for him.
And we've got a 20-second timeout by the Knicks.
Great steal by Pippen. Now you have a 3-on-2. Now watch this hesitation. See, he slows down, and then he takes the move. They're thinking that he was going to pass the ball.
He's done that 2 or 3 times in this series already, the little hesitation step.
Well, you always love to watch players who can finish, especially when they can handle the ball with confidence. They have a nice gait about themselves because they're concerned about reading the defense.
Foul was on Anthony. That is his 3rd personal foul. One thing that Phil Jackson told his troops after the 2nd game in which they lost in New York was, don't be afraid to take it to the hole and get the contact. You can't be afraid of being hit. Armstrong has taken him to his word.
Now, BJ just had a sensational season. He was 2nd in the league in threes at 44%. And then on the foul line, he was 14th, shot 86% during the year on the line. Here's a good trap by Pippen. See, once again, he's guarding Oakley, so he's laying off, and they're going for the double team.
Oakley inside, and it rolls around and falls down.
I'm surprised that Grant did not show up. Grant was very slow in that rotation.
That stopped a 7-0 run the Bulls had to open up the quarter. Armstrong sees the open man in Pippen. He tries to spread the needle to Grant.
Stop the ball.
Anthony with a left hand, a little too hard off the hole. Smith is going to be fouled on the play by Myers, and both players separate quickly.
See, Anthony struggles with finishing. In Game 5, we wanted to bring out to you. See, he has struggled his entire career scoring and with a good field goal percentage. In his 3 years, he has shot 37, 41, and 39, and only 25% in threes. a point guard who penetrates, you must be able to finish.
Charles Smith still looking for his first points of this ball game.
Well, at halftime, we have Charles Smith, who is struggling, who is 0 for 4. Mason 0 for 2. The position which has dominated in the series for the Knicks. 20 points and 10 rebounds, 0 points at halftime.
And they get their first point. Smith coming off a 16-point performance in Game 5. But the lead remains 15 with 9.5. If there is a Game 7, it will be played Sunday in New York.
I like to see that. Because, see, Anthony is a good defender. B.J. Armstrong is not a great one-on-one dribbler. He's fine in the open floor, but he struggles when he must break you down. Now, if you keep him in the backcourt, you're running precious time off, and now you can get up and overplay all of the outlets, like right there. That was close to a turnover.
Fires on Starks. Uses the left hand to push off, a little short on the hoop. Oakley tried to save it. Myers to Grant. The left-handed jam of the whistle. Smith picks up his third personal foul as Horace Grant connects for his 8th point of the ballgame.
Once again, 2 points, a potential 3 off of a second shot attempt. It's a great pass by Myers, and how about this thunder? That's thunder right there. That's sending it home. Strong.
And Derek Harper will come into the next lineup. Greg Anthony's going to take a seat. Harper with 7 points in that first half. Anthony sits down with only a 3 to his credit. Horace Grant, the 7th-year pro out of Clemson, has hit 14 straight free throws up till then.
BJ must spend some energy now on Harper. You've got to pay attention to Harper.
Starks inside. The Oak man with the easy touch.
Oh, backcourt steal by Starks.
And he looks and he throws it away. Oakley for a second, and the veteran Bill Cartwright stepped right in between.
You know, on occasion, the Knick guards really make you stop. You know, and you shake your head and you say, how could he have done that? You know, you just can't believe that he passed the ball right to Cartwright.
I've seen that a couple times in this series. The 19-footer for Horace Grant, his 6th point of the quarter.
Coming into this game, Horace was shooting 61% in this series.
Smith hesitates, then pulls the trigger and drops it. His first field goal of the ballgame. But the hot hand for the Bulls so far in the third is Horace Grant. He is 3 for 3. Nearing 8 minutes in the third. Bulls by 15.
They're not going to play Cartwright out there. Ewing just lays off.
Ewing takes it away from Cartwright. Here comes Starks.
That was a nice pass. And when you're 7 foot, you must send that one down. You've got to get at least on the foul line in that situation.
Ewing, no place to go. Smith. With a 15-point lead, Scottie Pippen looked for 3 and gave it up to Armstrong. Here's Pippen again. Looked at it. They give Cartwright the shot. Ewing may have got a piece of it.
That's out of his range.
Great save by Horace Grant. Pippen from the arc. The crowd with anticipation. Once again, the Bulls allowing the Knicks to hang around. We saw how quickly they got back into this in the third, end of the first half.
There's that staggered screen once again for Starks.
Bulls jamming things up. 3 to shoot. Oakley with the reverse. No. Rebound belongs to the Knicks. Oakley wanted the foul.
Charles Oakley just back. Scottie Pippen, 15 feet, right down under the basket. Now we're going to show it to you. Just a great move in posting up. The Oak man just back Pippen all the way down. The basket goes down inside to him. Unfortunately, he could not end it.
The NBA Playoffs on TNT are brought to you by Chevrolet, who invites you to check out the complete line of rock-solid 1994 Chevy trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hi, Rick.
Hey, Brian. How the wife and kids?
How's your mom?
Good. She says hi.
Good.
And the winner of tonight's match receives Ice Cold Bud Light.
Bud Light!
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
You read a lot these days about what Americans are into in the 90s. For most of us, it's as simple as getting the stuff you want, the things you need, at a price you can afford. Social scientists call this the price-value relationship. But to us, it's much simpler than that. We call it genuine Chevrolet.
Unparalleled emotion, incredible effort, the quest for an NBA title.
Hey, it's the playoffs, and I want the inside stuff.
Then join Ahmad Rashad as he visits with All-Star Charles Oakley. Meet the Oakman, heart and soul of the New York Knicks. Hey, who's got the sports section?
I got it.
Don't miss a playoff rewind. Images that last a lifetime. Catch Inside Stuff this Saturday and Sunday.
Now that's the inside stuff.
63-48 is our score. The rest of the Bulls outside of Horace Grant, 1 of 7. Grant 3 for 3, but he got hurt on that last play.
Well, right now that you can see Oakley backing his man down inside, and he wanted a foul right there. He honestly thought that he was hit on the foul. Now keep an eye on Grant. Grant right now left on that timeout. He did not get hurt on this play. He got hurt setting a screen at the other end of the floor, and the defensive man who was fighting over the top caught him right inside by the groin area. Now he's definitely smarting because they had ice on it, and he was he was rubbing the area during that timeout.
Well, Hubie, the Knicks have gone to a 3-guard offense. 3-guard defense now as they're cramming Starks guard Pippen.
Well, we have seen this quite a bit in this series.
B.J. Armstrong takes it inside. Longley kicks it back out.
That's a great move by Longley. Just tore that one away from Patrick.
Ewing with the rebound. Starks, Davis, and Harper in the backcourt. Only Oakley and Ewing down low.
Now they will put Pippen on Hubert Davis, and Myers will stay with Starks.
Hubert Davis cannot get away from Scottie Pippen. Davis tries to take him off the dribble inside. Oakley rejected by Horace Grant, who leads the team in blocks in the playoffs. Great passing. Baby.
Holy cow. Now right there, a lot was said. And Scottie Pippen just went over to tell Spike Lee a few things also. Because as Pippen dunked, this was an elevation. Now he is jacked up. Once he elevated, it looked like he shifted gears in air and sent that one down strong. Now as he lands right on top of Ewing. Now watch this now. Now he says something to Ewing right here. The referees are calling a technical foul. They huddled together before they made this call. Scottie went right over to the side because I guess he's been hearing something during the course of this game from the people on that sideline who are Knicks fans.
Well, Pippen whistled for the technical, but what a spectacular jam by Scottie Pippen. Davis shoots the tee and connects.
See, I like the fact that they call him technical. See, he went right over to Spike because Spike has got his New York Knicks shirt on.
Tell you, the ratings for Crooklyn are sinking, game. Pippen gets a free throw after the jam and the technical foul. I tell you, that has to be one of the most spectacular jams like John Starks last year in Game 2 with the Knicks and the Bulls in the Garden.
Well, he just elevated. It looked like he climbed an extra. He shifted gears and made a little explosion.
Pippen completes the three-point play. The lead vaults back to 17 inside of 6 minutes.
Right now, Chicago switching on the ball crosses underneath.
Oakley still having problems.
I tell you, Longley's doing a terrific job.
Armstrong with the reverse. Ewing the big rebound, and he throws it away. Myers, great look. Grant can't get it to go. No whistle. He can't believe it.
He could not. Neither can the building. But right now, you've got to stop the ball.
And Oakley, as things begin to heat up, down below is fouled by Luke Longley.
Now, Horace Grant cannot believe that he did not get fouled. A very strong move to the basket. A beautiful pass. Set up the shot attempt. And from our angle, he was definitely hammered.
Sends Charles Oakley, the 9th-year pro out of Virginia Union, to the line.
Right now, you're going to see Pippen coming in the elevation over the top of Ewing.
Now the ovation here is for John Paxson, who has just checked in. Paxson, the point guard that led this team to 3 championships.
The Garden right now, they are giving a thundering stand-up ovation to Scottie Pippen for his stellar play out here.
Now the Bulls also with a 3-guard offense.
They're playing Myers at the small forward position to match up with John Starks. You have Paxson and BJ in the backcourt.
Armstrong, the acrobatic shot won't go. Ewing the rebound.
Now he has launched 3 here in the last 3 minutes and missed them all. And I'm kind of surprised because he has been off balance on every one of his shots. BJ Armstrong.
16-point lead. Ewing the fall away. He's got it.
See, that's that patented move. Whereas he spins in, he lifts his right leg, and you cannot get to him. Because if you go over him, that leg just stops you as it catches you right around your belt.
His first field goal in the second half. Longley cuts. Paxson for Myers. 7 to shoot. Starks on Myers. 3 to shoot. Myers has to give it up. They will not get the shot off. It'll be a 24-second violation. Knicks have the ball.
Well, right now, from now to the end of this game, you better step up and be a man. Because it looks like we are not going to see many calls. And so when you get into traffic, you A, better protect the basketball, B, take it strong to the hole, and then retreat defensively if you miss, because the call is not going to happen.
BJ Armstrong gets a rest. Kerr comes back in. Ewing inside again. A lot of contact.
Right now, I do not like, if I'm a Bull coach or a person in a fan, I'm a little nervous right now because they cannot put the Knicks away. And once again, now the Knicks are making another spurt. This game has been played in spurts. It's back and forth.
Ewing 3 of 5 at the stripe tonight.
Interesting that Patrick had such a great year this season. And, you know, you look at where he was in all of his stats. Had great scoring, great points, great rebounding. And for the first time in 7 years, was not rewarded by making either the first, second, or third All-NBA team. The center position was Olajuwon on the first team, Robinson on the second, Shaquille O'Neal on the third.
The lead is 12. As you mentioned, they're coming right back into it, gradually creeping up on the Bulls. This second team from Chicago did a nice job in Game 5. Starks tips it away, can't make the save, and he goes right into us.
Jeez.
The ball's still alive. To Grant. Starks. Does Turner pick up dry cleaning bills, Hubie? Well, we're going to have to dry off here. We'll be able to see him come flying into us. And my partner took the brunt of it.
Oh, it's all right. The main thing is that he did not get hurt, and that also that I did not get hurt.
Yeah. Ewing, the foul on the play.
Because John came right over the telestrator as well as our monitor.
Which is now a pretty green, I might add. Now the foul was on Grant. That is his first personal.
Here comes Starks. He's coming right into us right here. Fortunately for him and everyone concerned, and also the people in the first row, no one was injured.
Well, our stat man, Chuck Gardner, is laughing. He was under the pile last week here in the little brawl, and now we get it. This is a dangerous seat. Ewing with the free throw connects. 3 straight here in the second half. You can see that the Bulls are doing a nice job keeping his shot attempts down in this series. Pat Riley says we've got to have at least 20 shot attempts from Patrick Ewing. They're not getting it.
Well, let's give Chicago some credit. I mean, not only are they getting great double teaming and forcing him to pass out, but then again also we are not having a great deal of scoring in the series either.
Patrick Ewing 7 of 9 from the line as the Knicks have put together an 8-0 run in the quarter, and the lead is down to 10. Longley from 16 goes about 17, and the rebound controlled by Harper and the Knicks. They can cut this to single digits. It has been a while since they've had that opportunity against Chicago. Ewing on Longley, Kukoc looking at the double. There it is. Harper, the ball fake to Ewing with 3 to shoot. The archer, it finds the net. Here come the Knicks again.
The building, everyone is uptight.
They want a 20-second timeout at 10.
We have brought this point out, and that is that at both benches, you must totally be aware of your 5-man combinations on the floor. Do you have anyone to break down the defense?
Coming this fall, Sunday Night NFL on TNT.
Hard to tell. Could be any pickup. But how many compact pickups hold this much? Have a bed with 2-tier loading. And a tailgate this easy to deal with. You could say it's the most intelligent pickup of its kind. Except, there doesn't appear to be another pickup of its kind. The Chevy S-Series, so new from the inside out. Everything else is history.
Make your money work harder than ever. Call now for your free Wall Street Journal guide to understanding money and investing. It focuses on financial markets so you can make informed choices. Call now to get your guide free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal, where you'll find information you need to get ahead. Get 10 weeks of the Journal for just $36 and the guide to understanding money and investing free with your paid subscription. Call toll-free 800-421-2000. That's 800-421-2000.
This is you. This is the commercial you see. This is the number you call. This is the box that comes. This is the machine you get. This is the number you call. These are the exercises you do. This is how long it takes. This is how often you do it. This is the number you call. This is how you'll feel when you're done. The SoloFlex Muscle Machine, just $39 a month. Call now for a free brochure and video. This is the number you call.
66-58 is our score with 2:54 remaining to be played in the third quarter. Bulls on top. The last play of the game that we had before the break.
Well, once again, penetration into the lane opens up Ewing. And Ewing is starting to make his move right now.
Well, UB Chicago getting a lot of shots in this third quarter. They have taken 15, but unfortunately for them, they've only made 4. The Knicks 5 of 10. They are shooting 50% as Patrick Ewing is checked in with 4 from the floor and 4 from the free throw line. The percentages for this quarter so far. 2:54 remaining to be played in the third. Chicago has led by as many as 19. They led by 11 in intermission. Kerr, Grant, Pippen, Longley, and Kukoc.
The Knicks defense, by coming out and picking up over half court, has definitely increased the length of the passing lanes and running major seconds off the clock.
And it is a 3. Pippen can't get it, and the Knicks can cut the lead even further.
Well, now just think, they've had at least 6 or 7 shots in the painted area during this drive spell. They cannot get the row.
And we still have that important fourth quarter, which the Knicks have owned in this series. Starks from the arc, doesn't get it. Oakley fell, had a chance at the rebound. Kerr trips over him. Kukoc. Nice move on Starks for 2.
we have not seen transition. You cannot get transition until you get the Knicks to stop scoring and stop getting on the foul line.
Davis pulls the trigger. Oakley tries to keep it alive. Grant with the rebound. That'll be a loose ball foul on Charles Oakley. That'll be his fourth.
Over the back that time. You can see good blocking out by Grant that time. Now, despite the backcourt pressure in this quarter, this was a good move by the Knicks. You can see the shot clock is going way down, but you see where the catch is? The catch is already out 28 feet. And now the angles are bad. And so even when you do finally get it, you must get a high percentage shot off quickly. You've got to go strong to the rim.
Well, Charles Oakley has to sit out. He has 4 personal fouls. Mason comes in. Charles Smith is set to check in.
Well, you can see that Grant is coming to life on the board. Now, this is a young man who averaged over 11 rebounds a game during the season and was the 3rd leading offensive rebounder in the league at 4.4. Now, in this building, in this series, he's averaging 4 offensive boards. They need him to come to life at both ends. Play big.
On the negative side, he's only averaging just over 1 offensive rebound in the Garden in New York. The lead is back up to 12 inside of 145.
Nice
Pippen with the steal. He has Harper to beat. Harper swats it away. Chicago has the ball. No foul.
Now that was prime time defense. Not only was he retreating. Now watch Harper retreat. He's retreating, but then he cuts him off, and then a great move.
And Grant misses the easy shot from inside. Knicks have the ball. Davis goes baseline. Ewing over Longley. Short. Mason can't get it. He'll be whistled for the foul. That'll be Anthony Mason's first.
I'm very impressed tonight with the job that Chicago is doing on Smith and Mason. Because in games 1 and 2, Mason owned the Bulls. We were talking 13 points, 10 rebounds. He was leading the team in assists with 4 a game. Smith was coming off the bench, giving them primetime points. So that position was big time. Tonight, almost non-existent up until this time in the game.
The shooter's roll for Tony Kukoc, who's 3 for 3 tonight. And here comes Scott Williams into the lineup once again in the course of moves. And Horace Grant sits down to the applause. Well, as Kukoc gets the second, talk about the 3 big guys down low. Mason, Oakley, and Smith, only 13 points between the 3 of them. 10 of those belong to Oakley.
Harper just came off the staggered screen.
8 to shoot. Ewing sizing up Longley. Harper kicks it back out. Davis, this is a 3. Doesn't get it. Mason, the offensive rebound.
Ewing. The Bulls had inside position. 2 white shirts. Mason comes up with the rebound. Smart enough to get Patrick the ball where he loves it, on the baseline.
10 in the quarter for Patrick, 21 for the ball game. Longley has it rejected, but we have a whistle.
Patrick gambled that time, which allowed Longley to get the free move to the hole. Now, as this shot goes up, look at the inside here. Kukoc, Longley, the long rebound to Mason. Smart pass right there.
Now Charles Smith whistled for his 4th personal foul. He joins Oakley also with 4. We are in Chicago Stadium as the Chicago Bulls try to remain alive in their best-of-7 series with the Knicks. As Luke Longley hits the free throw, we have 46.7 seconds remaining in the 3rd, and the Bulls holding on to a 13-point advantage.
Now Longley, off the bench, has given them quality time tonight. Not only with the rebounding, but the banging around with Ewing. He has 7 points and 6 rebounds.
The lead is at 14 after the Knicks cut it to 8.
There he goes.
Ewing from outside. Pippen with the rebound. Longley and Kukoc running. Kukoc has it. And he waits for the rest of the white jerseys to join him.
Big thing here is now you get something good. Kukoc wants to take Patrick. Nice pass.
Nice pass to Williams from Luke Longley.
That's what you love about Kukoc. If he feels he can take you, he's going right away. And the only guy on the Knicks who can seem to match up with him is Mason. Everyone else, he goes right away.
They're standing in the stadium. Ewing for three. Doesn't get it. The high bounce controlled by Scott Williams. They still have 2 seconds left. Pippen at the buzzer. Doesn't go. The New York Knicks made a run late in the third, only to have the Bulls counter it. After the Knicks cut it to 8, it is up to 16.
Hey, sports fans, we're live at TNT, and things are getting pretty exciting here in the sports studios. But don't you wonder what's happening in those hockey playoffs? Hey, no problem, because right now, the sports world is live on Prodigy. Baseball, soccer, you name it, we got it. In-depth stats, the latest scoops, even scores for games still in progress. Hey, you watch hoops, we'll keep an eye on the rest. Just call 1-800-979-LIVE now and get Prodigy software plus 1 month's membership free.
This is the planet Earth. And this is the most popular line of sport utility vehicles on the planet. Chevrolet.
Son of a gun protectant. Nothing works better on your car's leather, vinyl, and rubber. It can turn just about anything into a great-looking car.
Nice car. What, this pile of junk?
Give it the gun with Son of a Gun. And now give your tires a quick kick with one-step tire care.
From Turner Network Television, Gettysburg, the epic motion picture becomes a monumental television event. Gettysburg premieres Sunday, June 26th on TNT.
Get it all this weekend on TNT. All night Saturday, get the gang together for non-stop party movies. All night Sunday, get in touch with your creature comforts. Good stuff. All this weekend on TNT.
The Magnificent Mile, better known as Michigan Avenue in Chicago. We're just a couple of miles away on Madison. With the Bulls and the Knicks in Game 6. 19 points for the Knicks in that quarter, 24 for the Bulls, and the Bulls lead it by 16 heading into the final quarter. Now that we got the first 3 quarters out of the way, it's time for that all-important fourth quarter, which has been a completely different story in this series.
Well, in this series, it's 24-16. The Knicks, they have played, you can see it right here. Pippen has only averaged 3 points, shooting 20% in the fourth quarter. He averages 21 in the other 3. You can see it, 24-16, the field goal percentage. Now, with 4 of the 5 games coming down to 5 points or less, will we see another miracle finish by the Knicks?
They've got quite a hole they've dug themselves into. We have a whistle and a foul, and that's going to be on Patrick Ewing.
Now, he definitely stepped out that time and picked Kerr off.
That's his 3rd personal foul. The thing about Scottie Pippen, you talk about what he's scoring, but he's only getting 4 shots per quarter in the fourth quarter right now.
Well, that comes with the territory. He gets double teamed, and then when he passes out, the other people must step up. They have played 9 fourth quarters, 4 in the regular season, 5 in the playoffs. They've only scored 20 points once in 9 fourth quarters. That's amazing.
None in the playoffs. Kukoc, Starks on him, giving away a lot of inches. Kukoc shoots over him. Hit the shot clock, will go the other way. Herb Williams will check in. And Patrick Ewing will sit down for the Knicks.
In games 3 and 4, where the Bulls had the big leads and allowed them back, you must, on honor the fact that the Knicks do a great job defensively in order to get the shots to come back. But then again, Chicago has a tendency to slow the game down. They do not get any second shot attempts in the fourth quarter, and then they never get out in transition because the Knicks continue to score. This is a big test for them right now.
That ball also went over the backboard. Will go the other way in the fourth quarter. The Knicks only allow 17 points a game, 31% shooting.
They do not have a ball handler out here that can handle. Now we're inside of 10 seconds right now on the shot clock.
Kerr looks for Kukoc, 6 to shoot. Davis takes it right out of the hands, and Kukoc reaches over and slaps John Starks. John Starks is hammered hard by Scott Williams, and quickly Jack Neese gets in between them.
That was a smart move by Starks. On the catch, like Pat Riley likes to say, his team is a post-catch offensive rebounding type of a team. Now, this is a smart move. Once this ball goes over, Starks sees that there's a problem. He takes it strong. Here comes Scotty Williams, and he forces him to foul.
Starks' first trip to the free throw line this evening. He is 28 of 32 in this series from the stripe.
Well, he's averaging 88%. He's an excellent foul shooter, and the big thing is he's been averaging 6 foul shot attempts per game in this series.
And he plays so much better in the second 24 minutes.
Well, he's the guy who is that gutty performer who wants the ball when the pressure is on.
And I think Tony Kukoc may be bleeding. He's going to go have to look at Chip Schaefer, the trainer. If he is bleeding, he has to be taken out of the ball game. It's on the side of his neck, it appears. We're not sure where it's coming from. That was a scratch. There you can see it.
Yeah, wow, that's a whip. That's so bitter. Look at that. Now you can see that's right along his throat, going to his left shoulder. And it looks like someone's sled ran right over his face and his neck. Now keep an eye right there. There it is. There's the scratch by Starks.
And you can see if that replay kept going, he kind of reaches out and gives John Starks a little love tap. Horace Grant comes in. Starks hits the free throw. First 2 of the second half for Starks, but the lead remains at 14 inside of 10:45.
Whenever you do not have good ball handlers to break it, you need a big man in the backcourt so that they can run their man off of him and get it up over. Now right now, once again, we're inside of 10 seconds.
Pippen, Harper on him. 4 to shoot. Longley, nice look inside to Grant.
Luke Longley is worth his weight, whatever they're paying him at. In this series, with the shot clock down, it's amazing how many people he finds for good shots.
The 3 by Harper won't find the range. Longley averaging 2 assists a game in this series. The Bulls try to add on to that 14-point advantage. We've got a whistle. It's going to be on John Starks on Horace Grant, doing a little bumping, hits Grant upside the head. Starks now has 4.
Well, all the big men, anytime that Starks gets caught on a switch, they take him right to the low box, forcing Starks now to front them.
Longley handling it outside, tries to throw a little lob to Pippen. He thought he was held.
No, that was my fault. Because, see, I blew so much smoke on that last pass.
That's exactly right. And did he choke?
Well, he had to show that he was human and come up with a turnover.
Davis stops, pulls the trigger, doesn't get it. Last touch by Scotty Pippen off his leg. Knicks will have the basketball, and we have a timeout.
See, that was good hustle by Chicago. Longley had that rebound. Williams took it right out of his hand.
It's been our observation that people don't necessarily like the idea of getting older.
It's a gut be gone. Roy just loves his.
In which case, we have a suggestion.
Ta-da! Now make a wish.
A 175 horsepower Fountain of Youth. The 94 Isuzu Rodeo. Practically amazing.
You know, at AutoZone, we know our customers work just as hard as we do. So we're open when they need us, at night and on Sundays. And since 2 million folks each week count on AutoZone for what they need when they need it, we're not about to let them down. That's why we carry so many parts and why we price them so low every day. You see, selling top quality parts at low prices every day is how we make a living. But helping customers, well, that's how we make friends.
To whom it may concern, my mother abuses me and tells me if I tell anyone, she will let some bad person take me away. If you don't believe me, you can ask my sister. The last time, my mother slapped me in the face and my nose started bleeding. I wish I could find a new family far away who's going to be nice to me. And the family doesn't have to be rich. Can you help me do that? P.S. Don't forget, a family that's very nice and far away from here.
Here's tonight's Dutch boy in the paint. Right now, the Bulls owning the rebounding department and second chance points.
Well, it's a major issue when two good teams play one another. How many offensive rebounds do you get? The Bulls at 12 tonight. They're only averaging 11 in this series. And then the second chance points. Wow, what a difference.
Well, Phil Jackson said he wanted to control the tempo of the ball game. He has been able to do that. Pat Riley said we have to play a perfect game. He has not done that.
Well, the Knicks, one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the league, right at 15. And when you see that they only have 4 offensive boards with 9:37 to go in the game, the front line of Chicago doing a terrific job.
It has been 4 years since the Bulls have lost a playoff series. Harper toes the line from 3.
See, the pressure's on Harper to score. The reason Scottie Pippen is leaving him, going down and double teaming any post up or any dribbler in the lane. The quick pitch out to Harper is giving him an excellent look for the three-point shot.
Oakley goes into the cheap seats. He's okay. And the Knicks have the basketball.
Now Harper right now is 3 for 8 on field goals, 0 for 3 in threes. But during the year, he shot 37%. He attempted 98, made 37.
Davis Starks crashing the boards, can't get it. Kerr comes up with a loose ball.
See where the 2 guards tonight for Chicago are scoring. Hubert Davis off the bench is having a tough evening.
Longley out. Ties the dish off to Williams 2 times in a row since we said he was a great passer.
Now,
he's thrown it away.
Everyone is yelling at Scott Williams. They said he needed the knuckleball glove that they use in baseball against that one.
That was Mr. Negro throwing that.
All he had to do was throw that bounce pass.
Ewing hits his first of the 4th. 21 for Patrick and 23 for Patrick Ewing.
You can feel the fans. Okay, it's like it's not a hush, but you can feel they're anxious right now.
Now Pippen, Harper has to pick him up. He fronts him. They throw it over the top and they throw it away.
Once again, a pass to a postman when the postman did not call for it. Here's Patrick. The ball right back at him. Longley too far away. Now in the 4th quarter, this is interesting in the series. That's what they scored, 23 and 24. 4th quarter, 8-3, 62% versus 20.
Right now, Patrick Ewing has 2. Crowd chanting defense. The lead is at 14 inside of 8.5. Another whistle and another foul. Cartwright and Armstrong will check into the lineup. It has been Phil Jackson's plan throughout this series to have his starters rest the majority of the 4th quarter. He feels it brings them fresh legs in on defense. Longley, his 4th.
I like that set that the Knicks ran. Ewing came off the box, came up high, and allowed Harper to take his man to the baseline. That's the first time Harper has had that type of a look all evening.
We still have more basketball coming your way on Monday night at 9 o'clock Eastern time. It'll be the Western Conference Finals right here on TNT. Teams to be named later. Harper will get a second.
Harper, the first player in the NBA to improve his scoring average 8 consecutive seasons. Also known as an excellent defender, making the all-defensive team 2 times on the 2nd unit.
Those were his years with the Dallas Mavericks.
See, they really have them out of sync here, man. It's just amazing.
Pippen doesn't get it. Ewing with the rebound, takes it away from Cartwright. They can cut the lead down to 10 or 9. Harper finds the seam.
Nice pass.
Starks for 3. Buries it. His 4th of the ball game.
Once again, the penetration of Harper. That's why I told you earlier in this game, this is a tough assignment for B.J. Armstrong. You cannot fall asleep with Harper.
They're going to begin their offense way outside with 13 on the shot clock.
In the fans, they're getting restless. Why? Because the offense is down to a walk. There is no smoothness. There is no fluid motion here. Everything is stopping on its dime. Now, this is a great ball movement by the Knicks. They accepted the double team on Harper, and they made 2 passes. One to the corner, and then one right to the top.
And Harper picks up his 4th personal foul. The Knicks facing foul difficulty at this juncture.
Yeah, but Pat Riley will ride him because he's playing well.
Good steal here. Picks the pocket, can't hold on to it. Still time to shoot. It's at 10. Armstrong arcs it from 3. Rebound, Oakley had it. Cartwright returns it.
Now there is a lucky bounce.
Oakley did everything he can to try to keep that ball alive. The lead back at 11.
Now Scottie Pippen on the point, on the baseline. They catch B.J. Armstrong. There was a switch.
John Starks picks up his 5th personal foul, and Charles Oakley pushes him away from getting in the face of Pete Myers. 6:58 left, Bulls by 11.
Amelia Earhart, The Final Flight, coming Sunday, June 12th.
It's been our observation that people don't necessarily like the idea of getting older.
It's a gut be gone. Roy just loves his.
In which case, we have a suggestion.
Now make a wish.
A 175 horsepower fountain of youth. The 94 Isuzu Rodeo. Practically amazing. See your local Isuzu dealer to check out the Rodeo lease.
Whiz, hot shot. There's a bomb on a bus. If it drops below 50, it blows up. What do you do?
The game began with the ultimate test.
Where's Jack? Where do you think?
Now,
Stay on or get off.
Get off.
This is much better.
he's the only solution.
Pop quiz. You have a hair trigger aimed at your head. What do?
Keanu Reeves.
What do you do?
Speed, rated R. Starts Friday, June 10th at theaters everywhere.
Tonight, somewhere amongst the important documents, the catch of the day, the tools, the toys, there is one package more priceless than all the rest. The golden package. It must be watched over, and come what may, it must complete its journey as promised. But which one is it? No one knows which one is the golden package, so every package will be treated as if it were.
Now keep an eye underneath the basket, and we'll see this foul. Now as they come across there now, you're going to see Starks push Myers off before he came around, right in front of Mike Mathis. Mike Mathis makes the call. Then there is a continuation. All right, Myers says something to Starks. Now, right away, Oakley pushes him. They need Starks. Starks has 5 fouls, but he has 18 points. He's 4 for 7 in threes. He is vital to their cause if they're going to make a solid run here.
And there's still a lot of time left at 6:58, and they only trail by 11. So in this 4th quarter so far, in just under 5 minutes played, the Chicago Bulls have only been able to score 4 points.
Well, you can see, Ron, it's definitely because they walk the ball up. They slow it down to a walk. The Knicks are smart by pressuring them in the backcourt. That's taking precious time off the clock.
And they're going with a 3-guard offense again for the Knicks, and they put pressure on the basketball. Starks looking for the pick. There's nobody coming.
Well, they have Ewing outside above the foul line because that's where Cartwright is. But now Ewing's on the double team.
3 to shoot. Cartwright's going to have to launch it with 1. Doesn't get it. The tip by Scottie Pippen.
What a great play by Pippen.
And then Oakley and Pippen get tangled up underneath the basket.
Well, that's because Pippen was hit on that. He honestly thought he was fouled. Then there were words down in there with 3 Knicks and Pippen.
And there's 11 points now for Scottie Pippen.
Now, this is a good matchup right now. How about that move?
There you talk about going to the hole strongly.
See, in Game 5 in New York, no point guard could beat Pippen off the dribble. Why? Harper, he's a proven vet, and he's an excellent dribbler. He just leveled him to sleep and then blew right by him.
That's 11 for Derek Harper.
See, once again, too much time.
And they're starting so far out with 9 on the shot clock. Pippen posting up on Harper. Ewing helps out. 3 to shoot. They move it on over. Myers at the buzzer.
Pete Myers and Steve Kerr.
That's 10 for Pete Myers. He's stepping up his game this evening. The lead is 13. Now Myers holding on to Starks. Starks finds the opening. Rejected by Horace Grant. And then Cartwright comes down with the rebound.
Starks is upset on his curl move. He thought that he was fouled going strong. Instead, they come up with the block right here. So he thinks he gets fouled right here. All right, now, does he get fouled? Of course he did. He got whacked. That's why he's all upset. Now, just watch this foul. He gets hit across both arms. All right, no call. Chicago, great block by Horace.
Great block. It's a great block. That's what it'll read in the books. Oakley, Smith, Harper, and Ewing all with 4. Starks with 5. Pippen on Harper. Harper reaches in, gets away with 1. Then we have the whistle. That may be it for John Starks, and it is.
Remember we said about being a man in this quarter? People are really getting Smith.
Starks will lead with 18 points at the 4:54 mark.
Big thing right now, at both ends of the floor, you must protect the basketball. Big Starks is upset because he knows that he was fouled hard at the other end of the floor and never got the ball. But he better get off the floor before they hit him with a technical.
Hugh Evans is going to listen to him. Hugh is a veteran official. And Starks will have to leave. Pat Riley calling for him.
Now right now they come with Blackman.
Alonzo Blackman, who's only played 25 minutes in the playoffs and only 14 minutes in this series.
Well, he's an excellent defender, but it's very difficult to sit on the bench, you know, for 43 minutes and then come in and all you have to do is guard Scottie Pippen.
That's all you have to do. And they expect you probably to hit a 3 now and then. That's the 4th team foul on the Knicks, with 4:49 left to be played in the ballgame.
Now, in his career, Blackman has scored over 18,000 points, and he's only had 5 shot attempts in 3 games.
It's amazing. Grant from 17. Cartwright, great job keeping it alive. The offensive rebound. They are out sensing it.
Oh, yeah, they've just done a magnificent job. The Knicks have not been able to hold. They are the #1 defensive rebounding team in the league. That's why this is so impressive.
6 to shoot for B.J. Armstrong. He goes around Ewing. Strong to the hole. The tip. Pippen again.
Well, Pippen has come in with 2 big second shot efforts. Now, once again, to show you that he's human, B.J. misses his 4th attempt coming in here. And how about this? Coming from the weak side. Taking advantage of the double-teamer, leaving the area open.
If the tie had never been invented, if pantyhose had self-destructed upon creation, and all there was to wear were the loose, free clothes Fruit of the Loom makes, then life would be truly enjoyable.
It's good to see him so relaxed.
And you would be truly comfortable. Fruit of the Loom. Clothes that make you feel good.
Is stripping old paint a pain in the elbow? Well, now you can power off old paint, stain, varnish, even rust with Easy Stripper. It literally eats old paint. Forget messy chemicals or changing sheets of sandpaper. Easy Stripper strips window frames and powers paint off siding. It's gentle enough to remove old varnish, yet it chews up thick, scaly rust in seconds. Yes, Easy Stripper powers off old paint and rust on contact.
But there's more. Here's the driver. Now you can power in any screw in seconds. Monster screws like this or tiny screws like this. Even screws above your head. Yes, when you order Easy Stripper to power off paint and rust, you also get the driver to power in any screw. Both tools for an incredible $19.95. Order now.
For rush delivery, call 1-800-421-2000 or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to Easy Stripper Plus, P.O. Box 2666, Atlanta, Georgia, for your Easy Stripper and driver. Order now.
Chicago on an 8-2 run the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Part of the crowd of well over 18,000 at the stadium in Chicago. That is amazing.
You look at this statistic. The Knicks have 6 offensive rebounds. They've been dominating this series. All right, for a total of 4 second chance points. The Bulls, 17 offensive boards. They've only been averaging 11 in the series, but then the critical 22 points.
Scottie Pippen only has 13 points, but he has 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and had 4 steals to that. So the points aren't there, but everything else is. And what that equals to is a 15-point Chicago lead. In the last 3 years, the Bulls have been extended to 7 games in only 1 series. That was in 1992, and the team, the New York Knicks. But the Bulls have never won a 7th game on the road, and right now, with still a lot of time left, they're headed in that direction for a 7th contest.
Main thing for Chicago, to try to stay away from the threes.
Ewing with the basket, and Chicago may give up a 3-point play.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Take care of the defensive board and hug the 3-point shooters. Now the Bulls had inside position. Keep an eye on this. 4th shot by Patrick. There you are, right there. And then the Oak Man keeps that one alive, and they get the lucky bounce right to Ewing. But give Patrick a very strong move.
Well, Patrick Ewing again, another big game for Ewing. He's checking in with 26 points. The lead is 12.
The next foul by the Knicks. Chicago will be shooting the penalty. They're running the train. It's your 2-man game.
A lot of body contact. Armstrong, another tremendous ball fake to get Davis up in the air and draw the contact.
BJ is the best player in their offensive scheme of things, going to the left side of the floor. When he runs that 2-man game, he can hit the jumper going away from the basket, and then in this series, he's putting the ball on the floor and going to the basket more than he has in his entire career.
His second miss this evening, and this is from a young man that had only missed 2 in this entire series and 4 in the entire playoffs.
Well, you know, he came in averaging 5 a game, 5 attempts a game. He was 22 for 24, 92%. But he has played so big.
He's averaging just under 18 in this series. And B.J. Armstrong now has 18.
Armstrong is on Harper now. Pippen is Jason Blackman.
Still a lot of time left in this ball game. Inside of 3.5. Blackman puts it up for a 2, hits the backboard hard. Armstrong with the loose ball.
Now that was definitely deflected that time, but that was just good, solid defense. That was forced.
This series has been filled with close games and controversy on and off the basketball court. Cartwright inside, and he is going to be hammered by Rolando Blackman before he took the shot.
Well, Rowe's not going to allow him to dunk the ball. That was a nice pass, a good court awareness. When they trap Myers, the ball reversal right to the middle of the floor. That forces the defense into bad angle coverage, and then right down inside to Cartwright.
Maybe in all your years of basketball, have you ever seen a team that has had controversy off the court, the Chicago Bulls, but yet when they get on the court, to their credit, all they do is play basketball?
Well, you know, that's a compliment to your talent. Now you can see right there, Billy didn't do anything in the Cleveland series, but he hardly played. They were saving him for this series. Now they would have needed him if Doherty would have been available.
Ewing, 26 points, 14 rebounds. He sits down as Herb Williams comes in, and Rolando Blackman knocks home the jumper.
The center position for the Bulls tonight has been sensational. When you combine what Cartwright and Longley have done in the points and the rebounds, you get 19 points. I'm sorry, you get 11 rebounds and 17 points. Not bad.
Not bad. You ain't going to get a rest. The final 2.5 or 3 won't go. Tip, Cartwright, Grant, great. Bad pass by Herb Williams. An excellent defensive move by Horace Grant. Horace Grant was rewarded by making the second team all defense for the second year in a row. Now, as Herb comes out, see Grant goes right up, jams him. He does not allow him to make the outlet. Well, we said at the early part of this game, a major factor would be Grant getting on the glass and making himself available, and he has done it all tonight. Not only does he have the 15 points, but he has the 9 rebounds and the shot block. Fred Hickman and Mike Glenn standing by with Inside the NBA. They'll preview the Western Conference Game 7s, plus a recap of tonight's ball game. Update on Roy Tarplin. That's all coming up next. Bill Cartwright gets a big round of applause from the fans. He sits down. Cartwright tonight with 9 points. But he has played Patrick Ewing very well. So both coaches going to their bench now. Game 7 will be played Sunday afternoon in New York, with the East Finals set to get underway Tuesday, which we will bring you here on TNT. Blackman drains the 3, only his 3rd field goal of the playoffs.
It's just amazing how when you get an old pro who has been in the league, and we tell you, over 18,000 points he has scored in his career at Dallas and in New York.
The lead is 12. Pippen throws it away with 1:49 left to be played. Corey Gaines will come into the lineup. Derek Harper, in his first game back from the suspension, will sit down with 11 points.
You know, it's amazing. If the Knicks come up now and hit a 3, you're inside at 10 points, and the ball game is still going.
Kerr's coming in. Ewing's still on the bench for New York. Davis spotting up from the 3. Blackman gives it over to Anthony Bonner, who has just checked in. Couple of ball fakes. Doesn't get it. The bounce won't go. Rebound, B.J. Armstrong.
Now Bonner is playing with a torn muscle in the abdomen area. That is the reason why his time has been curtailed.
During the final minute of Game 6, it has been all the Chicago Bulls. Armstrong with his 6th of the quarter. He has 20 for the ball game. 1 minute left. The Chicago Bulls, hats off. They've stood up to the challenge. And just maybe if they can get the victory Sunday, Chicago Stadium will remain for a few more days. That's a 3 at the buzzer. It won't go. Williams can't keep it alive. Grant does. They are standing in the stadium once again.
Well, they really appreciate the effort. That's why it was so important at the top of the show. The home team has held court. And the fact that they have that ability to come close to getting the 100 points again.
Grant, the offensive rebound, and the Bulls can run out the clock.
It's just a great win for their organization. They did a terrific job. Every time that the Knicks would go on a 10-2 spurt, they would answer.
That is it. 93-79, a little activity in the corner, and that's the way we'll wrap it up. Nope, 1.6 left. Now the players are all walking to the locker room. Ewing, Starks. But this one is part of history, and that's the way it'll remain. 93-79 is our final. The best of 7 tied up in 3 games apiece. Pat Riley has never lost a 7-game series in which he led 3 games to 2. He led 3 games to 2 in this. They are tied. But on the other hand, the Chicago Bulls have never won the 7th game of a 7-game playoff series in which they've had to play that semifinal contest on the road. Our Budweiser player of the game, B.J. Armstrong, 20 points, 5 rebounds, a couple of steals. And on his behalf, Budweiser will donate $1,000 to the United Negro College Fund. Once again, our final score, the Bulls win it, 93-79. With us now is Scottie Pippen. First of all, Scottie, a lot of people after the last game began throwing dirt on the grave of the Chicago Bulls, thinking this was over. Your team, with all the controversy aside, came out and just played basketball tonight.
Well, yeah, I think we realized we pretty much had control of the series. We feel like we've let every game slip away. We've had opportunity to really take control of the series, and we never have. So we had to come out today to make it another game. So we came out and did what we had, and I can't say enough about Bill Cartwright. He did a great job for us tonight.
Well, we've been on the centers all night. They had 19 points and then 11 rebounds, Scotty. Totally unexpected, but then also Pete Myers and Kerr stepped up with double figures.
Well, I think everybody realized the importance of this game tonight, and everyone stepped up and contributed. Bill has been on vacation most of the season, but in the playoffs, he's really been our go-to guy. He's kind of helped us stay together as a team.
Now, you know, for a guy who averages 24 points a game in this series, the frustration with you and Grant at halftime, 4 for 13. What do you talk about at halftime? Because in the overall picture, you might have had one of your better overall games tonight, except for the points.
Well, definitely. I felt like, you know, that my shot wasn't falling tonight, and I told Horace that we wanted to shoot the ball well. We needed to allow ourselves the opportunity to get second shots, and that's what we was able to do, and I think that's how we beat this team tonight on second shots.
Scotty, the highlight of the game for us, though, was your slam dunk. We're going to show it to you, see what it looked like, because it was absolutely fantastic. What were you thinking? Did you see the opening here?
Well, I saw the opening, and I waited for this opportunity all series to try to catch Patrick Ewing under the basket, and I had to get the best out of it after I dunked on it.
Yeah, and now tell us the continuation. What happens now?
Well, I just kind of stood over him and threw him to the floor, and he's kind of mad, but, you know, that's part of how this series has been. It's been a lot of intense, a lot of pressure, and when guys get the opportunity to taunt you after dunk like that, you know, you can expect it.
All right, let's talk about Sunday. Now, you're 0-3 in their building. You've been right there at the end of 3 quarters in every game. What must be done other than the obvious of getting it done in the 4th quarter? What has to happen in the total game?
I think we got to play defense. I think our defense, we've been able to shut their offense down, and that's what's kind of kept us dominating this series as much as we have. We think we got to come out in New York and take the crowd out of the game. And if we can get up, I think that's pretty much it. I think the pressure of their fans will really take them out of the game.
I just want to say one thing. Congratulations, #1 vote getter for the NBA All-Selection team. What does it mean to Scottie Pippen after the year of turmoil?
Well, it means a lot. This season's kind of been up and down for me. A lot of things happening against me, and, you know, it's stuff that I'm kind of not used to and unexpected. But, you know, I've been still focusing and doing what I got to do on the basketball court. But this has been a great season for me on the court.
Congratulations. Great game tonight, Scotty. 93-79. You have a Game 7 on Sunday afternoon against the Knicks in New York. And Hubie and I will be back in a moment to wrap things up.
Thanks.
And remember, you're playing for Bud Light, ladies. The boys are back in town.
These guys are good.
Who are you calling guys?
Yeah.
Looks like you're in the finals. Ma'am, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
You're the defending ladies pool champion?
Yes,
Is there such a thing as a lease that's fun? Well, if it's a lease on a new 1994 four-wheel drive Isuzu Rodeo, there is. Because at just $269 a month, it makes enjoying the big-time fun of a rodeo really easy. And if you don't believe us, just look how much fun our lawyers had with it. Geez, guys, not that much fun. Oof. Come on.
Offer not valid on Mars or other non-terrestrial sites.
Sheesh. Isuzu, practically amazing.
Son of a gun protectant. Nothing works better on your car's leather, vinyl, and rubber. It can turn just about anything into a great-looking car.
Nice car. What, this pile of junk?
Give it the gun with Son of a Gun. And now give your tires a quick kick with one-step tire care.
All right,
welcome back to our Atlanta studios. Ernie Johnson along with Don Nelson. Look into the crystal ball. Who do you like on Sunday?
Once again. Well, they really appreciate the effort. That's why it was so important at the top of this.
Have been outstanding, and you know, I think that they can do it in the Garden, but I'll tell you, it's going to be tough because the Knicks are a great team.
Going to be a great one. Bring a mouthpiece. It's going to be a great weekend. 3 Game 7s. You will see them all on NBC beginning tomorrow. Suns and the Rockets play Game 7 in the West, followed by the Nuggets and Jazz Game 7. And on Sunday afternoon, the Bulls and the Knicks will settle who's going to play Indiana in the Eastern Conference Final. We can tell you this about our schedule on TNT. The Western Conference Finals will begin Monday. We'll have games 1, 2, and 3. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Pick your 2 favorites out of those 4 squares, and you got your Western Conference Final. In the East, we will have games 1 and 2. Tuesday and Thursday, the Pacers taking on either the Knicks or the Bulls. Put you on the spot one more time, Nelly, in the Western Conference Finals. By the way, Chuck Daly is going to be our guest in the studio.
All right.
Your good buddy. Who's going to win in the West now in these Game 7s coming up tomorrow? First stop is going to be the Summit in Houston.
Well, I love the Nuggets, but I just don't think they're a good enough road team to win another one in Utah.
Okay, so you're taking that one first. How about the Houston-Phoenix thing?
Well, Houston, I just think is going to win. I don't care what they say. I think Barkley is hurt. I don't think he's right, and he may play a great game, but he's going to do it on guts alone because something's wrong.
So this guy's looking at a Houston-Utah Western Conference Final. Nelly, it's been our pleasure, as always, to have you in the studio for a couple of nights. Thanks for being here. We're going to take it back to Chicago Stadium. Ron Thulin and Hubie Brown will wrap up the night right after this.
Headline News Sports Ticker updates basketball, so you'll always know the score.
Are you still drinking the old thing? Try the next thing, Powerade. With 33% more carbos than Gatorade and a taste you can really slam. Powerade, the next thing.
How many ways to make a collect call do you need? It's too complicated. Time for a collect call recall. Forget about
1-800-OPERATOR.
Or
1-800-COLLECT.
AT&T has a better way. All you need is 1-800-CALL-ATT. Dial it every time you make a collect call. It's new, it's simple. 1-800-CALL-ATT. One number. The lowest price for a collect call. Only from AT&T.
Your true voice.
You just spray it on. You just spray it on. New Quicksilver Wheel Cleaner from Armor All. Just spray it on, and then just spray it off. That's it? That's it. Quicksilver Wheel Cleaner.
Back home, Pepper Lewis was one of a kind.
How you doing?
But even in New York City, he stands out in a crowd. Woody Harrelson, Kiefer Sutherland, The Cowboy Way. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, June 3rd.
Oh, hi. You know, this week, all Goodyear Eagles for performance cars and all Goodyear Wranglers for light trucks are on sale. Heck, I think this says it all. On sale Wranglers, Eagles, Goodyear, all on.
June, the NBA Draft. August, Dream Team 2 at the World Championship of Basketball. And this fall, Sunday night NFL on TNT. When it's big-time sports, TNT comes to play.
NBA Playoffs on TNT are brought to you by Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. By Isuzu, makers of incredible four-wheel drives. And by Son of a Gun Protectant. Nothing works better on your car's vinyl, leather, and rubber.
Ewing and Starks combined for over half of New York's points, 46 to be exact, 44 to be exact, but they lose it, 93-79, forcing a Game 7 on Sunday. This could be our final visit to the old building, depending on what happens on Sunday. Chicago Stadium built for $7 million, 3 Stanley Cups, 3 NBA championships. Even presidents have been nominated here. Give me your memories as they move to the new building beginning next year.
Well, I came into the league in '73 as an assistant with the Milwaukee Bucks, and one of the thrills always, was to ride the 2-hour bus down here with Kareem and Oscar and the great teams coached by Larry Costello. And the thing that impressed you, first of all, the closeness of the people. A guy would yell at you from the rafters. You feel you could turn around and grab him by the tie. All right. Number 2, the organ, one of the great all-time organs that has ever been in any building. Then you had the rough and ready Mata Bulls when you're talking Sloan, Van Leer, Love, Walker, Boerwinkle. And then to have it go down and then come flying back at you with arguably the greatest player of all time in Michael Jordan. So we have been very fortunate over my 21 years. You know, this is a special place. It's warmth. We've had great games here, and it's always exciting to come into this building. But then again, we might not be back here next week.
That's right, because Game 7 is on Sunday. Quickly, your thoughts?
Well, I think that, once again, it's possible. Chicago can get it done. The Knicks must come out, take care of the basketball, and then take care of the defensive boards. I think we'll see a different type of offensive approach by the Bulls. They must show the world that they can put 4 quarters of offensive basketball together. The most points they have scored against New York in the playoffs in 3 games, 91 points, and they must shoot a high percentage.
And we will find out Sunday, because the Knicks lose it tonight. 93-79 the final. Coming up next inside the NBA with Fred Hickman and Mike Glad. Bulls win at 93-79, forcing a Game 7 Sunday afternoon in New York. For Hubie Brown and our entire crew in Chicago, I'm Ron Thulin. Thanks for watching, and good night, everybody.
The 2-year reign of a respected champion has come to an end. And now 2 new teams vie for the NBA title. Teams that have traveled vastly different paths in pursuit of this prize. For 3 memorable years, red and black were the colors of royalty in the NBA. One man was largely responsible for this exquisite run of sustained excellence. Now, in his first full season back from retirement, Michael Jordan has done what seemed impossible. He has added to his already exalted reputation. He led the Chicago Bulls to an historic regular season, and they've continued their run of superiority into the playoffs. Overshadowed by the Bulls' dominance, the Seattle SuperSonics got here by shaking off the specter of past failures. Now these Sonics step onto the NBA's biggest stage for the first time against a team many have already declared the best of all time. An assessment the Sonics could alter, but only by pulling off one of the greatest upsets in sports history. Game 1, next.
is the NBA on NBC. The 1996 NBA Finals.
And after 2 years away, the NBA Finals return to Chicago.
What time is it? Game time!
With the Bulls hosting these Seattle SuperSonics, haunted the last 2 years by first-round playoff failures, they have at last reached the finals, but tonight they find themselves in the unaccustomed role of underdog. The Chicago Bulls, intent on completing a unique basketball odyssey, greeted moments ago by their roaring fans, most of whom view title number 4 as a foregone conclusion. Hi again, everybody. I'm Bob Costas, and welcome to these NBA Finals. With due respect to the Seattle SuperSonics and apologies to their fans, the prevailing attitude in Chicago and through most of the country, really, is that these NBA Finals loom not so much as a competition as a coronation. It's up to the Sonics to change that impression tonight, to convince the Bulls and the basketball public that they have come here as true foes, not mere foils. What a strange position for a team as good as the Sonics to be in. A team that won 64 regular season games this year, a total seldom exceeded in NBA annals. A team that in other years, against other competition, might very well be regarded as the favorite to win it all. And yet the Chicago Bulls have been installed as 10-1 favorites in this series, which means that at least in that sense, this is viewed as the greatest mismatch in NBA Finals history. If that's so, then the Bulls are on the verge not just of a championship, but of the completion of one of the golden seasons in the history of American team sports. To be compared not just to the Lakers, Celtics, and Sixers of the past, but to the 1927 Yankees, to Shula's 17-0 Dolphins, or any other team from any other era you want to throw in there. All very interesting, and based on what the Bulls have done so far, all very valid. But let Seattle come in here and take one of these first 2 games. Well, then the Bulls won't be thinking so much about their place in history as about what next week and 3 straight games in Seattle might hold for them. That, as they say, is why they play these games. Tip-off for Game 1 is about 10 minutes away. Marv Albert, Matt Guokas, and Bill Walton will join us from courtside when we come back to the United Center right after this. Back in Chicago, a look down at the United Center just minutes before Game 1 of the NBA Finals, the Seattle SuperSonics and the Chicago Bulls. And as we prepare to send it to our game announcers, we note that this has been a big week in Chicago. First, the Olympic torch passed through the city on Monday, and then Princess Diana hit town yesterday, and in fact, she is the guest of honor at a charity gala going on at this very moment, which, other than the Bulls, is the talk of Chicago. And as those British tabloids have been quick to point out, this continues a curious pattern of Her Highness and Marv Albert turning up in the same city at the same time. A shocking rumor further fueled by tonight's events. Coincidence? You be the judge. Marvelous?
Yes, Bob, certainly capturing the flavor of the playoff excitement here in Chicago. But we are joined by broadcasting royalty. Matt Guokas, one-time head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers and the Orlando Magic. Bill Walton, Hall of Famer by way of UCLA, Portland, and Boston. On a night that Michael Jordan and the Bulls are hoping that this will be the very first step in putting the finishing touches on their record-breaking, remarkable season.
I think we all want to be on the positive side of history. I think so far we've been that, with 72 wins, all the consecutive winnings of games that we've won. But by no means do we want to do all that and then be the team that lose to the Seattle SuperSonics in the finals. And I'm pretty sure that'll be marked in history too. So that's one side of history we certainly don't want to be a part of. And I think that's part of the motivation for a lot of the guys, especially myself, to try to get this thing done.
And Matt, part of the motivation for Michael is just to add to that legend.
And Marv, he has come all the way back to best player and MVP status, and what a history in the NBA Finals. Turning back 3 future Hall of Famers. It was Magic Johnson and the Los Angeles Lakers in '91. Then Clyde Drexler and the Portland Trailblazers for their 2nd straight championship in '92. And then the three-peat against 1993's most valuable player, Charles Barkley, and the Phoenix Suns. Michael Jordan knows this drill very well, going for his 4th NBA title.
And guys, for the Seattle Sonics, it is not just getting to the NBA Finals. They feel that they can beat the Bulls, and they're upset by those who give them little chance in this series.
I think you get mad. I think you get upset. And everyone's saying it's going to be a sweep. And everyone's saying it's going to be 4-1. You know, in that case, you know, why the heck are we even here? You know, why even show up if everybody's going to think we're going to get swept? I mean, we could have been happy in the Western Conference Finals. But, you know, we think we're just as talented as Chicago is.
I think the pressure's on them. They got to come out. They say they're going to sweep us. Now they got to come out and try to play to that level. And I think that we're really relaxed right now, and we just come out and play.
Seattle relishes the role of the underdog. Now they're back to where they were against the two-time defending champion Houston Rockets, which they swept in an earlier round. Two of their key players that have got to come through in this series. Gary Payton, the defensive player of the year, who stripped Michael Jordan in the decisive game between these two teams in Seattle earlier this year. Gary Payton responsible for the collective psyche of these two teams. And then, of course, Sean Kemp, who has literally matured before our eyes the last 6 weeks. He'll be matched up against Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman with a new, interesting, and certainly colorful hairstyle today. Rodman will try to get into Sean Kemp's psyche throughout this game. Sean Kemp's responsibility is to play above that fray. Now, Seattle a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. It's their first time here, but they're here to win. And Marv, they are not interested in being the lunch meat for the Chicago Bulls championship celebration.
All right, Bill, and we are moments away. Coming up, it's Game 1, the Sonics and the Bulls, the NBA Finals Series, in a moment.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite. With a great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite, life is good. By Chrysler, leaders in innovative design and engineering. And by Castrol GTX, the most protection against volatility burn-off.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. And if you go by the numbers, a positive stat for fans of the Seattle Sonics. And now we're set for the introduction of the starting lineups. Here is the public address voice for the Chicago Bulls, Ray Clay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the United Center. Tonight, Game 1 of the NBA Finals is between the Seattle SuperSonics and your Chicago Bulls. Now, let's meet tonight's lineups. First, for the visiting Seattle SuperSonics, at one forward from Washington, 6'10", Detlef Schrempf.
Chicago's 4th NBA final appearance the past 6 years. Ahmad Rashad and Hannah Storm have worked the sidelines during the course of those 6 seasons, and they're with us tonight. Let's start with the dean, Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Mark. Phil Jackson has a way of firing up his team during the course of the season, and this past week he shows them movies. The movie he showed them was The King of Hearts, a 1966 French-Italian production, a movie about war, duress, and the insane world we live in. A story of a Scottish soldier in World War I who comes across a town populated by asylum escapees who look to crown him their king. Now, I talked to Michael Jordan about that. I said, what message was Phil sending? He said, well, the only message I can figure he was sending is that Phil has had way too much time between playoff games. So I guess they're prepared. So for the Seattle side of it, let's go down to Hannah.
Ahmad, much of the hype in this series has been about Defensive Player of the Year, Gary Payton guarding Michael Jordan. That is not what we're going to see early. Here's what the Sonics experimented with yesterday during practice. They're going to start Gary Payton on Scottie Pippen. That's to help keep Payton out of foul trouble early and help keep the Bulls from advancing the ball. When Payton handles it, when Pippen handles it, he's going to try to slow him down. That leaves an interesting mismatch in the backcourt. We've got 6'10" Detlef Schrempf, who will actually start the game on Michael Jordan. He has a height advantage over Jordan. He's going to need a lot of help. That is going to come from Hersey Hawkins, who's going to double off Ron Harper. That's what they've experimented with. We'll see how they execute it early. Mark?
All right, Hannah, the officials, Joe Crawford, Dan Crawford, Bennett Salvatore. Guys, how long do you think the matchup of Schrempf and Jordan will last?
In the half-court game, that can be effective because Schrempf has got so much size. He's 6'10". The question is, can he stay with Michael off the dribble? But nobody else can either. Seattle at this point is just experimenting.
Irvin Johnson, Luke Longley on the opening tip, and it's controlled by the Bulls. Pippen going right at Payton. Matchup that Hannah referred to. Now they double up on Jordan. Harper is open for 3. Yes.
Well, right away you see the strategy. They will come and double team Michael with Hersey Hawkins, just trying to get the ball out of his hands, and they're willing to let Ron Harper take that shot.
By Gary Payton being played by Ron Harper. Sean Kemp with the room.
And that's no surprise there. Luke Longley will try to match up with Sean Kemp as much as possible to absorb some of the contact to try to keep Dennis Rodman out of early foul trouble.
Luke Longley. And back come the Sonics. It's the Bulls 3 and the Sonics 2. We are just underway. Kemp getting position, although he faces the double team. Payton for 3. Schrempf able to run it down.
The key for Seattle, as always, is offense. Cut down on turnovers, get to the hoop and finish. Post up your forwards and attack the basket to set up your three-point game.
For the Chicago Bulls, it has been a long layoff, a spread of 8 days. Talking to Bulls players, they say they were just sick and tired of facing each other during practice sessions. Schrempf picks up that first foul.
Marvin, the first finals that I ever played in, we had an extremely long layoff 20 years ago when we played Philadelphia with Dr. J. We had swept the Lakers in the in the finals of the West and then waited for Philadelphia to get ready. It hurt us terribly the first 2 games. We got blown out.
And Jordan's first attempt went astray. The Bulls have not played since they eliminated Orlando on May the 27th. That was Monday, Memorial Day. And Kemp fires from deep. So Sean Kemp, who comes off the spectacular 7th and final game against Utah, is able to hit on his first 2 shots. The Sonics with a 4-3 lead. Jordan played by Kemp on the switch.
Terrific closeout by Sean Kemp.
Rodman has been more offensive-minded in the playoffs.
Well, so far, the quick, active defense of Seattle has the Bulls confused.
And Pippen lets it go. It will be Seattle possession.
Sean Kemp has this kind of range. It's not unusual for him to be able to drill this shot. The nice thing about it is he's attacking directly. There's no hesitation, no reluctance to put it up quickly. Size advantage for Pippen.
And Pippen shoots the 3. Air ball handled by Schrempf. Seattle, it is their first trip to the NBA Finals since they won the championship back in 1979. Here's Pippen for Harper. He beat Pippen and drew the foul.
This is what the Chicago Bulls do best from their defense. Whether it be a steal, whether it be a block shot or a rebound. This one started on the Luke Longley block, as in nobody really stopping Trent for putting any pressure, and a nice move by Hawkins without the ball. And Michael Jordan running the middle of the floor that time, and that's who Scottie Pippen was looking to. That drew Gary Payton in the middle and left that open lane for Ron Harper.
It looked like Gary Payton was trying to let him go, but the momentum of his body down low, Gary Payton can't waste any fouls.
They call him the Glove. Selected as the NBA's best defensive player this past regular season, although here in Chicago there was certainly much support for Scottie Pippen.
That's the only award that the Bulls didn't win. I thought Scottie should have won that award.
And Kemp has been unstoppable here in the early moments. 3 for 3 from the field.
Well, he's already hit those 2 outside jumpers, and then if he gets positioned like that in the paint, nobody will stop him.
Air ball hook shot, and the Bulls only 1 for their first 6. Johnson. Earvin Johnson getting down court, beating the Bulls, and the Sonics now lead 8-5.
Marv, terrific start for Seattle. Remember game 1 of the Orlando series, Chicago out 10-0 in the first game. Orlando never able to catch up the rest of the series.
Game of the season. In the game that Chicago lost to Seattle, he had game high of 21. In fact, a career high for Luke Longley, was looking to take advantage of the Sonics, who do not have a dominating center.
This is the first series in a long time that Luke Longley can say, hey, I'm the best one of everybody out here. He's been going against Alonzo Mourning, Patrick Ewing, Shaq. Now he comes up against a little-used Earvin Johnson and some guys who really play a lot in the perimeter. Longley should be able to capitalize.
Payton coming up short, but it's Kemp giving it back. And Kemp again is on the ball and is called for a charge. Offensive foul.
Well, offensive rebounding has been the strength of the Chicago Bulls all season long, mainly on the shoulders of Dennis Rodman. But so far, it's been the Seattle SuperSonics getting the extra shot opportunities. And talk about a guy getting into foul problems. That is Shawn Kemp, and George Karl does not want to see him pick up those cheap fouls early in the ballgame.
Jordan. So Michael has missed his first 2. The game is tied at 8. Here is Schrempf. Off the board.
The Sonics doing what they want to do in transition, getting out, putting the pressure on Chicago's defense to scurry back. The Bulls not used to that.
Longley. And a loose ball foul called against Chicago. It is on Rodman, who is sporting a new look.
They got an aid symbol, a peace symbol, and a Pearl Jam symbol on that haircut for Dennis Rodman.
And that is the first technical called on Dennis with the new look.
Now, Dennis obviously not happy with that call. He felt he had inside position underneath the backboard, and when that whistle blew, he looked like the most confused guy in the world and took a long look at the trail official, Joe Crawford, as Rodman pushing and shoving on the back of Shawn Kemp, which Dennis does quite a bit. He felt he would have to push a lot harder than that to get a foul this early.
So it's the Sonics with a 9-8 lead. Gary Payton has missed his first 4 shots, being played by Ron Harper, who has been just superb defensively throughout the playoffs. Now Kemp putting the move on. Rejected by Longley.
Detlef Schrempf's post-entry passes are too slow. Got to pass sharper than that.
Longley, very active here at the start. That's his second bucket, and it's the Bulls by 1. 5 minutes gone by in this first quarter. Schrempf played by Pippen. And the matchup is Jordan guarding Hawkins. Schrempf with the screen. Schrempf checking the clock. Illegal defense called for the first time against the Bulls. And a timeout is being indicated with 6:32 remaining. In this opening quarter, it's the Bulls with a 10-9 lead.
Well, Luke Longley has been very active. Both ends of the floor looked like he was clearly beaten by Shawn Kemp, but recovering to get his second block and then running the floor beautifully to finish off on the fast break.
Well, for the Bulls, it has been a magical season, a record-breaking 72 up, 10 down, but they feel to a man that it will not mean a thing unless they go all the way and win the title. We talked about this with Michael Jordan earlier and asked what's the greatest fear in going into this series against the Sonics.
My greatest fear is to take this team for granted and listen to a lot of the media expectations and speculations. I think we know that Seattle can play the game of basketball. No matter how much they may put us above Seattle, I think we have to be very, very cautious that this team could come out. All they need to do is win one game here, and next thing you know, we got to play 3 games in Seattle where they're stronger. So I think that's a danger. That's one of my, I guess, nervousness about this game and about being at home. That's added pressure.
Yes, several of Michael's teammates talked about the added pressure as Jordan comes up with the block on Hawkins.
Again, the size of the Bulls guard, something that the Sonics haven't had to face in their earlier rounds.
And Jordan draws the foul. Foul committed by Hawkins.
It's not only the size of the Bulls guards, it's also the lack of execution by the Seattle SuperSonics. If they have one weak spot, it is in that half-court execution. Slow developing play. Hersey forced to force that shot.
Start. Usually when Longley gets to it offensively, it is in the first quarter, but there's no question here it is part of the game plan against Irvin Johnson.
And Marv, Ahmad was telling us that he talked to Longley at the break, and Longley said that long layoff really helped those sore, aching knees.
And the foul is called on Luke Longley. Shawn Kemp will go to the line. It's the second team foul committed by Chicago. Seattle has 4.
Well, Irvin Johnson's job is to protect the lane against other players, and he is getting drawn away from the basket. Luke Longley making the fundamental move. Cut to the open area, his teammates are finding him.
When was that time you saw Luke Longley come show you the ball, tuck it down? He's been watching his teammates. He's learned a lot from playing with Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan.
Irvin Johnson, 3-year man from New Orleans, now going to the bench. Replaced by Sam Perkins. This has been the pattern. Johnson will start. He started 60 games during the regular season, but Perkins will get most of the minutes.
And Mark, Phil Jackson Field, he told me before the game that he thinks that the Sam Perkins-Tony Kukoc matchup is going to determine this series. Which one could lead their bench to the greatest performance?
Well, Michael Jordan with his first field goal. And the Bulls now lead 14-10.
And right now, Dennis Rodman will match up against Sam Perkins, who will try to keep Rodman as far away from the basket as possible.
The steal by Pippen.
Terrible pass by Peyton. You got to move your feet and step through. That's a bad matchup with Rodman on Perkins for Chicago.
Pippen for 3. Scottie Pippen earlier in the playoffs having his problems from downtown, but seemed to straighten things out in that 4th game against Orlando. Meanwhile, the Sonics have missed their last 5 shots. The Bulls are up 17-10.
Harper's really slowing down Gary Payton on the advance of the ball.
Open shot for Perkins for 3. Sam Perkins deadly from 3-point range.
Well, you mentioned it, Bill. Dennis Rodman left to go help out Luke Longley. You can't do that when you're watching Perkins, and Dennis dropped his head right away. He knew that Perkins had that long look at an easy 3 for him.
Jordan, yes. Michael Jordan missed his first 2. He's hit his last 2, and the Bulls are up by 6.
Marv Dettlersham doesn't have the foot speed or quickness to jam Jordan on the perimeter. Beautiful entry pass. Dunk that ball. Finish.
The 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this first quarter. It's game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Sonics and the Bulls. Longley on the rebound and draws the foul. Foul committed by Edward Flint. That is his second. And George Karl looking down the bench and pointing at Vincent Askew. Nate McMillan also getting set to check in. Nate, a question mark because of the back problem. In fact, I'm told took a shot of cortisone in the back the second time he has done so, and he's going to give it a shot here. He said if he does not feel well, could take a couple of games off. And here comes Nate McMillan, co-captain of the Sonics, so important to this team. This is the scene moments ago back in the Seattle locker room. He was on the treadmill, also did some stretching, looking to get ready.
Marv, talking to Nate and knowing him throughout his long and really terrific career, there's something really wrong with that back. If it's not getting better with all the expert treatment he's been getting, there's something seriously wrong there. He needs a lot more time than just a day or two's rest.
Now Jordan going against Payton. Goes to the fadeaway. Oh, he wanted that shot. He wanted Gary Payton.
As soon as he had a one-on-one, he waved everybody out of there, and he wanted to go. And not a bad job by Gary Payton. He forced Michael out just a little bit further than he likes to be on that fadeaway jump shot. But Michael's eyes lit up when he saw Payton there. He wanted a piece.
So Jordan, after the slow start, has hit his last 3 of the Bulls lead by 9. Welcome back to Chicago. Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, Bill Walton, Ahmad Rashad, and a Storm. 3:18 remaining in this opening quarter, and the Bulls with a 17-5 run the last 5 minutes, now lead at 22-13. And you can see Chicago's balanced scoring led by Luke Longley.
Well, Phil Jackson's biggest concern with the 9-day layoff was conditioning, and the Bulls did look a little sluggish coming out, but it certainly has not hurt their early shooting. As a team, 8 for 16 from the field.
Seattle's defense is fine. That's their constant. Their offense is struggling. They've only got 13 points. They've got to finish stronger at the hoop.
Steve Kerr has come on for the first time for the Bulls. Here's Perkins to the fadeaway and rebounded by Pippen.
When you're behind early, you can't start thinking about shooting fadeaways. You got to turn, get to the hoop, get to the foul line.
Open shot for Pippen for 3. And Payton able to race it down. Nate McMillan met by Steve Kerr, and a reach-in called on Luke Longley. For Longley, his second.
Well, the Sonics do such a terrific job of running the floor. We saw it at the beginning of the game. Even Irvin Johnson, not really an offensive threat, but he runs, he sprints, which makes the defense work extra hard. And Sean Kemp, one of the best in the business at the big forward position at running the floor, and that time making Luke Longley work even harder.
But even though Luke Longley's got 3 fouls and now on the bench for Tony Kukoc, this is when the Bulls get even better by going small. Just 2 fouls for Luke Longley, excuse me.
And here's Askew with his first shot attempt. So Askew from downtown. Vincent Askew in his 7th NBA season out of Memphis State. Not noted for his shooting. Excellent complementary type player. Very tough defensively. Tony Kukoc has come on for the first time for Chicago. It's the Bulls by 6 as we come up on 2 minutes to go in this first quarter. Kukoc checking the shot clock. And Kerr fires from way downtown.
2 minutes to play the first quarter.
Last touched by Jordan. That was even out of Steve Kerr's normal range.
Had to put it up, forced on the shot clock. Now Steve Kerr, Bill Jackson, very concerned as to where he can find time. He thinks he can get it against McMillan, who doesn't have much quickness.
Nice move by Perkins, but could not convert.
Well, you know Perkins can shoot from the perimeter. He's got a post game as well, but you don't normally see him put it on the floor and get to the hoop that easily.
3 on 2, but the Bulls got back. Minute and a half left. First quarter, here's Kemp. Sean Kemp on fire, 4 of 6 here in the first quarter, and he has 9 points. So a 4-point advantage for Chicago. And off the boards, they are now even. Rodman leading the way with 6. Missing the 3. And back comes Kemp. And Kemp looked to go all the way, but stripped by George. Rebound, Kukoc. Kukoc twisting his way in midair. And it's the Bulls with a 6-point lead.
Turnovers for Seattle. Chicago is terrific at turning those turnovers into points. They utilized everything that time, including the offensive glass.
Rodman tried to front Kemp and did break it up. Rodman fortunate to get a piece of the ball. So Kemp turned it over for the second time. Pippen on the offensive glass. Kerr passed on the 3 and then blocked by Kemp. Here comes Payton, but Rodman is back. 20 seconds to go in the quarter. And now George Karl says reset.
Seattle's big men are not running the floor. They're the ones that appear to be the more fatigued team.
Final seconds of the quarter. Payton on the pull-up. Rebound, Kemp. That is the end of the first quarter. The Bulls, after a slow start, able to regroup. And after one, they lead by 6. Kemp with 9. George 3 of 6 from the field. So Michael with 6 points. We'll be back here at the United Center in a moment.
This is the NBA on NBC, the 1996 NBA Finals.
Well, in the first quarter, the matchup has been Dennis Rodman going against Shawn Kemp right throughout. We asked Shawn, can Rodman defend you one-on-one?
I don't think anybody really can defend an NBA player offensively one-on-one. I think what Dennis does is plays great position defense. And, you know, I've watched him a little bit this playoffs, and he's frustrated a lot of players, and we're getting under their skin. So I think the thing you have to tell yourself is that you know Dennis is going to be Dennis. That's his game. That is his game to frustrate people. So, you know, I have to be the man that just walk off and run down court and kind of let some things slide here. You know, I have a mission. I'm on a mission and see something that's at the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel. So I can't let a little scratch or claw, his pulling on the jerseys or anything like that, you know, throw me out my game because, you know, this time of the season, you can't go through that.
And Shawn Kemp had an excellent first quarter, 9 points, hitting 4 of 6 from the field. 3-point shot went astray, and the tip is put home. So the Bulls now lead 24-20. Sam Perkins getting a piece of it.
Gary Payton off to a very slow start offensively. 0 for 6 from the field, 0 points. I'd post up Shawn Kemp against Dennis Rodman. Take Dennis inside, punish him.
And here is Kukoc. Tony just beating the 24, and the Bulls now lead by 6. It's been a difficult time emotionally for Gary Payton dealing with his sister's suicide attempt. Shawn Kemp now with 11 points, although we can certainly understand him being affected as he was. He admitted that he was having problems in Game 6 against Utah.
Marv, I talked to Gary just this morning. He said all that's behind him. Everything is fine. The family is together and safe. Gary said if it was a more serious problem, he would not be here.
Minute and a half gone by in the second quarter. Bulls with the ball, and they lead by 4. Foul against the Bulls. Offensive foul. So the Sonics get it back. Now they say 3-second violation.
Well, the Bulls are doing their work on the offensive boards, getting second chance opportunities. Already 5 offensive rebounds, but really not taking advantage of it, not converting them into baskets. But yet, this is going to be a big factor throughout this series, how well the Sonics do in the rebounding department with Chicago.
For the Bulls, their first turnover on that 3-second call. Nice move by Payton. And for Gary Payton, it is his first field goal. It brings the Sonics within 2.
Phil Jackson just looked down the bench at his assistant coaches. He said, that's why I put Randy Brown in there to stop that.
Pippen got inside and then able to hit on the follow.
With this lineup, Gary Payton should not be playing against Scottie Pippen. There's short guards for Chicago. Askew and Payton can take advantage there.
The steal as Kukoc was able to knock it away. Michael Jordan getting a rest here at the start of the second quarter. Brown and Kerr in the backcourt. Kukoc, Rodman and Pippen up front. Kukoc, a bit too strong. And back comes Nate McMillan.
Nice box out Askew on Rodman.
Perkins, yes, and it counts. A beautiful move going right at Dennis Rodman. For Rodman, his second foul. And the Bulls now lead by 2.
Sam Perkins can score from three-point land, can score in the post. When you go right at Dennis Rodman, it doesn't give him a chance to be first-team All-NBA defense. Phil.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser, official sponsor of the 1996 Olympic Summer Games. This Bud's for you. By Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered.
Well, the Lovables with a snappy number inspired by Dennis Rodman's persona. Catchy tune, too. And there is Dennis sitting down after collecting his second foul. 7 rebounds to lead the way. Sean Kemp is the high man of the game with 11 points. Sam Perkins with 7 points in his 8 minutes of playing time.
Remember in the Houston series when Coach Rudy Tomjanovich said that Sam Perkins is an impossible matchup. If you put a big man on him, he takes him outside, draws him away from the basket. You put a smaller man on him, he can punish you inside. And when he used that impossible matchup phrase, all Sam's teammates have been kidding him ever since. Here's a guy averages 12 points a game, impossible matchup. And Sam has that low-key demeanor, but has really developed into a very strong locker room leader for this team.
He'll need to play huge minutes in this series. Remember Sam, a long-time veteran, the only member of this Seattle team with championship experience from the '91 Finals Lakers when Sam was playing with Magic Johnson.
And a college teammate of Michael Jordan at North Carolina. Seattle in the midst of a 14-6 run since the Bulls led by 9. That over the last 6.5 minutes. And the Bulls lead now is 1. Jordan is back on the floor, as is Harper. Judd Bushler has come on for the first time for Chicago.
George Karl could not have drawn it up any better, Marv, that time. Get it out of Jordan's hand, make Bushler and Harper play with it on the weak side.
And it is Bushler trying to defend on Perkins, and the foul is called.
And when all that double teaming is going on, it really puts your defense in jeopardy on second shots. But so far, we've seen Vincent Askew do a terrific job boxing people out, getting a body on people, and then even if he doesn't get the rebound, one of his teammates does.
3.5 gone by, second quarter. And Chicago up 28-27. Here's Askew. And he's fouled by Bushler, a hacking call. So Bushler with a quick 2, and Askew will head to the line.
Marv, Seattle has completely turned it around on the offensive end. They were down 22-13. Now they have a chance to take the lead here. Chicago struggled when Jordan was out. Pippen could not carry the load. Payton has stayed in the whole way and settled down his offensive team.
And you look at the Chicago lineup right now. Of course, Michael Jordan is back in there with Tony Kukoc. They're going to have to carry much of the offensive load right now. And as you mentioned, well, you can afford to double team right now. Other than Bill Wennington, nobody really a sharp perimeter shooter.
And Scottie Pippen only 2 of 7 from the field. The Bulls have hit just 3 of the last 14, and you can sense the impatience of this capacity crowd here at the United Center. The poor shooting continues by Chicago. Perkins with the good look and hits again. A 3 for Hawkins. He now has 11 points, and he has led the Sonics to a 4-point lead.
Big men who can run the floor, shoot the ball from the perimeter in transition. Very difficult to stop for this current Bull lineup.
Askew called for the holding foul as Jordan looked to make his move.
In transition, Gary Payton will find Sam Perkins. Looked like Sam had to shuffle his feet to get his balance there, but he's feeling the rhythm so well. Just put it up there every time.
Well, Phil Jackson not pleased, as you might expect, and he's taken a timeout. 7:43 to go in the first half. Seattle 5-4. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Chicago. Seattle in the midst of a 19-6 run to take a 4-point lead. Let's check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
In the Seattle huddle, Marv, George Karl telling his team he wants to continue to see a crowd around Michael Jordan because he said Jordan is not looking to pass. He's looking to win this thing on his own. They're down by 4, Marv.
And as you say that, Michael unleashes from 3-point range.
Well, in the last series in the conference final against Orlando, every time Phil Jackson called on Bushler, Steve Kerr, Bill Wennington, Randy Brown, they produced in short minutes. So far, they have not gotten it. Phil has gone back to his starters.
And it was way back in Game 4 on May the 27th against Orlando that Jordan was able to hit the 45 points to lead the Bulls over the Magic.
But Mark, this is a shot out of the triangle offense, which Phil Jackson tells us he wants Michael to stay in because it makes it so much more difficult for George Karl's trapping defense to be effective if he's in the offense as opposed to just the isolation plays.
Bulls foul called on Hopper. Gary Payton. He missed his first 6. He's hit his last 2, and the Sonics now lead by 3 points. Just under 7 minutes to go in this first half. Luke Longley. And the rebound gathered in by Gary Payton. Payton and Hawkins in the backcourt. Trent, Kemp, Askew on the front line, and it's an offensive foul. Rodman hits the deck, and it's called on Trent. So for Detlef, that is number 3.
Not a good performance to open up this series by Detlef Schrempf. He has not scored yet. An obvious offensive foul. He's not moving his feet enough. He's not trying to go around guys. He's not quick to the glass, and certainly not getting the job done defensively on Jordan.
Otherwise, a fine day for Detlef. All right, here's Longley. 10 points for Longley.
It looks like Luke picked up something from Shaquille in that last series. He dipped that left shoulder and just wiped the defender out of there.
Sonics by 1 as we come up on 6 minutes to go. First half, they double up on Perkins.
Seattle has to move more when that ball goes into the post on the perimeter.
3-point attempt by Hawkins. And the ball will go back to Chicago.
Well, Seattle has a real bad tendency as the ball is temporarily stuck. We'll have to get Jordan to see if he can get that off the top of the glass there. I know Wilt would walk out and say, I can get that one.
I go to the old schoolyard, throw another basketball at it, and Scottie Pippen has the right idea. And that appreciated by the official, Danny Crawford.
Wilt not in attendance tonight, but certainly Bill Russell is.
One of the all-time greats and the former general manager and coach of the Seattle SuperSonics, Bill Russell on hand. Hopper. 7 points for Hopper. And the Bulls take a 1-point lead.
Luke Longley is the Chicago Bulls offense.
Yes, Longley with 10.
And the nice assist to Harper that time.
Yes. Sean Kemp with 13 points. He's had the touch. 6 of 8 from the field, and the Sonics by 1. Jordan and Harper at the guards. Pippen, Longley, and Rodman up front. Jordan for 3. He hesitated. He was not going to take that shot.
Seattle has so many players, Marv, who can play big against Jordan physically. Askew, Hawkins, Payton, and of course McMillan, if he's healthy enough.
Pippen on the glass. Rebound stuffed by Hopper.
Askew in particular has been doing an outstanding job of getting his body on Chicago shirts and keeping them off the glass, but that time nobody found Ron Harper. They're not concerned about what Ron Harper's doing at the offensive end.
And Ron Harper has been doing it. 9 points for Hawkins. Nice move off the dribble by Hersey Hawkins for his first field goal. The Sonics 38 and the Bulls 37. Pippen changed his mind.
Hawkins needs that sort of response. He cannot let Chicago come at him at one end and then just passively play on the offensive end.
Hersey will bounce back in Game 7 against Utah after the 0 for 8 and a tough time against Jeff Hornacek in Game 6. To the fadeaway. And here comes Payton in the open floor. Going right at Harper. And a foul call. It's a block. You can hear the reaction from the crowd. Joe Crawford with the quick call on that blocking foul.
Well, Gary Payton loves to push the basketball, and generally his team is running lanes with him. This time he looked around, he didn't see any friends of his, decided he was going to try to create something out of nothing. I think got bailed out on the call somewhat here as he just threw that shoulder into Ron Harper.
Ron Harper not in good defensive position. Looked like he was just trying to take a charge, and oftentimes the referees, when they see a player bailing out and just trying to take advantage of a tough roll. Horrible pass by Sam
Perkins surprising Kemp. Pippen draws the foul.
Marv, Seattle has not been feeding the ball to Shawn Kemp well. There's been tough passes up around his head area, down around his feet. Get him the ball in his triple threat position. Give him some space. Let him get moving out there. Help your teammates out.
And that is contributed to the turnover total by Kemp. Seattle with 8 turnovers in this first half. Chicago with just 1. Sonics with a 1-point lead. It's Game 1 of the NBA Finals Series. Game 2 here in Chicago on Friday night. And on NBC starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And then the scene will shift to the Key Arena in Seattle. Game 3 Sunday night starting at 7:30 Eastern time. Game is tied at 39. Askew firing the 3. Rodman lost it and then recovered and calls the timeout. 20-second timeout requested by the Bulls. Well, looking back at the regular season, the Bulls and the Sonics met on 2 occasions. Back in November at Seattle, the Bulls were able to jump out to a 13-point halftime lead. In fact, the Bulls built an 18-point lead before Shawn Kemp and Gary Payton led the Sonics back to combining for 51 points in a 97-92 Seattle victory. They met again in January here in Chicago, and it was the Bulls led by Michael Jordan, 35 points and 14 rebounds, 29 from Scottie Pippen, as the Bulls dealt the Sonics their worst loss of the regular season, 113-87. The Bulls shot 60% from the field in the game, while the Sonics only 36%. What is vivid in the mind, though, of Michael Jordan in that loss to Seattle, in a critical situation, he was stripped down the stretch by Gary Payton.
Gary Payton just took it right away from him. Jordan going for the game winner. And how about the fact that Scottie Pippen missed 6 straight free throws in the last 2 minutes in the game at Seattle.
3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this first half. Seattle has done it off bench. 16-4. Sparked by Perkins. And Longley will head to the line. Luke Longley, to this point, has outscored Michael Jordan. He'll be looking for points 11 and 12. Substitution for Seattle, the veteran Frank Brakowski in his 12th NBA season out of Penn State, a bruising-type player who could touch a nerve with Dennis Rodman has checked in for the first time.
Well, Frank, being a wise old veteran, knows all the tricks, knows how to use those forearms and elbows and the strong lower body around the basket. And I'm sure we'll get tangled up with Dennis Rodman at some point, if not today, some other one.
I think it'd be a good idea because Rodman's already got the 1 technical. Try to get another one. Try to get him ejected. Use some of Rodman's own antics against himself.
Bill with that National Hockey League mentality. The Bulls 41-39 over the Sonics. And some pressure being shown by Chicago.
Seattle has to attack this press. You can't just let them come up and make you take so much time off the shot clock.
Here's the double on Kemp, and a traveling violation is called. Another Seattle turnover. It is their 9th. Timeout taken. 2:56 to go in the first half. Reminder coming up on the Prudential halftime report. Bob Costas will be talking live with the Phoenix Suns' Charles Barkley. Charles, of course, played in the finals against Michael Jordan and the Bulls back in 1993, a series won by Chicago in 6. And Charles's name has been mentioned of late in trade talks. Good friend Danny Ainge will eventually coach the Phoenix Suns. That a recent development. We'll get his reaction to that coming up at halftime. Bob Costas, Julius Erving on the Prudential halftime report.
Seattle doing an outstanding job on the glass. Vincent Askew and Sam Perkins have made major contributions off the bench.
Trying to flip it up with the running hook. Bulls with a 41-39 lead. 2.5 remaining in this first half. Brikowski pace on the 3, and then heaves it back the other way at an ocean to a drive lane. Hawkins able to knock it down. Hersey Hawkins has tied the game at 41.
That rebounding stat is a big one and will be throughout this series, but so far the Sonics with their big problem with turnovers, 9 to Chicago's 1.
Well, Michael Jordan took the hit. Frank Brikowski looking to brace the fall of Jordan, who wanted no part of it.
So they ran the backdoor play for Jordan. Jordan got away with the push-off on Hawkins. I'm surprised Hawkins didn't complain a little bit more on that push-off and get Jordan open. But that's really Jordan's initial opportunity inside tonight. Seattle has done a very good job of keeping him on the perimeter, and with Gary Payton able to jam up with Vincent Askew as well, forcing Jordan to stay in the perimeter. That could work well for Seattle.
And we get the whistle, a pushing foul on Luke Longley. That is his 3rd. Bulls are now over the foul limit.
So careless here. First of all, Shawn Kemp just a little bit late there in stepping in. You got to step up the lane. Luke Longley taking advantage of. You never want to pick up a foul like that when you already have 2 when you're down in the closing minutes of the half.
So Shawn Kemp to the line. He's 2 of 2 from the line. Kemp hitting the huge free throws in game number 7. Here comes John Sally, replacing Luke Longley. 12 points for Longley. His playoff career high is 14. So the Sonics now lead by 1. Shawn Kemp, game 7 against Utah, 10 of 11 at the free throw line. Sonics by 1 with just under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here's the double team on Jordan, who's able to beat it, and that is fouled. Oh, Rodman and Brikowski had words. Oh, you can see it coming.
And as you mentioned before, Mark and Bill, Dennis Rodman has to be very careful already with that first technical foul. Any kind of talking or 2 players getting together like that, and he will get whistled for that second and be tossed.
It's absurd that Dennis Rodman can walk around acting like, look what they're doing to me. They're hitting me. They're pushing me. Dennis Rodman initiates all that stuff. Rodman inside there, just keeps walking right into Brikowski. Elbows, arms all tied up. Innocent victim, Dennis.
Michael Jordan, 2 of 3 at the line, and now has 12 points. It's the Bulls by 1. Light pressure this time by Chicago, handled by Seattle. And that is turnover number 5 for Sean Kemp.
Well, Sean led the league during the regular season, averaging 4 a game, and 4 throughout the playoffs so far, already over his average in just the first half.
And that's 10 in all for Seattle. Chicago with just 1.
Sean Kemp's not moving around the defenders. He's just trying to go through them or over them. That won't work.
And Joe Crawford says, stay right here, and Dennis Rodman could be losing it. Now he's applauding the call. Rodman was about to get involved and then walked away.
Joe Crawford is going to call a flagrant foul here on Frank Brickowski.
So Dennis Rodman, who has had his ups and downs at the line, is able to hit the first for his first point of the night.
Brickowski looking to box out, looking to keep Rodman off, but just moved over with the forearm, with the elbow to the upper midsection. Very dangerous play, uncalled for.
And now Judd Bushler replaces Dennis Rodman. The conversation continues. And a technical has been called on Brickowski. Brickowski. Apparently Joe Crawford feels that the intent of Brickowski was to instigate something against Rodman. Brickowski now walking in the direction of a couple of Bulls, and he's joined by a security man and is ushered back to the locker room.
And he got a couple of parting shots to referee Joe Crawford, and then one final parting shot to, I'm sure, Jack Haley sitting on the bench.
Absolutely uncalled for situation by Brickowski, who's a good, skilled basketball player who sometimes gets too caught up in the physical aspect of the game. But he gets a flagrant foul and then 2 technicals. We're going to just see a parade to the line for Chicago. And Seattle worked so hard to get back in this game offensively. Now Chicago with a chance to open it up a bit here.
Well, as you said earlier, Bill, I don't think there's any question that Brickowski was trying to get that second technical called on Dennis Rodman. There's no argument. Of course, George Karl can't be happy with this, but he did not put up any fire regarding that call. This foul on Wingate, who just checked in. David Wingate, who may see more action. Actually, he'd have to see more than he did against Utah. Played a total of 7 minutes in that Utah series, but the feeling is that we might see more of Wingate, perhaps defending against Jordan.
That's just another weapon. Give him as many looks as possible. But why would Brickowski, after he gets a flagrant foul, why would he even say anything? Just walk away and start the next play.
Free throw parade has provided a 6-point lead for the Bulls. And here's some pressure. Now the Bulls drop back, and Kemp is able to make his way down court, and then is hit on a reach-in by Sally.
Marv, Chicago would love to have Sean Kemp bring the ball up against the press every single time.
Yeah, George Karl must have his heart in his throat. Sean already with 5 turnovers and just so loose and at times careless with the basketball.
The Rain Man of the Rain Country, Sean Kemp, 4-time All-Star. At 26, he's an NBA veteran at an age when most players just getting their feet wet. He entered the NBA at 19 years of age.
And he knows where that foul line is. 4th in the league this year, and going to the free throw line, and 4th it makes.
Bulls with the ball and a 4-point lead. And Jordan is being guarded by Wingate. Jordan to the front. So Michael has opened it up. He has 18 points, and the Bulls lead by 6.
Seattle play the clock here to go 2 for 1. But Phil Jackson and the Bulls know that Seattle does not have a shot blocker.
Sally looking for the steal is called for the reach-in.
Once you get by the perimeter defense, which is terrific for Seattle, Gary Payton can't control him, can't keep him in the corner, but there's nobody up top. There's nobody coming from the weak side to knock something down.
But classic execution on that pick and roll. Jordan got a good screen from John Sally and made sure he cleared the pick and took that defender away, able with his quickness to find that little seam and get in the basket. And Michael knows that if he pulls up, he's going to get double teamed. So that's why he's playing on the perimeter right now. He's going to get more opportunities to do that. Take it to the hoop.
That looked like Luke Longley swooping to the hoop.
Yes.
Bulls 51-46 over the Sonics. Kukoc for three. And it's rebounded by Hawkins. Good box out. Down to a half minute remaining in this first half. Wingate fired it up and was fortunate to draw the charge on Kukoc.
Marv, Seattle's weak side rebounding has really improved. Early in the game, Chicago was getting offensive second opportunities, but Wingate in transition takes it to the hoop, and Kukoc not in proper position, again bailing out, trying to take charges. Those calls have gone against the defender all game long.
David Wingate in his 10th NBA season out of Georgetown, acquired from Charlotte as part of that Hersey Hawkins Kendall Gill trade. He's also played for Philadelphia, San Antonio, and Washington. Steve Kerr for John Sally. Sally picking up the 2 fouls.
It's really good to see two teams who are obviously outstanding defensive teams, the 2 best in the league, and love to run from their defense. They'll look to fast break, they'll look to push it up, look for scoring opportunities in transition.
Well, the Bulls led by as many as 9. They're up by 3. And he'll go to the line with 18 and 2/10 seconds remaining in this first half. Foul on Kemp, that is his second.
This is the second backdoor opportunity that the Bulls have gotten out of their triangle offense. The first one was Jordan. He ended up getting fouled. This time, the poor defensive footwork by Seattle, not opening up to the ball, having no idea that the pass was even coming. Chicago so outstanding in their set offense, their execution. The #1 rule when they cut you off, backdoor and get to the hoop.
Well, the floor is spread for the closing of the quarter type of offense, and you rarely see give and go basketball anymore. Everything is either going to be post up or pick and roll, but with the floor spread, you can get those opportunities. Kemp fell asleep on the play.
All right, the Bulls 14 of 16 at the line in the second quarter, and here's pressure by Chicago, leading to the foul. It is on Jordan. That is his first. Got a glimpse of Bill Wennington making his first appearance of the first half. So Phil Jackson going through his litany of centers. Longley, the starter, then John Sally, and now Bill Wennington. Jackson's Bulls up by 5 with 15 seconds remaining first half. The NBA Coach of the Year, Phil Jackson, who likes to get his points in a subtle fashion. He's been referring to Seattle's superb defense as a zone defense. Every time the word defense comes up, it's preceded by zones, certainly angling for some illegal defensive calls, and Seattle led the NBA in that department.
I thought he was calling it a Zen
yes,
defense.
That may be. Very good, Matt, working on that for several days.
Well, Phil Jackson trying to paint a big picture of what's happening here. But when Seattle is illegal, they aren't called for it.
They have yet to be called for one in the first half. Final seconds of the half. Down to 5 seconds. Kukoc backs to three-point territory. And Bennett Salvatore comes in to make the call with 2 and 2/10 seconds to go in the half. Double foul on Wingate and Jordan.
Michael Jordan trying to get to the offensive glass, and David Wingate trying to hold him off, and the officials very quick to get in there and make this double foul call. Michael really creating havoc in there, getting the best of that matchup right there.
So they will jump it up. Irvin Johnson and Scottie Pippen on the jump. And they will do it again.
I things starting to get very chippy right now. Michael Jordan senses that the Seattle SuperSonics trying to get their pops in whenever they can. He's been hand fighting and battling with Askew and Wingate on this tip.
Just 2 2/10 seconds remaining in the first half. And that'll do it. That is waved off. So Sean Kemp, high man for Seattle with 18. Michael Jordan with 18-12 of his 18 in the second quarter. A physical second quarter. The Bulls are up by 5. Bob Costas and the Prudential halftime report right after these messages.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential. Live well, make a plan, be your own rock.
Halftime of Game 1 at the United Center with the Bulls leading the Sonics 53-48. Michael Jordan, after a slow start, has 18 points. Sean Kemp, who started hot, has that same total at halftime, 18 for the Sonics. But both Scottie Pippen and Gary Payton have shot poorly. Both are 2 for 8. Hi, everybody. Bob Costas. I'll be joined by Julius Erving in our next segment, and we'll talk about this first half. But right now, we have a chance to talk with Charles Barkley. So far, this has been a very nice run in season number 12 in the NBA for Barkley. A good year for him, his best since winning the league MVP in 1993. That year, Charles took the Suns to the NBA Finals against Michael Jordan and the Bulls. They lost in 6, as you recall. A member of the original Dream Team, Barkley will be making his second appearance in the Olympics just over 6 weeks from now in Atlanta. Charles joins us now from his home just outside Phoenix. You know, Charles, it seems like we have this conversation sometime during the NBA Finals every year, and this is the first time in the last 3 that we haven't been talking to an injury-plagued Charles Barkley who was at least considering retirement. Now, as I understand it, you're thinking of another 2 or 3 years.
I don't know if I'm taking up another 2 or 3, but I'd definitely like to play at least 1 more.
Will that 1 more be in Phoenix? Because there's serious talk that, considering your age, 33, and the fact that Phoenix may want to retool their ball club and you have the highest trade value, that you could be somewhere else.
Well, more than likely, I have played my last game for the Phoenix Suns. I just don't like the fact the way things have been going. I think they've showed me no respect, and it would be hard, I mean very hard. They're a great organization. I've enjoyed my 4 years here, but I can't honestly say I could come back to work here after they've shopped me around all summer and give 110%.
Why do you say they've shown you no respect? I could understand you're wanting to go to a different team at this stage of your career, but isn't it the Suns' prerogative to check and see what your trade value is?
No, I don't think so. I feel like I have earned a certain amount of respect, and I don't like the way they're doing it. I feel like I've given them 110% for 4 years, and I don't look at myself as a piece of meat. I think they could have came to me and said, hey, we got to retool the team, and that would be fine. But I know they've been shopping me for the last year, and it's not my fault. They're the one who traded away all my good players, and I feel bad. I feel bad for the fans of Phoenix, but I don't think I should have to pack up and move my family and at 33 and only want to play one or 2 more years, and I don't think that's right at all.
You're coming off your best season since the MVP year. You have more games played, more minutes per game, and more points per game than at any time since the 92-93 season. So obviously, at least in the short run, you would have great value to a contender. Among the teams mentioned are the Knicks, the Pacers, the Rockets. Assuming that's valid, would you have a preference among those 3?
Well, if I got an opportunity to play with, if I play again, it's going to have to be an ideal scenario. I'm going to have to be with some really good players, guys who really want to win the championship, and that would be best for me. I don't want to rebuild. I don't want to play on a mediocre team. There's only like 5 or 6 really good teams in the NBA. And if I could play for the championship, that's the only goal I have left to accomplish. I wish it could be here in Phoenix, but they've just done a bad job with our team. And I feel bad because these people here deserve a championship. But one of those 3 teams, New York or Houston, Indiana, would be ideal. But it'd have to be perfect.
In a sense, Charles, are you trying to ensure that you're going to be traded by saying provocative things about the Suns' management, or do you consider that such a foregone conclusion it doesn't matter what you say?
Well, I'm not trying to make anybody mad. I'm just making facts. We just made some bad trades. We won 60 games, 3 out of the last 4 years, and I feel bad. And I'm disappointed the way they've treated me. I'm disappointed the way they treated Dan Marley, Cedric Ceballos, Mark West, and I'm just frustrated.
2 very quick things before we let you go, Charles. Your thoughts on this game, not so much the first half, but actually the series. Is there any scenario by which you can see the Sonics winning this thing?
Well, the Sonics are very good. I mean, but the Bulls are a great team. I think they played very rusty the first half. The other guys were not really in rhythm. Michael was trying to take over and keep it to the other guys get their rhythm. But I think the Sonics have a decent chance. I don't see anybody beating the Bulls. But the Sonics have a slight chance.
Last thing, you're on the Dream Team again, and we know for a fact that the second game you play on July 22nd is against the African Continental Qualifier, and again it's Angola. And we recall that you threw a little elbow at a guy named Erlander Coimbra of Angola the last time, and we checked, he's on the team. Do you plan to take him out to dinner in Atlanta, show him the sights here in the States?
I'm going to hit him the same way I did the first time.
So you're not going to let up on him, huh?
No, Americans, we are the best country in the world, and we are the best at basketball, and we got to kill them all.
I understand he's been lifting weights the last 4 years. He's not a stick figure anymore. He's about 260 now.
Hey, I've been lifting weights ever since the day the season ended, and I'm ready.
All right, Charles, always good to talk with you. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Bob.
Okay, when we come back, we'll hear from Charles Barkley's former teammate in Philly, Julius Erving, but first a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
Back in Chicago, halftime, game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Bulls 53 and the Sonics 48. So, Matt, the Bulls by 5, yet they're shooting only 36% from the field.
And Chicago's bench, which was so productive all year long, coming up empty, outscored 18-4 in that first half. 4 of those points going to Tony Kukoc.
And, Bill, you look at the Seattle stat line, very impressive, but very quiet first half for Gary Payton and Detlef Schrempf.
Detlef Schrempf seems to be intimidated out there. He's in a fog. Gary Payton has to get up and down the court, create some opportunities, open this game up. Seattle is right there. Their offense a little bit stagnant, sluggish.
All right, a closer look at the statistics as we check out the Miller Lite halftime stats. Seattle 16 of 34, 47% shooting, yet they're trailing in the game. Chicago with 10 additional shots, but only 36% from the field. Michael Jordan, 12 of his 18 coming in the foul-filled second quarter. Look at the turnovers. Seattle with 10 leading to 14 Chicago points. Sean Kemp with 5 of those 10 turnovers, but Kemp leading the way with 18 points. We'll be back with the second half from the United Center in just a moment. Marv Albert, Bill Walton, Matt Kukis back in Chicago. The Bulls by 5 as this third quarter gets underway. Kemp with 18, Perkins with 11 leading Seattle, Jordan with 18, and Longley with 12 to lead the Bulls. Schrempf being played by Pippen. A quiet first half for Pippen, only 2 field goals. Irvin Johnson and Dennis Rodman with rebound number 9.
Too soft for Irvin Johnson. Come across that lane and smash that ball through the hoop.
Jordan getting right to him.
Well, once the ball went into Michael Jordan, the quick double team right back out to Pippen, and then the quick repost, and Seattle's defense not quick enough to match it.
Now the matchup is a Longley guarding Kemp, and Kemp with 20 points.
Gary Payton is really floating that center post pass. You got to zip that ball in there and allow Sean Kemp to go quickly by his defender.
Rodman's pass broken up. Detlef Schrempf in his 12 minutes in the first half did not score. And now the foul is called, and that will put Schrempf at the line. And for Longley, it is number 4.
Well, the experiment in the first half with Detlef Schrempf having the initial assignment on Michael Jordan did not work defensively. It certainly didn't help Detlef's offense as well. Here we see Shawn Kemp, who has been scoring almost at will. And I'm not really all that sure how worried the Bulls are about Shawn Kemp. They know he's going to get some points, but I think the Bulls are concerned about, much as they were in the Orlando series, they don't want to let the three-point shooters go off. They held Seattle to 3 for 8 from beyond the arc in that first half.
The interesting thing about Shawn Kemp is that when he was in all that foul trouble against Utah, Seattle was winning all those games. Then when he started having the big numbers, 25 points, 15 rebounds every game, that's when Utah got back into it.
Bulls by 3. We're just underway in the third. Now Johnson switching off on Jordan. Schrempf gets back to him. Shot clock at 6. Nice move by Ron Harper. 11 for Harper. It's the Bulls 57, the Sonics 52.
Irvin Johnson playing here in the presence of Bill Russell, one of the premier shot blockers in the history of basketball. He's just too slow to get to this ball. When Harper comes flashing across the middle here, Irvin Johnson is right there at 7 feet tall. It looked like Rodman held him down there.
That's why he was slow.
Putting added pressure on Irvin Johnson, who is a very fine shot blocker, but playing in the presence of Bill Russell.
You better bring it all when that happens.
Jordan is rejected. Pippen on the recovery. And he'll go to the line. Scottie Pippen, 4 of 4 at the line. Will shoot 2 more as Shawn Kemp picks up his 3rd foul.
This is not the kind of foul that Shawn Kemp needs. He is a very good shot blocker. He comes in there, and it looked like he was just trying to foul rather than making a good defensive play on Pippen, who can't find the range.
So the Bulls now lead by 7. Right on the chest of Peyton. Harper looking for the steal is called for the foul. That's 3 on Ron Harper.
Well, the pick and roll play for Seattle has been so effective, or at least it has been throughout the playoffs, with Peyton getting very low and Ron Harper working extremely hard, trying to force Peyton up higher on the floor, not letting him get down so low.
Pippen looking for the steal. Here's Schrempf. Schrempf with the rebound and the bucket. So the follow by Detlef Schrempf. Pippen beating the Sonics. And it comes. The foul committed by Hawkins.
Now, Dennis Rodman so aware of what all is going on between those lines. As soon as Schrempf made that layup, he got the ball quickly out of the net and fired a perfect football touchdown pass to Scottie Pippen, who actually caught that thing with one hand and almost palmed it for a second to gather himself and finish off that play.
Matt, compare that play and the fact that it took about 2 seconds to complete with Seattle's previous possession when they're dribbling the ball with Peyton the whole time, maybe 20 dribbles, and then Detlef Schrempf having to get to the offensive glass to finally get a score.
And Pippen now 7 of 7 at the line. He has 14 points in all. Bulls have opened up an 8-point lead with 3 minutes gone by in the third. Schrempf rebounded by Kukoc. And a foul on Peyton. That is his second.
And another poor possession by the Seattle SuperSonics, taking so long to get involved in their offense. With 7 seconds on the shot clock, finally Schrempf looked up and just launched a jumper.
Jordan for 3. And Kukoc calling for time. Well, he saves the possession, called for the 20-second timeout, but it's changed to a full timeout. It will be Chicago ball when we come back. Bulls by 8, 8:44 to go, third quarter.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Jeep, makers of the new award-winning Jeep Grand Cherokee. By AT&T, Centennial Olympic Games partner. And by Reebok. Are you prepared to say, "This is my planet"?
We welcome you back to the United Center in Chicago with 8:44 to go in the third quarter. Well, NBA Commissioner David Stern always likes to bring a favorite player to the game just to kind of shoot the breeze. He's picked a pretty fair athlete by the name of Bill Russell.
13 years, 11 championships for Bill Russell.
Let's check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Mark, the Sonics will be without their all-time steals leader for the rest of this game and maybe the series. Nate McMillan telling me he's just in too much pain because of the back injury to go for the rest of the day. He's going to make a determination tomorrow whether or not he'll sit out the rest of the series. Mark?
All right, thank you, Hannah. Dennis Rodman with his first field goal. Bulls open up a 10-point lead, so Nate McMillan gave it a shot. Played 6 minutes in the first half, did not attempt a field goal. Payton with a pretty move going glass, and the Bulls now lead 64-56. George Karl was hopeful that Nate would be able to play through the bad back, but you just heard the report.
That's a major loss, and also with Bukowski already ejected. Pippen from downtown. Seattle is struggling right now and on the verge of being in serious trouble.
And Scottie Pippen with 17 points. Kemp draws the foul. Biggest lead of the night being enjoyed here by the Chicago Bulls. Rodman called for his third, and Kemp to the line.
On the previous possession for Seattle, George Karl called a 1-4 for Gary Payton to let him operate in the middle of the floor. He senses that Gary is struggling when he gets to the wings because of the Bulls' defense. And with that floor spread, Gary can get into the lane, create for himself, or create for a teammate. To get back into this game, Seattle's going to have to do more of that.
Correction on that foul called. Ron Harper picks up number 4, so it was not Rodman. And Harper will sit down. Bill Wennington checking back in.
And again, Phil Jackson electing not to go much with Steve Kerr. Phil telling me beforehand that it's just tough to get a matchup that works for Chicago with Steve Kerr against this talented Seattle team.
Steve Kerr is so effective in the series against Orlando. Played only 7 minutes in the first half. Pippen for 3. And Payton wanted to run, but the Bulls got back. Payton pulls up for 3. Perkins shrimp able to save it. Perkins for 3. Jordan for 3. And back comes Perkins. 67-58. Chicago. Game 1 of the best of 7. Game 2 here in Chicago on Friday night. Oh, nice pass from Kemp. Payton had to give it up. Hawkins got the step, and he was punched. Michael Jordan with a long look in the direction of Bennett Salvatore as he just was called for his 3rd foul.
Now Michael Jordan now has the assignment of guarding Gary Payton with Ron Harper sitting on the bench with 4 fouls. Everybody anticipated this matchup going both ways when you have the top scorer in the league in Michael Jordan and the Defensive Player of the Year in Gary Payton, but they have not seen that much of each other so far.
And that the 15th foul on the Bulls, so the Sonics at the line. It has been a foul-filled game, 30 called in all. And the first half, 22 in the second quarter, a quarter that also saw Frank Rakowski ejected, hit with consecutive technicals following a flagrant.
One of the ways, though, that Seattle can work their way back into this game is by getting to the foul line. They've only taken 10 or 11 foul shots in the game. This is not a team, Seattle, that's shown a great ability to come from far behind.
Nice pass from Kukoc. And Rodman has 5 points. Bulls lead by 9. 6.5 remaining in the third. Battle between Kemp and Rodman down low. Stay right here. says Bennett Salvatore as the foul is called. It's on Rodman. That is his third.
And a good battle it was for a long stretch of time. Both players working very hard for position. And I think a good job of officiating, letting the big men bang around in there until finally the little touch foul is called.
Well, Kemp is now 9 of 11 at the line. This a Seattle team that went 64-18 in the regular season, best record in the West, winningest team in the history of the Sonics franchise. In the playoffs, beat Sacramento, then swept Houston in 4, beat Utah, that terrific 7-game series. And for the Sonics, their first trip to the NBA Finals since they won the championship back in 1979, a team that featured Gus Williams and Dennis Johnson and Jack Sikma, Fred Downtown, Brown, Paul Silas, team coached by Lenny Wilkins, it seems, in a previous life. Kukoc off the good lead pass, and the Bulls now lead by 9.
Beautiful feed by Dennis Rodman on penetration. He is becoming an offensive force again.
Payton trying to do it off the dribble against Pippen. Rodman goes down, and the foul on Kemp. That's his fourth.
Again, the size differential, the guy's guarding up over the top of Payton. He's unable to get anything done. And then so little creativity. Shawn Kemp throwing Rodman to the ground. Seattle not showing an ability to interestingly get the ball to Shawn Kemp in the low post area.
Here's Steve Kerr. This came on from Michael Jordan. Close the baseline on Kukoc. Mismatch with Pippen against Payton. And Payton able to get to it on the scramble.
But the way that Chicago forces Seattle to make Payton give it up and have Kemp bring the ball up.
And Hank called on Pippen.
Well, that's one of the rare running opportunities for Seattle. The Chicago transition defense has been outstanding, but Gary Payton does not lead a lot of daylight. He can get into the lane, and that's when he can create for the Hersey Hawkins and the Detlef Schrempf and the Sam Perkins, but Payton has to get in the middle. This is an unusual substitution for Chicago with Michael Jordan going out midway through the third quarter. Normally, Michael will play that whole third quarter up until maybe 1 minute to go and get maybe a 3-minute rest surrounding between the third and fourth quarter. And I just wonder if Michael's a little bit winded and maybe that 9-day layoff now hitting him as far as the conditioning is concerned.
Jordan 6 of 15, 20 points in all. He had 12 of those 20 in the second quarter.
Mark, this is a real big gamble for George Karl right now, leaving Shawn Kemp in with 4 fouls. There is a ton of time left in this game. Shawn Kemp is very susceptible to picking up bundles of fouls.
Rodman went into Kukoc up front, Pippen and Kerr in the backcourt. Kerr with the floater. And Schrempf rebounds. 4.5 remaining. Third quarter.
Gary Payton's giving the ball up too quick.
And Schrempf hits the 3. So Detlef Schrempf, following the scoreless first half, has come on here in the third quarter.
And with Shawn Kemp guarding Dennis Rodman, you're not going to run an isolation or a post-up for Dennis Rodman, so there's not a chance for a foul there. But where Shawn Kemp picks up his fouls are those reach-ins and over the backs on the board.
Rodman, a wild shot by Rodman and a foul against the Sonics.
The SuperSonics personal foul, Gary.
Foul on Payton, that's his third.
Well, so much for Dennis Rodman not attacking Shawn Kemp. It just shows you how aware Dennis Rodman is. He normally doesn't even want the ball in the post, doesn't want to shoot the ball, but he knows that the man guarding him and a key player, Shawn Kemp, has 4 personal fouls.
Remember when Hannah was talking at the beginning about how Payton was going to guard Pippen? That was a classic example of the difficulties of that matchup. Oh, Payton had a strip and they called up top.
The SuperSonics personal foul, Sam Perkins, his third.
Foul on Perkins. That is his third, and now both teams over the foul limit. Scottie Pippen has been perfect at the line. Is back at the stripe, 7 for 7 from the free throw line.
And Mark, another example of the incredible folly of Gronkowski getting thrown out, because now they got nobody to come with. Seattle, they do have a good bench. It's 9 deep. They have 3 guys who don't really play. Wingate a little bit, but now you got McMillan out. Now you got Gronkowski out. That makes it a 7-man bench. No size.
Bulls with a 72-16-7 lead. And left Shrem feeling it here in the third quarter. Going at Scottie Pippen. And the rebound by Kemp on the tip draws the foul. It has been a parade to the free throw line of the second and third quarters. Dennis Rodman collects number 4.
Well, during the Utah series, when Shawn Kemp was getting into foul trouble early in that series, people were saying, you've got to cut down on your aggressiveness. You're getting in foul trouble. You're hurting your team. He said, I can't play that way. I'm not going to play that way. I play hard all the time and then let somebody else worry about the fouls. And we saw an example of it there, battling on the offensive glass, not worrying about having 4 fouls, just playing hard.
Well, Kemp, a 74% free throw shooter during the regular season, 12 of 14 at the line. Remember, 10 of 11 in Game 7 against Utah. 3-point Chicago lead. They've led by as many as 11.
It's a real solid combination for Seattle right now.
Shot clock down to 4. Pippen. Well, the Bulls have hit a drought here in the closing minutes of the third quarter.
On the post play from the perimeter guys.
But Shawn Kemp able to hit over Dennis Rodman, and Kemp has taken over this quarter. He now has 28 points in all. He's brought the Sonics within 1.
Shaky offensive lineup for Chicago right now. Pippen, the only creator.
And Scottie Pippen knocks down the 3.
He created for himself.
Bulls by 4. Pippen with 21.
But what a terrible pass by Detlef Schrempf. It's so soft. Shawn Kemp waited 5 seconds for that play.
The foul on Rodman, so that is 5 on Dennis Rodman. With 2:32 remaining in the third quarter, a timeout is taken. It's the Bulls 75, the Sonics 71. Well, Dennis Rodman in trouble with 5 personal fouls, and he is upset. We've talked with Dennis about his intense desire.
Anyone that's played with me know that my desire to win is higher than my desire to live in the game of basketball. I think that people know that I would put my life on the line to win a basketball game, put my life on the line to save an individual on this team with any cost. I think people know that on this team, and anybody that's played with me. So the motion that I have to strive to be Dennis Rodman and to win a championship is not just for me, it's for the people that I'm playing with. I think it goes the same with Michael Jordan and Scottie. I think we really want to win a championship, not for ourselves, because I think we've been there. I think we want to win it for the other guys on the team because they don't get the respect that we do.
Certainly the kind of guy you'd rather have on your team rather than on the other team. Dennis Rodman, though, unable to even perform right now, forced to the bench due to serious foul trouble. So much time left in this game, and critical players for both squads in foul difficulty.
And you look back at the regular season, Rodman fouled out only 1 time in the regular campaign, fouled out only 1 time earlier in the playoffs, sitting down now with 5, and the Bulls lead 75-73 after leading by as many as 11. But as we have been mentioning, Shawn Kemp also in foul difficulty. He is on the floor with 4. Here's Bushler. Nice lead pass, but he blew it.
And Mark, a very tough matchup for Shawn Kemp now against Tony Kukoc. Detlef Schrempf finding the range in the second half.
And the game is tied at 75. Schrempf with all 9 points in the third. Michael Jordan is back Well, Michael Jordan sat down when it was 69-62 Chicago, and now he's given the Bulls a 77-75 lead. Nice ball movement by the Sonics. Perkins open. And Jordan appealing the call.
Well, Michael has been perimeter-minded all night. As soon as he realized the double team was going to come so quickly in that first quarter, and he just has too much quickness for Detlef Schrempf to keep him from getting into the lane.
Jordan felt that that ball was last touched by the Sonics. Rejection by Pippen. He was upset with that last call, but Pippen able to come up with the block. Bulls with the ball. They're up by 2 with a minute 25 remaining in the third quarter.
Now this is a mismatch here. Quickly get it out of his hands.
Bushler for 3. Kukoc with the save. Bushler was shot well during the playoffs, not shooting well here tonight. Wennington. Bill Wennington with his first field goal. And the Bulls now lead 79-75.
Seattle has stayed on top of the rebound battle.
Hawkins not able to hit from downtown.
But without Kemp with foul trouble, without Rikowski, they're in trouble now.
Shot clock at 7. Bushler's pass broken up. Judd Bushler having some tough moments coming into tonight. He had hit 6 of 8 from the field in the series against Orlando. And now a call being made by Bennett Salvatore, which surprised the Sonics.
23. We have a double technical foul.
A double technical on Michael Jordan and Gary Payton.
Action away from the ball.
Well, Gary Payton has been matched up a couple of times with Michael Jordan. Not right now, but he is trying to get up into the chest of Michael at every opportunity and making physical contact. And there, Jordan and Payton just swatting away at each other. And the offside official, Bennett Salvatore, spotted it.
That's just good aggressive basketball. All that contact down in the chest area, certainly within the realm of sportsmanship.
And Bushler strip. 20 seconds remaining in the third. Chicago lead down to 10 seconds. Schrempf going one-on-one against Kukoc. Foul call. So that will put Schrempf at the line for 2. That's 3 on Kukoc.
Well, this is the versatility of Detlef Schrempf at the offensive end of the floor. He can go inside and post up effectively, or when he has a slower-footed defender, as he did this time, Tony Kukoc on him, trying to spread the floor, and with the shot clock winding down and the quarter clock winding down, trying to get by him for the basket, able to cause contact and the foul.
Steve Kerr checking back in. And the rookie from Michigan State, Eric Snow, who has seen very limited action, coming on here for the first time. So George Karl going deep into what is now a depleted bench with the departure of Frank Rikowski and Nate McMillan not available.
And they're giving Gary Payton a very long rest right now. 7.8 seconds left in the third quarter. Gary Payton played all 24 minutes in that first half.
Eric Snow, a second-round pick of Milwaukee, and then traded to Seattle on the day of the draft. 2-point Chicago lead. Final seconds of the third. Bushler for 3. So Judd Bushler going 0 for 4 in the third quarter. Shawn Kemp pivotal in leading the Sonics back. After 3, the Bulls 79, Sonics 77. Kemp with 30 points in all. They've come from 11 down, trailing by only 2 as we head to the fourth. We'll be back after this from your local station. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, for those of you with computers, you can go online right now on finals.com and interact with NBC's own Steve Snapper Jones. You can send Steve your questions and comments about tonight's game right now during the game and during every game for the rest of the finals. He'll be providing game commentary, answering as many of your questions as possible. Apparently, the NBA Finals.com headquarters all the way upstairs. I would think it's an effort to keep Steve as far away as possible from Bill Walton.
I'm sure Steve is up there criticizing everything I've said tonight.
Oh, now, that's one point of view, isn't it?
Detlef Schrempf has worked his way back into this game with a terrific third quarter.
Oh, beautiful tip by Wennington to start the fourth quarter. The Bulls lead 81-77.
Phil Jackson desperately looking for some help from that bench, getting nothing from Steve Kerr and Judd Bushler, only Tony Kukoc, and now Bill Wennington with 4 points.
Gary Payton. And a loose ball foul. Foul on the Sonics. It is on Askew. That is his third.
Kukoc forces a shot over 2 guys, but that just opens up. That's Chicago Bull basketball. You force a double team. If you don't double team, you get burned by the one guy. And here's one guy you have to double team.
Kukoc with a gorgeous move. Spinning his way, and it leads to a timeout. George Karl wants to talk it over.
When you don't double team, Detlef Schrempf unable to just do anything against Tony Kukoc, finally having his way at the basket.
Miller, where great taste runs in the family, brings you Miller Moments.
Tonight we go back 19 years. Blazers versus Sixers. Game 6 of the 1977 NBA Finals. That's Dr. J. Julius Erving taking it all the way for the slam. But it was the Blazers' big redhead, Bill Walton, who was the dominant figure. He led the Blazers to a 109-107 win. The Blazers winning their only NBA title as Blazer Mania ran wild. Bill, I know you got chills just looking at that footage.
I have to keep reminding Dr. J that we did win that series.
Right.
They always love to run the highlights of him throwing down the dunks, but the Blazers did win.
Several of the principals on hand. Julius said, let's play it again right now.
And I did make a shot in that series that was not a layup.
In recognition of that moment, the Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. 24-second violation. And it should be pointed out that the big redhead was named Finals Most Valuable Player.
And deservedly so. George Karl was telling me this morning he is more concerned about how his team is going to be able to score in this series. He feels that the defense will hold up. Well, at this particular time, both are failing him right now.
And Hannah's been reporting regularly during those timeouts how George Karl has been lambasting his team for their lack of aggressiveness and assertiveness. They're not competing right now.
And with all those things going wrong for Seattle, they only trail by 6 points, still well in the hunt.
Kukoc. A 3 for Tony Kukoc, who has had a big game off the bench. He now has 11.
Seattle's got some real serious matchup problems. Detlef Schrempf can't guard anybody, and Sean Kemp cannot guard Tony Kukoc on the perimeter.
Perkins for 3. But the Sonics hang in, down by 6. 9.5 remaining. In the fourth quarter, Schrempf getting set to make his return. Seattle had missed its previous 5 shots before that jumper by Perkins. Kukoc. A potential 4-point play.
Well, Hannah Stormer told us in the last timeout that George Karl warned his team Michael Jordan is going to take over. Well, right now, it's Tony Kukoc taking over. 2 3-pointers, and a little while ago, a beautiful move inside, but Tony Kukoc is feeling it. His jumper has been absent throughout the whole playoffs. 3 for 36 first one, and maybe this 9-day layoff, Tony Kukoc found his jumper.
A 4-point play for Kukoc. And the Bulls now lead by 10.
And Chicago continues to make it so difficult for Peyton and Seattle to get into anything early in their offense.
Michael Jordan battling to come up with the rebound. 3 minutes gone by in the fourth.
Looks like the Bulls want to get the ball to Kukoc, the man with the hot hands.
Well, Jordan tried to get it down low, intended for Pippen. Here is Kemp. Sean Kemp, 9 of 12 from the field. He has 32 points. 8-point Chicago lead. Longley getting position on Perkins. Shot clock out of 5. Longley. Harper with a rebound.
Seattle standing around watching.
Oh, nice play by Peyton, and he's fouled by Pippen. That is 2 on Pippen. Gone by in the fourth quarter. Game 1 of the NBA Finals Series. Game 2 here in Chicago on Friday night. Perkins with the save. Look out. And Sam landing in our lap. I thought I made a pretty good save on that one.
I thought you were heading for the 5th row.
No, that was my way of protecting Sam Perkins. Here's another look.
Gary Payton is unable to create inside in all the earlier.
More importantly, watch this guy.
Marv Albert standing right up there and
I think he was
saving
leaving.
Matt Kukoc.
He was leaving the building.
Kukoc with the crowd looking for the foul on Trent. And that will put Kukoc back at the line. So the Bulls with a 90-82 lead, and Tony Kukoc at the free throw line. Kukoc with 9 of his 15 in the fourth quarter. The Chicago Bulls going 72-10 in the regular season, best record in the history of the NBA in the playoffs. They swept Miami in 3, beat the Knicks in 5 in a tough series, swept Orlando in 4, and now gunning for their 4th NBA title in 6 seasons. But a long way to go. This is only game number 1. The steal by Harper. And the Sonics call for time.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Oldsmobile, by Prudential, live well, make a plan, be your own rock, and by New Miller Beer, the brand new beer from Miller with big flavor that goes down easy.
Back in Chicago, Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, Bill Walton, Rod Rashad, Hannah Storm, Gary Payton with a quiet ball game. Michael Jordan, a quiet second half. Look at the overall numbers.
Well, Gary Payton has to wear 3 hats for this Seattle team. He has to score himself, he has to create for his teammates, and he has to be the catalyst defensively, and he really hasn't done the defensive job so far in this one.
What he has to do most of all is get some offense going for himself and put some pressure on this Chicago Bulls defense. Careless play once again by Seattle.
And Pippen with the steal. Bulls with a 93-82 lead. Breaking it open once again here in the fourth quarter. Luke Longley rebounded by Scottie Pippen. Pippen with 3 steals. You saw the numbers on Michael Jordan has been quiet in the second half. Kukoc and Harper keeps it alive. But the rest of the Bulls have done it. Scottie Pippen has turned it around in the second half. Tony Kukoc with a terrific job off the bench. Perkins stealing from Jordan. And you know, although Sam does not show it, that's one of his career highlights.
You'll never let him forget that.
Oh, that's one that will be shown time and time again. Nice move. Gary Payton with 9 points, and the Bulls now lead 93-84.
And that's the post move that Gary Payton was so successful against John Stockton and the Utah Jazz, but against the taller guards of Chicago, unable to get down there as much as I'm sure he'd like to.
Just under 6 minutes remaining in the fourth. Oh, picked off by Kemp, and here's Payton. Well, Longley had that pass telegraphed, and Phil Jackson is very upset.
Well, Chicago has been so sharp with the basketball throughout this ballgame, taking care of it. 6'11", Sam Perkins taking it away from the best player on the planet, Michael Jordan. And there's that post move by Gary Payton, and then Luke Longley just throwing a terrible pass as Gary Payton will finish off this play from Shawn Kemp.
45-year-old George Karl, the head coach of the Seattle Sonics, 4th full season as the head man of Seattle. Friday in prime time at 9 p.m. Eastern. It'll be game 2 of the NBA Finals. We'll be back here at the United Center as the Sonics go up against the Bulls once again. That'll be Friday at 9 Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, right here on NBC.
Michael Jordan very quiet in the second half. Only 4 of his 22 points coming in this second half.
Open look for Harper, gave it up. And as Rodman back on the floor playing with 5 fouls. But the Bulls now lead 95-86.
And we see that special ball movement that the Bulls have been so noted for all season. Kukoc and Rodman, vice versa. Everybody getting involved right now. Gary Payton just can't finish at the basket area. Too much size, too much athletic ability for Chicago.
Kukoc from Jordan. 18 for Tony Kukoc.
And that's a big reason why Michael has not had to assert himself offensively. Tony Kukoc has picked it up.
12 of his 18 here in the fourth. Harper has had an outstanding night with the steal. And again, George Karl wants to talk it over.
Michael Jordan in transition, finding his teammates who are all running the floor. Big men just out hustling the Sonics right now. And then Harper has been in the passing lanes all night long. No answer for Seattle. They're forced to the bench again.
We said at the start it was important for Shawn Kemp and Michael Jordan to get their respective teams off to a good start, and they did just that. Kemp led the Sonics with 18 first-half points. In a close battle, Jordan had 18 of his own, and the Bulls led by 5 at the half. Third quarter, more Kemp, 12 more points for game-high 30 after 3, but in the fourth, Ron Harper and Tony Kukoc combining. Ron Harper with a terrific game. 15 points, 7 assists, and Tony Kukoc with 12 of his 18 in the fourth.
One of the toughest things for Seattle is that they don't move when they don't have the ball.
Last touch by Longley, trying to save it. Well, the Bulls have taken over in the fourth quarter. They have outscored Seattle 20-9, and Jordan and Pippen have not scored here in the fourth quarter. Chicago 8 of 12 from the field in this fourth quarter, and the foul on Pippen is third.
Well, Michael Jordan is going to do what he has to do. In the first half, as his teammates were a little slow to get involved, other than Luke Longley and Scottie Pippen, Michael carried the ball. Here in the second half, with Kukoc taking care of things and Ron Harper having a sparkling game, Michael is just standing by if needed.
Hawkins, and Kemp gets it back. Now Kemp from deep. Jordan with the rebound.
Well, the scary thing for Seattle is that Jordan, after a relatively quiet game, that's usually when he comes back and plays his absolute best. Remember, after a quiet game 3 against Orlando, comes back with 45 in the closer.
Oh, nice move by Luke Longley. 14. That is a playoff career high. Crowd reacting. It'll be 19 on the shot clock for Seattle.
Longley gets a good block, but Gary Payton gives up the ball too early, hangs his teammates out to dry.
Charge called on Payton. That's his fourth, and it's all going wrong now for the Sonics.
Well, Seattle with 10 turnovers in the first half started to take better care of the ball throughout the third quarter, but now a rash of turnovers for Seattle.
Well, so much for the 9-day layoff and the concerns of Phil Jackson and the Chicago Bulls. They have their biggest lead of the night. They're up by 15. Just under 3 remaining. Fourth quarter. Open shot for Harper, but came up with air. And here is Payton. So the Bulls now lead 101-88.
Very difficult for Seattle to come back against this kind of lead. They don't have really anybody right now who's able to take the game over completely. Now, Shawn Kemp has been hot throughout, but they haven't been able to capitalize on that. And Gary Payton has struggled offensively.
Oh, Michael Jordan with a high arcing jump shot, and that had something to say to the Seattle bench.
Looked right down at Vincent Askew, said, "I'm pretty good."
Yes. And we are down to 2 minutes remaining in the fourth.
Scottie Pippen has had an outstanding game. Not gigantic numbers in area. Terrific defense on Detlef Schrempf, clogging the lane, making the plays when needed. A solid performance from Scottie Pippen.
Longley. Oh, look out. Rodman just went down. Joe Crawford taking a long look. Here's another look at it.
A totally unnecessary play. All of them hooked up there. Frustration by Shawn Kemp. Just let that one go. You got to play above the antics of Dennis Rodman, who incites that type of behavior. And loves it all the way.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, I think Shawn Kemp pushed him on his wrist. And he went sprawling like the building fell on him.
Saw the final numbers on Kemp. 32 points, 9 of 14 shooting, 7 rebounds in 40 minutes. Oh, look out. Harper and Payton in the collision. Payton was going for the steal. That's 5 on Payton.
Gary Payton shooting the gap on the weak side. A violent collision. These are two of the toughest guys you'll ever come across. Fortunately, they're both okay. One of the biggest questions for George Karl is going to be, who's he going to have Detlef Schrempf guard for the rest of this series? Because they have attacked his man every time.
Jordan. And he'll go to the line.
Well, Michael, I'm sure will say he was totally unimpressed with the strategy of Schrempf. doing the guarding of Michael and then the double team, because he just quickly realized that he was just going to move outside, and that would negate a lot of the double teaming and spread the floor for himself, where he could drive, take his jump shots, get others involved as he did in this second half.
And then when they did switch, when Seattle did switch a smaller guy, Michael just swung right into the low post and punished him down there. That's that versatility of Jordan and the Bulls offense, which is brilliant at picking out where the advantage is.
26 for Jordan, along with 7 rebounds. And the Bulls have opened up a 105-88 lead as we come up on 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter. So an impressive start for the Chicago Bulls. Foul is called. Shrimp took the hit. An impressive start. Some concern, and it was genuine concern on the part of the Bulls that the long layoff could have an effect. Phil Jackson with the victory smile at this point. The Bulls last played in that fourth and final game against Orlando on May the 27th. They were getting sick of going against each other in practice.
And Phil did tell us yesterday that the two players that the layoff might possibly help was Scottie Pippen, who has an assortment of bumps and bruises, and Ron Harper, who has a bad knee and had to have that knee drained during that week, and he has responded beautifully.
It certainly helped Luke Longley, but this Chicago Bulls team is so special. When you got guys like Jordan and Rodman who just have such a killer instinct out there, the practices become so competitive, and then the genius of Phil Jackson that keeps everybody sharp all the time.
Shot clock at 5, 40 seconds remaining in the game. Jordan, yes, in dramatic fashion.
That's just an impossible matchup for Denver Shrimp, who doesn't have the foot speed to challenge Jordan.
Askew. That was a three-point attempt. We are down to 25 seconds remaining. Looks like Pippen got a piece of it. And the Bulls now hearing it from the crowd. They're on their feet at the United Center. Michael Jordan with 28 points. Scottie Pippen with 21. Tony Kukoc with 18, Ron Harper 15, Luke Longley 14, Sean Kemp leading the Sonics with 32, and the Bulls have won Game 1, 107-90. We'll be right back.
Tonight, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Chicago Bulls and the New York Knicks.
Yes, the Knicks and the Bulls are the headline attraction on Broadway. Better than 19,000 turning out, another capacity crowd at Madison Square Garden for Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final between the New York Knicks and the two-time defending NBA champion Chicago Bulls. We welcome you to the NBA on NBC on prime time. Hi, everybody. Marv Albert, along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello. And Michael Jordan certainly had himself a prime time performance in Game 4 on Monday afternoon in Chicago. He turned it from the 3 for 18 in game number 3. Now, from the Knick point of view, Mike, what does Pat Riley do tonight to defend against Michael Jordan?
Mark, 54 points is amazing, but how he got the 54 points may be even more amazing. A look at his shot chart to show the breakdown of where Michael Jordan took his attempts from. 9 shots came from beyond the three-point line, 10 what I would call long-range jumpers, only 3 attempts inside the lane area, and yet Instead, he was 18 for 30 from the floor. It gave New York problems in deciding to play him straight up or double team him because he never even put the ball down on the floor most times. He just went up over the top and knocked out jump shots. Tonight, what you'll see is the basic New York defense. Extend them, play him straight up, try to challenge every shot, and if he puts it on the floor, then selectively go and double team him.
Able to tell this crowd is ready for tonight's action. As always, a star-studded crowd at Madison Square Garden. It is the toughest ticket in town. Back with the starting lineups. In a moment of the Knicks is Pat Riley. His club 37-4 here at the Garden during the regular season. And the Chicago Bulls have lost the last 6 games here in New York. Ed G. Rush, Mike Mathis, and Hugh Hollins are the officials.
Talking about a very veteran, experienced crew of officials here, ones that will pay strict attention to keeping this game under control from the beginning. Believe me, they understand the mentality of the two teams, how big this game is, and how they're both going to come out to start this game.
And certainly both coaches have made their feelings known as they have postured, depending on where the game has been played. Both Phil Jackson and Pat Riley have complained from time to time, just looking to get the edge. Tonight's game marks the Knicks' first game ever in the month of June. This is the latest the Knicks have ever played in a calendar year, and they do control the opening tip.
Interesting, at home in the Chicago Stadium, the Bulls would have double-teamed that opening tip immediately like they did in the previous 2 games. This time, they go back, play straight up.
Well, they collapse on Ewing, and a foul is called as Jordan collides with Ewing. Patrick Ewing, as we mentioned at the start, from a statistical point of view, did the job, but he certainly has been a different player as opposed to games 1 and 2 here at the Garden. During the series, averaging 24, it's been consistency for Ewing, who had a very quiet 24 points on Monday afternoon in Chicago.
I think what you're referring to is that he just didn't seem to be as active or as involved in all the aspects of the game.
And Jordan off the mark on his first attempt, but Pippen rebounds. Jordan dishes it out. Armstrong, yes! B.J. Armstrong hits from the corner, and the Bulls with a 2-1 lead. Charles Smith getting down. Charles Smith, the last 2 games, has not been able to stay on the floor because of early foul difficulty.
And you see a little bit of the offensive philosophy there of New York against the Chicago defense. Get it in, get it up quickly so that we have more time to operate in the half-court area.
They double up on Pippen. Jordan for 3. Michael Jordan, during the course of this season, has not shot well at Madison Square Garden. In the past, he's had some enormous games. Smith with a nice move. The Knicks 5, the Bulls 2. Minute and a half gone by. Starks guarding Jordan once again, although Jordan expects that he will see a bit of Doc Rivers. Here's Cartwright. So Bill Cartwright, the one-time Knick, able to connect. He was 0 for 4 in 32 minutes on Monday in Chicago.
Bill Cartwright is a guy who has been out there, hasn't gotten big numbers, but has still done a very good job of keeping his body, fighting Patrick Ewing down in the low post there. He's really the only guy that can command any respect at all from Patrick Ewing. The other people, the Purdue's, the Stacey Kings, he just kind of overpowers them.
Well, Charles Smith can be an adventure handling the ball, particularly against the press. Very fortunate to get it down. Oakley pulling up, avoiding the travel, and he's given the Knicks a 7-4 lead.
Next adjustment you see by New York. They have Starks behind the front line of Chicago's defense, so he's an attack man and can go right at the basket with numbers 3 against 2.
Horace Grant telling us earlier that the sprained ankle feeling better and better. He had an excellent game in Game 4 Monday. Oakley goes all the way, and he was pushed. Very unusual to see Oakley on
Buck was bringing the ball up the floor, Charles Oakley had to take it out of bounds. That was supposed to be Charles Smith's responsibility. He's supposed to pass it in and then drag behind so that he can get a return pass. Oakley had to take it out. He had a few words to Charles Smith as he came up the floor, reminding him, get the ball out of bounds. That's supposed to be your job. Everybody has to get in their right places to attack the pressure defense. And in fact, last game, we saw a little incident between Pat Riley and Anthony Mason where they weren't in the right spots or attacking it the right way. And that's all Riley was reminding him of, was what he wanted him to do against the press.
The Knicks 8 and the Bulls 6. We're just underway. It's Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final. The series tied at 2. Game 6 in Chicago Friday night. Scottie Pippen took a good shot. The basket counts and the foul. So Pippen will go to the line.
Pippen winds up running the back door. Not too often that you see Jordan and Pippen on the same side running the flash post backdoor series, but another little adjustment that takes place on the day off between games.
Scottie Pippen hit that enormous shot in the final minutes on Monday. Ended up as a three-point play. Again, the Knicks beat the press. Charles Oakley showing another move out of the repertoire.
And you can see Charles Smith take it out of bounds, get to his spot. That allowed Ewing and Oakley and Starks to get down the floor, and New York could get into its attack mode.
And an official
cleaned up and closed up. Oakley with the finish at the end of the fast break, and the little collision right there is where the cut is opened up as he goes into Bill Cartwright. He turns to go up the floor. They meet heads, similar to the headbutting incident with the Indiana team between Starks and Reggie Miller, but one was on purpose, this was not.
Charles Oakley has scored the Knicks' last 5 points. The Knicks lead 10-9, and Mike Mathis with the call against New York. A holding foul. It's on Patrick Ewing. That is his first.
I'm sure Pat Riley will have no complaint about that call, providing it's the same way at the other end of the floor when Ewing is posting up and Cartwright has a body all over him.
And another call away from the ball. Doc Rivers not pleased. Grant now being played by Mason. And you can see that Michael Jordan is intent on distributing the ball.
A little three-man weave, something they worked on about 4 or 5 days ago in practice, just pulling it out now this evening.
Oh, good move by Cartwright, his second field goal. He has only 3 field goals the entire series, but he's hit 2 here in the early going. The Bulls lead by 1. Smith. Strong move by Smith, and the Knicks have hit their first 5 shots. They lead 12-11 with 4 minutes gone by. The alley-oop to perfection. Jordan leading Pippen. The Bulls by 1.
Scottie Pippen was getting ready to come off a weak side screen down. Charles Smith tried to overplay it, changed direction, lob pass.
Good hands, Jordan with the deflection, leading to the turnover. They isolate the right side. Jordan gives it up to Pippen. Scottie Pippen has hit 3 out of 3, and Chicago has a 15-12 lead. Hot shooting at the start. Bulls 7 for 9. The Knicks 5 for 5. And Ewing, as he makes his move, that won't count. We hear the whistle. Illegal defense called for the first time against Chicago.
A different Michael Jordan coming out here in Game 5. The assist man first on the backdoor cut by Pippen, the lob to the basket, and then on a slice cut from the offside down the lane. Again, Jordan to Pippen for the score. So we have Michael, the quarterback, out here in the beginning of the game.
Starks, and the Knicks with their first miss. Knocked away from Smith, recovered by Ewing. Here's Starks to the hoop. Bulls 15, the Knicks 14. Rivers batted it away. Starks off the steal. 2-on-1. Starks whipped by Jordan. The Knicks lead by 1. Of defense. Bulls Bulls have hit their last 6. Armstrong. Rebound Mason. Starks on the move. For Mason. The Knicks 18. The Bulls 15, and the Knicks are running effectively.
I'm just going to say that I don't know the last time I've seen New York get this many transition scores in such a short period of time.
6 unanswered points by the Knicks. Jordan with the crossover. Jordan, yes. Michael Jordan with his first field goal. He's 1 for 3. The Knicks 18 and the Bulls 17. A blazing start for both clubs. Starks for 3. Yes. The Knicks 20. The Bulls 17.
You had a feeling that the dunk just might energize John Starks to get him on a roll. It seems to happen so far.
Jordan changed his mind. Armstrong passed on the 3. Nice recovery by Pippen. Scottie Pippen is hit 4 out of 4. He has 9 points. The Knicks 20 and the Bulls 19 in a high-scoring first quarter. 5:20 remaining. Ewing passing out off the double team. Anthony Mason breaking for the hoop and taking that pass from Patrick Ewing.
If you have an unselfish big man, he likes when the team sends cutters down the lane. It makes it easier for him to operate. All he's got to do is give it up a couple times, keep his teammates happy, and then will open it up for himself.
Grant posting. Grant with the turnaround. Yes. The Knicks 22 and the Bulls 21. The Knicks have hit 10 of their last 11. They've hit 5 in a row. Here comes Charles Oakley returning from the dressing room after drawing blood earlier. And Charles was hot when he departed. Pippen with the hesitation dribble. Lost it. Recovered by Grant. And Horace Grant lays it home. So the Bulls with a 23-22 lead.
Everybody has had a little piece of the action. The only player not to score that's on the floor right now is Doc Rivers. The other 9 players have all got a score so far.
Ewing put it on the floor, and it cost Armstrong with the breakaway. The Bulls 25, the Knicks 22, with 4 minutes remaining in this first quarter, and a timeout taken by...
But the visiting team has choice of which basket. A lot of times, the visiting coach will let the home team go out on the floor, see which basket they want, then send his team out and tell them to take that basket, so they got to walk down the other end to warm up. I used to like to have the defense in front of me at the end of the game.
Sizzling start by both teams. Ewing to the fadeaway, and the rebound is handled by Pippen. The Bulls 25, the Knicks 22, with 3:45 to go in this first quarter. Michael Jordan is now 1 for 4. Mike, in contrast to what we saw in games 3 and 4 in Chicago, Starks diving for it and took a timeout. Good play by John Denoon. Most points ever scored in the playoffs against a Knicks team. 54 points on 18 for 30 from the field. Rivers, who has been quiet the last 2 games. Now the Bulls looked like they were going to run, and, well, a violation called on Michael Jordan. It's so rare to see that. A palm called by the outside official, Hugh Hollins.
That's a tough one to call. Coming in transition, Michael tries to change over right to left. The dribble gets up high. He actually lost control of it and turned it over as he tried to cross. The loss of control is what eventually caused the violation.
And no argument for Michael Jordan. Knicks with the ball. They're down by 3. 3 minutes to go in this first quarter. Rivers with a beautiful pass. Good look to find Mason.
That score came with 4 seconds remaining on the 24-second clock. It's the first time that the Bulls defense extended the New York offense, made them work to get a good shot.
Chicago with a 1-point lead. Cartwright has come out shooting. Rebound Starks. Oakley played on a switch momentarily by Jordan. Now Grant gets back. Oakley. Pippen picked up on a switch by Starks. Oakley guarding Jordan. And the foul is called.
a man ahead, wide open for a layup. I grabbed his number to show Mace what it was, number 54. It was Charles Smith, so he could see his number, and that was the extent of it. But there was nothing to it.
And we've seen what Pat Riley's talking about, hit ahead in the first quarter when New York pitched over the top of the Chicago press, and Oakley wound up finishing off with a dunk. Rather than dribble it up, Riley wanted him to pass it ahead. They got the message, obviously, here in the first quarter.
And it's been a strong start for Anthony Mason, who just hauled down that rebound. He's hit 3 out of 3 for 6 points. Oakley from Ewing. He blew the layup. Good dish off again by Ewing on the double team. Here's Pippen going all the way. And the Bulls lead 27-24. Well, Phil Jackson felt that Starks had stepped out. 1:35 remaining in this first quarter. The Knicks have missed 5 of the last 6 shots. They opened up hitting 10 of 11, and a foul is called. Mason will inbound. And Starks at the guards. Oakley, Mason, Ewing up front. Here's Ewing. That's his first field goal. The Knicks trail 27-26.
Patrick Ewing is doing a very good job of delivering a little subtle blow to Cartwright's body, get him off just as he receives the basketball.
Michael Jordan with his second field goal. He's 2 out of 5 for 4. Bulls by 3 with just under 1 minute to go in this opening quarter. Good position by Oakley. Oakley able to retrieve it. Starks for 3. Way off. Handled by Oakley, and again missed on a putback, and a foul is called. Charles digging hard, but he's missed several close enough.
He produces baskets most times.
Lonzo Blackman has just checked in. Hopefully now 1 out of 3 from the line. Blackman played only a couple of minutes on Monday. And here comes Trent Tucker along with Scott Williams. B.J. Armstrong and Horace Grant will sit down.
We've noticed that Charles Oakley has missed 2 layups inside already. You might be sitting there saying, how can you miss those layups that way? He's not a guy that elevates and gets high up off the ground. He doesn't necessarily play above the rim. He plays with a strong body, keeps people off the glass by boxing them out. And many times, because he doesn't jump as well, he's concerned about shots getting blocked or distorted by bigger people that get up higher.
Michael Jordan not able to hit. John Starks with the rebound. And Pat Riley wants to use the clock. There is a 4-second differential between the game clock and the 24. The Knicks have missed 8 of their last 10 shots following the good start. Well, Starks saw the opening. He is fouled. Scott Williams, who just came on, committed the personal.
The idea behind the New York defense, play him straight up unless he gets to an area of the floor where you feel you're threatened. That time, in the middle of the floor, Blackman didn't feel threatened, so everybody stayed at home. Jordan winds up missing. To try and wind down at the end of the quarter, Starks came off a high pick and roll, got in the lane. No easy scores in playoff basketball. So when you go up to the rim, big men usually try and send either you or the ball back down.
Phil Jackson in the offensive-defensive shuffle. Starks gets set to shoot a second free throw. Just under 80% from the line for the season. John Starks off to the good start. He's hit 3 out of 5. 7 points in all.
5 3-point shooters on the floor now for Chicago. So if somebody penetrates and kicks out, you got people with range on the floor.
Final seconds of the quarter. Jordan putting the move on Anthony, and he was fouled. With 3 3/10 seconds to go. Jordan fouled by his good friend Greg Anthony. Michael has vowed to...
Doesn't want Greg to sleep well at night. He wants him thinking about it. Maybe keeping one eye open at night.
And the shuffling continues. Scott Williams is back. Will Perdue comes on for the first time.
Most teams have special plays to go full court with 5-4, 3 seconds remaining. We'll see what New York has.
Bulls by 3. pressure by the Bulls. Blackman is called for steps to Chicago.
New York tried to run a little dummy play that time. They faked as if they wanted the first pass to go to Greg Anthony, flashed the man back on the opposite side from half court, used him as the first release pass, and then tried to backdoor Anthony down the floor, but as Blackman caught it, he took steps before he put it down.
Pippen will throw in. 1 and 8/10 seconds to go. Here's Jordan. What a play to get it to Williams, but he could not hit.
Yes. As to what the worst things were that he heard. No, there are a few more things that he's heard. He just didn't use them.
Yes, he has been the subject of the back page of several New York tabloids the last week or so. Here's Paxson opening up the second quarter. Mason on the rebound. The Bulls 31, the Knicks 28. Knicks cooling off after the fast start. They open up 10 of 11 from the field, finished at 2 of 10. Patrick Ewing with his second bucket. He has 5, and the Bulls now lead by 1. Michael Jordan with 5 assists. Look out as he is fouled. 5 assists in the first quarter, but only 2 field goals. 2 out of 6.
Big heart when you go down the lane against the New York Knicks, because between Mason and Smith and Ewing that are out there, once you get close to that colored area, the blue area, the painted area on the floor, their instructions are close it down. You don't let anyone get to the front of the rim. So when you start down there, you've got to have some toughness about you if you're going to try and finish against them.
Well, the only member of the media to be on speaking terms with Michael Jordan the last few days, Ahmad Rashad, apparently had a quasi-chat earlier on the subject of would he be a playmaker or a scorer tonight. Ahmad, do you have some words for us?
Yes, I do, Marv. He said that he hoped he didn't have to score 54 points. The only goal he had in mind was to try to get 10 assists. Marv?
All right, well, he has 5 assists to this point. The Bulls, without including the Jordan stats, as Ewing is fouled, the basket.
He can overpower all the backup people behind Bill Cartwright. So for Phil Jackson in Chicago, that's why it's so important to be able to have Cartwright out on the floor 30-plus minutes against the Knicks.
Scott Williams picked up the foul, his second. The Knicks and the Bulls are tied at 33. Here's pressure from Smith on the ball as Tucker moves it across. Tucker, Paxson, and Jordan in a 3-guard setup along with Perdue and King. Blackman is guarding Jordan. Smith with the rebound. So Michael is 2 for 7. Ewing gets inside. Will it count? Mike Mathis says no. The foul before the 3-second violation. So Chicago will get it back.
Patrick Ewing had run out in transition, was way ahead of Will Perdue, so Stacey King wound up picking him up. They battled in the lane while Ewing tried to hold him on his back to get the pass. But as we mentioned earlier, if you don't get it to him at just the right time, then it becomes distorted.
Knicks and Bulls tied at 33. Shot clock out of 2, out of 1. And once again, a palm called on Jordan. Second palming violation by Michael Jordan.
Let's give a little credit to Rolando Blackman for doing a good job of keeping Jordan in front of him, and then as he tries to get down to that left baseline, he loses control of the ball, a turnover.
Third turnover for Chicago, all 3 by Jordan. Knicks with 4 turnovers. Smith, Ewing, and Mason now on that Knick front line. Anthony and Blackman in the backcourt. Rolando Blackman, yes. Rolando has had a difficult time getting going in this series.
And because Blackman is a player that you want to run off screens, that means that if Michael Jordan is guarding as he was the last time down, Jordan's the one that's getting hit by those screens, taking just a little bit more out of Michael Jordan each time down.
Grant with the post-up. Grant with the rebound and called for a travel.
9.5. And you're dressed in the red and the black this evening, showing that you're very much a Bulls fan here.
Well, they weren't going to let me in, but I had a lawyer with me. He wasn't really a lawyer, but he said he was, and so they let us in. It was close, but there was a guy from the mayor's office who made me sign something that said I have to appear at Tavern in the Green and sign autographs for the rest of the year to say I love New York and stuff.
Well, good luck with that, Bill, and good luck with your continuing to not talk to the press.
No hard feelings, Uncle Mud.
Okay, have a good time. All right, back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad. Hysterical material, I thought, huh? Bill and Ahmad. The Bulls have missed 5 straight, 8 of their last 10. The Knicks in the midst of a 5-0 run. And the Knicks with a 35-33 lead. Mason to the crossover. And he is fouled.
Mason having the ability with his size and strength to put the ball on the floor has been one of the keys for New York to, 1, beat the press by Chicago, 2, that once they get up into the half-court area and the first and second option are taken away, at least he can break your defense down by putting it on the floor. That's why Pat Riley has to have him out there X number of minutes each night.
Horace Grant departing after picking up his third. Scottie Pippen raising his hand to try and draw the foul. Once again, Anthony Mason with the creative haircut. The mace. Apparently an M carved on his left eyebrow. The Knicks with a 35-33 lead. Paxson and Tucker now in the backcourt. Williams with King and Pippen up front. So Pippen is running the team. Shot clock at 8. Shot clock at 5. Stacey King. Very difficult shot. It was altered by Patrick Ewing.
Excellent half-court defense that time by the New York Knicks. In the end, the floating hook shot by Stacey, challenged by Ewing, no good.
And a foul on King, a push for the Bulls. It is their 4th team foul.
Trying to clean up that post play. If you wrap your hand around the waist of the offensive player and impede his progress, the ability to move away, it's going to be called a foul.
Michael Jordan getting a rest at this point. Ewing is fouled again. Hacked by...
But don't foul jump shooters, because good free throw shooters shoot 80+ from the foul line. Good jump shooters shoot 50% from the floor. So make them a 50% shooter rather than an 80% shooter in trying to earn those 2 points.
And Patrick Ewing has been an erratic free throw shooter this season. Here's Bill Cartwright back. Stacey King will sit down. Ewing 72% from the line. The Knicks are only 5 of 12 at the free throw line. They have not been a good foul shooting team. Same for Chicago. Pippen with the rebound. The Bulls have not hit a field goal the last 4.5 minutes.
And Phil Jackson went with this smaller lineup in both games in Chicago, and it produced baskets for him. It was effective. Here thus far, they have really struggled offensively.
Anthony able to hustle it down. Anthony getting it down, going all the way. He surprised the Bulls. The Knicks 37, the Bulls 33 with 4 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Good defense by Blackman. Pippen. Fouled by Smith. Bulls have missed their last 7 shots. 10 of their last 12. Smith committing his second. Pippen will go to the line. Scottie Pippen is at 5 out of 6. Has 11 points in all. Scottie bothered throughout the season by tendonitis in his right ankle. The same injury that plagued him against the Knicks in last year's playoffs. For the season, average 18.6. He's upped it here in the playoffs, shooting just under 51% and averaging just under 21 per game. Receiving the treatment from the crowd as he misses on both. Anthony pops it down. Smith was hanging, and he's fouled. Foul committed by Pippen. That is his first. In the second quarter, the Knicks are 4 of 4 from the field. They opened hot at the start and then had their problems. Chicago 0 for 5 from the field, and Michael Jordan is getting set to make his return.
There had been a little bit of a stir caused by one of Pat Riley's statements concerning the number of free throw attempts, basically, that his team was getting a chance to shoot, number of fouls called against New York as versus what's called against Chicago. Coming into this the fifth game after the first 4 in this series, the Bulls had taken 17 more free throws, about 4 more a game. Right now, at this point in the game, New York has been to the free throw line. This will be their 15th attempt. Chicago only 7.
The Knicks with 9 consecutive points. They lead by 6. It is their biggest lead of the night. 7:35 remaining. First half. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad, and Hannah Storm from Madison Square Garden in New York. Jordan off the fake, trying to squeeze his way, and he drew the foul.
Every time Michael Jordan gets to the blue, at least 1, sometimes 2 other bodies besides the man that's guarding him are instructed close it down. Blackman's got him. Now watch. 1, 2, 3 other bodies that time come at Michael Jordan, try and turn him into a passer rather than a scorer.
Blackman was called for his second foul. The whistles are going here in the first half as Oakley picks up his first. The Bulls already over the limit. The Knicks with their 4th team foul. It's been a long time between field goals for Chicago. 0 for the last 7. That dates back to the first quarter. They've gone 6 minutes without a field goal. They doubled up on Jordan momentarily. Jordan one-on-one with Blackman. Yes. Michael Jordan is now 3 of 8. He has 10 points.
The one thing Blackman did not want him to do, he kept that arm extended. In fact, he even poked Jordan in the face just before he went up for the shot. He was trying to force him to put it down on the floor. With the foot fakes, the ball fakes, he could not get him to do it.
Anthony. And an offensive foul is called. They wave it off. Foul on Smith. That is his 3rd. Once again, Charles Smith in foul trouble.
In that guard around type of instance where the small man Anthony is trying to turn the corner, Smith steps out, and in the official's opinion, it came late. If it comes that late and the defense doesn't have a chance and react to it and avoid it, then they're going to call the offensive foul.
6:42 remaining. First half. Timeout call. The Knicks lead by 4.
They can't afford to worry about the referees. Mark?
Martin Hannah, yes, Phil and Pat playing their little games as you did as head man with the Atlanta Hawks. But I could see you really getting on their nerves. Without question, there would be problems with your posture.
On whose nerves? That's terrible.
Pick a number. The Knicks 39 and the Bulls 35 with 6:25 remaining in the first half. Shot clock down to 3. Jordan rebounded by Blackman, but a loose ball foul is called. Cartwright was pushed. Blackman collects his 3rd. Charles Smith sitting down after picking up 3, and he has had all kinds of foul difficulties. 3, 4, 4. 2. The 2 were early in game 4, and he's out it for the half after picking up his 3rd. Bill Cartwright to the line with both clubs now over the foul limit.
In that last time out, Ahmad overheard Phil Jackson telling the team how happy he really was with the fact that they were this close in the game when they had only scored 4 points here in basically the first 6 minutes after scoring 31 in the first quarter, and felt that if they could just withstand this rush by New York, that they'd get themselves right back in it again. They'd get back into the flow of the offense. So he took a real positive approach in the last time out with them.
Well, here are the Bulls only 2 down with the Knicks shooting 64%, 16 for 25. They've hit 4 out of 4 in the second quarter. Anthony handling the trap and handling it well. Deflected out, says Ed Rush by Chicago. So the Knicks with 10 on the 24.
New York trying to get the ball to Ewing a little more quickly in the half-court set, knowing the double team's going to come, anticipating he may have to throw it out, but then have time to get it back. And Ewing makes an incredible shot off 1 foot, kind of looking across his body that time.
10 points for Ewing. The Knicks lead 41-37. The Knicks have hit on 5 out of 5 from the field here in the second, while the Bulls have struggled, only 1 for 7. Cartwright, yes. Bill Cartwright has hit 3 out of 4. He has 8 points. Did not convert a field goal at all on Monday in Chicago.
In the 2 wins in Chicago, games 3 and 4, at halftime, Chicago had 62 and 61 points, respectively. At the end of the first quarter here tonight, they had 31, well on their way. But now, as Ewing hits another turnaround, but now with just over 5 minutes remaining, they're at 39. This is the Knicks tempo that they want, their style of play.
We're seeing the Patrick Ewing that we saw in games 1 and 2 in New York. Jordan changed his mind, Cartwright, yes, and it counts. Bill Cartwright going to the hoop, taking that pass from Jordan. What a recovery by Jordan. Ewing called for the foul, his second.
Say it's tough for right-handed quarterbacks to sprint out left and throw back right. Well, it's tough for 7-footers to dribble left and shoot back to the right as they come across the lane. Ewing down in the low post area, gives a fake one way, comes back the other way, and then again, likes turning baseline for that quick look.
Lazar showing his football background.
Amato told me that one time. He mentioned that about quarterbacks sprinting out and that type of thing.
Bill Cartwright, his first 4 games, 1 for 10 from the field, and here in game 5, 4 out of 5. The Knicks by 1 as Mason is able to penetrate, and he was fouled.
Problems for the other team's defense, and that's what New York has done here in the first half.
Mason with 9 points. The foul on Scott Williams, his third. The Knicks have hit all 7 field goal attempts in the second quarter. They now lead it 46-42. Jordan feeling around for Starks. Jordan. Well, he's off in this first half. Starks puts the move on Armstrong. Was hit on the reject. That won't count. John Starks will make his way to the free throw line. Looks like he is limping. Foul committed by B.J. Armstrong. John Starks with the strong move, and he came up hobbling. John Starks, a remarkable story. His path to the NBA, not your usual saga. In many ways, a basketball survivor. He has become a star. At one time during his college days, he was bagging groceries in Tulsa. And Dan Marley.
As we've mentioned a couple times, both these teams not real good at the free throw line, finishing 21st and 22nd. New York just ahead of Chicago during the regular season in free throw percentage.
Meanwhile, the Knicks have hit all 7 shots they've attempted here in the second quarter. Their last miss goes back to late in the first quarter with 42 seconds remaining. Knicks lead by 5 points. We come up on 4 minutes to go. First half. Here's Armstrong. Rebound Williams. Scott Williams with a nice move and then hooked it home to bring the Bulls within 3. Scott Williams with his first field goal. Anthony now handling against Armstrong. Anthony and Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, Mason, Oakley up front. Anthony picked up on a switch, shoots over Cartwright, and hits. Greg Anthony, not the man the Knicks want to shoot from the outside, but he'll surprise you from time to time, and he went right at Bill Cartwright with the jump shot.
And with Doc Rivers sitting, Anthony has done a very good job coming in, getting a couple of easy scores for his team by pushing the basketball, and then hitting a big jump shot and keeping pressure on the ball.
Jordan played very well by Starks, and a pushing foul on Oakley. Oakley claims that he was held, but he shoved Williams.
We mentioned in the open the body-on-body contact that Cartwright has been put on Ewing. Well, since Cartwright has asserted himself offensively, he's made Ewing work hard down low. He's got Cartwright way off the block, causes the fumble, and as a result, Cartwright has to pass it back out, gets no shot attempt. So Ewing doing a very good job of playing position defense, not letting the ball get into the post easily.
Scott Williams in his 3rd year out of North Carolina. He was asked about the Game 4 explosion by Michael Jordan. Well, he said North Carolina Tar Heels combined for 55 points in game number 4.
He was part of that.
That's a very interesting point of view. How about Hundley when playing with Elgin Baylor, when Baylor would have these astronomical scoring nights, would use the same joke line. Here's Anthony. Well, Greg Anthony makes it 9 for 9 for the Knicks in the 2nd quarter, and they lead 51-45. Michael Jordan is only 3 for 11. Cartwright has had the hot hand. Shot clock runs down to 3. Cartwright. Well, Bill Cartwright has had a number of excellent games on this court, usually as a member of the New York Knicks in his earlier days in the NBA, and he has looked like the Cartwright of the early going of his career. 5 out of 6, 13 points for Cartwright. Starks fires. First Knick miss of the quarter. And the Bulls on the run. Pippen all the way. A facial served up at John Starks.
When you take long shots from the perimeter and they don't go in with a team like Chicago that changes ends so well from defense to offense, what usually happens is you get outnumbered running back in transition defense. That's what took place last time down.
The Bulls within 2. Cartwright called for the foul as Ewing is set flying. The Bulls arguing that it was a borderline flagrant foul call.
And I would agree, it is a borderline, but when you place an official in the position of where he has to make a decision, then you got to live with it. Is this with intent to hurt Patrick Ewing? No, it's not. But it's a combination of he's off balance, you put your arm on him, you bring your arm down, he falls to the ground, and then the understanding that it could potentially be a volatile situation here. They call the flagrant to try and keep it under control.
The Knicks now lead 53-49. So Ewing hits on both. He now has 14. Just under 2 minutes remaining first half. Ewing with a beautiful spin. And a foul is called. Cartwright called for his 3rd. Both the Knicks and the Bulls are over the limit. Superb half for Cartwright. 5 out of 6 from the field. 13 points. Ewing back to the line. He is 4 of 7 from the line. The Knicks have won 27 straight here at Madison Square Garden. The last time they lost at home was back on the 28th of January. The last team to beat the Knicks at the Garden, the Atlanta Hawks, January 28th. They won 20 straight in the regular season, then 7 out of 7 at home during the playoffs. And the Knicks have won the last 6 over the Bulls here at the Garden. Knicks by 5. Minute 35 remaining in the first half. Good luck. Scott Williams for Stacey King, and the Knick lead is now 3. Very quiet first half offensively for. Minute 10 left in the half. Pippen. Scottie Pippen hits the side angle jump shot. He's 7 of 8. He has 15, and the Knicks now lead by 1. Knicks have led by as many as 6 points. They have hit 9 of 10 from the field here in the 2nd quarter. Starks way off. Anthony recovers. Anthony for Mason. Greg Anthony has done an excellent job. Mason has 11. The Knicks lead by 3. And as you said before, Mike, Phil Jackson has to be very happy that his club is within 3. The way the Knicks have been shooting, although they have hurt themselves at the foul line. Half minute to go in the first half. Bob Costas and the Prudential halftime report coming up. Jordan. And a
Beautiful tip. Scottie Pippen gets credit, and he brings the Bulls within one.
The ability to realize and understand where you are at all times. Pippen knew he had no time to come back down and go up again without getting it blocked. So while he's in it, back to the basket, he tips it in.
Anthony turned it over. Final seconds of the quarter. There's King. Pippen checks the clock. Gets it off. That's the end of the Scottie Pippen leading Chicago. We'll come back to Chicago for game number 6 on Friday night. This is game 5. The series tied at 2. Pippen tried to change direction. And the Bulls fortunate to keep the ball. Here's Jordan. Very tough off-balance shot. And it's tipped home. Good position by Horace Grant. So the Bulls now lead 57-56. Doc Rivers opens in the backcourt along with John Starks, Charles Oakley, Charles Smith, and Patrick Ewing up front.
And because Chicago didn't really get into its full court pressure a whole lot in the first half, they start out immediately after that score with some pressure.
For Doc Rivers, who has been silent the last couple of games, his first field goal tonight. And the Knicks lead by 1. Opening minute, third quarter. Jordan played straight up by Starks. Pippen guarded by Smith, who has 3 fouls. Pippen to the fadeaway. Rebound tipped by Jordan. So Michael Jordan goes inside to come up with his 4th field goal.
Scorers always find a way to get their points, whether it's in transition, whether it's a night when their shot is going down, getting to the free throw line, or in that case, getting to the offensive glass.
Here comes Pippen. Armstrong on the wing. 3 Knicks back. Pippen with the extension to beat the Knicks down, and the Bulls lead 61-58.
I think you could appreciate Scottie Pippen's ability to handle, put it on the floor, his speed and quickness. That time he showed you some strength. On the move, full speed with Smith running alongside. He held him off with that left arm to gain the advantage and keep the alleyway open to the rim.
Patrick Ewing way out. That is not what Pat Riley wants to see from Ewing on a consistent basis. Here is Armstrong, and the Bulls on a run. Now leading 63-50. But in game 3, although he shot 3 of 18 for 17%, he did pick up 11 assists. He has begun tonight looking to distribute the ball, but that could change depending on the game situation. Jordan now with 12 points and 8 assists, and the Bulls lead by 5. It's their biggest lead of the night. Ewing whipping by Cartwright. Rebounded by Grant. But the Bulls turn it over. Let's go to Ahmad.
Marv, I was talking to Michael Jordan. He was telling me the other day that this team started to smell blood. They felt like New York was starting to crack under the pressure, and they felt like it was the time for them to really put the hammer down. It was right now.
All right, Ahmad, yes, the Bulls with that 5-point lead. Ewing 0 for 3 from the field in this third quarter. The officials confer on that.
The officials felt that the hands of Cartwright on the back waist are what forced Ewing to stumble, lose his balance, fouls called.
Stacey King replacing Bill Cartwright. Rivers trying to do it off the dribble, stripped by Armstrong. Rivers off the recovery.
You can see the determination in Doc Rivers' face. He played only 11 minutes in the first half. Greg Anthony got 12 minutes. He did a very nice job filling in for him. But Rivers has come out here understanding he's got to step up and play big for New York to win.
Pippen from deep. Yes. Scottie Pippen has had a terrific series. 21 points for Pippen. And the Bulls lead 65-60. 3 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Having difficulty now finding shots. Here's Smith getting inside. Rebound Ewing. With Cartwright on the bench, it becomes easier for Ewing. Bill Cartwright, along with his offense, he's been hitting his shot tonight, does the job in keeping Ewing off the boards. Grant lost it off his foot. It will be Nick Ball. Horace Grant upset with himself. Facing the pressure from Armstrong. Starks gets the pick. Starks fires. And rebound Horace Grant reading Michael Jordan going to the hoop.
What happened was Pippen didn't realize Grant was running behind him, but Michael did. Pippen had his hands out like, give me the ball, I'm there. But there was a defensive player close enough to let Michael say, you keep running, clear it out, because I know there's somebody coming right behind you.
So the foul is called.
Running the show, the quarterback out here for Chicago.
Anthony Mason is back. Charles Oakley sitting down. 6 points, only 4 rebounds for Oakley. They have played evenly off the boards. Smith for Mason. Mason lost it. Jordan knocked it away, and it's last touched by Mason. So the Bulls will get it back. Anthony Mason, an excellent ball handler, rarely coughs it up, but Michael Jordan made the good play.
Let's remember that. Ahmad said Jordan told him his goal tonight was to have 10 assists. At halftime, Michael had 7.
The Chicago Bulls trying to become only the 3rd team in NBA history to three-peat. No team has won 3 consecutive titles in 26 years. King off the boards, rebounded by Ewing. Only the Minneapolis Lakers and the Boston Celtics have won 3 titles in a row. Mason gets inside. Mason with the tip. And the Bulls now lead 67-64. 5 minutes in, 3rd quarter. Jordan called for another foul. That is extraordinary. 3rd time that hard-hand of the Bulls with a 3-point lead. 6:27 remaining. The 3rd quarter. Shot clock at 6. Pippen. And a foul is called.
Shot went up. He snuck inside Ewing. As Ewing turned to go for the rebound, he wound up on the inside. Ewing over the top.
B.J. Armstrong lost his balance. So the Knicks will get it back. We come up on 6 minutes to go. 3rd quarter. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ron Rashad, Hannah Storm from Madison Square Garden. Usual sellout crowd on hand, and they react to Patrick Ewing bringing the Knicks within 1. John Paxson is getting set to check back in. Jordan with the pull-up, stopped by Starks. Jordan had to give it off, and Pippen finishes it off.
What an ability to realize that you're up in the air, you don't have a shot because of excellent defense, yet you still can find an open teammate for a score.
Ewing. Michael Jordan now has 11 assists. Here's Pippen. Assist number 12 for Jordan. Along with 12 points, so Michael not shooting well at 4 of 14. His stat line now resembling game number 3 in Chicago on Saturday. And the Bulls lead by 5. Good luck from Starks, and Mason not able to complete it. Anthony Mason blowing the layup. Here comes Pippen. Now Jordan. Starks continues to do a good job on Jordan. Pippen. Rebounded by Starks. Starks trying to accelerate, but Pippen stopped the ball. Smith has the open shot. The Bulls 71. The Knicks 68 with 4:35 left in the 3rd.
They continue to play at this pace. You're going to have 2 very tired teams come the midway point of the 4th quarter, because it is going up and down, and they are using up all kinds of energy.
Shot clock at 3. Pippen off balance. Foul by... And Michael Jordan with that similar line to what took place in Game 3 in Chicago. I don't think Phil Jackson would mind, because Game 3 was won by the Chicago Bulls. Here's Charles Oakley back. And Charles Smith will sit down, leads with 10 points. Go back over the last 10 years, 25 of the 27 teams who won Game 5 went on to win the series. And the Bulls would prefer not coming back to New York for a Game 7, which will be played on Sunday here at the Garden.
You mentioned how similar the lines were between Jordan's Game 3 and what he's doing here this evening in Game 3. You also also wound up with 8 rebounds, almost a triple-double after shooting 3 for 18. Here he has 5 rebounds already this season with 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Chicago 73, New York 68. Offensive foul. A foul called on Rivers. The Bulls trainer, Chip Schaefer, checking out Michael.
The rotation, the legs up. There he absorbs it. Many times you'll see players put their forearms in front of their waist area to try and absorb that blow. Michael had his hands straight up in the air. Full contact from knee into the waist area. Come back on the rotation, pick up the offensive foul.
Michael Jordan, as we have seen time and time again, though, is so tough. He has come back from a number of injuries, and apparently he is all right. Came back from the ankle problem against Atlanta in the first round, and he will come back.
He took a shot to the stomach, knocked the wind out of him. He's okay, and as you can see, he's still back in the game. Marv?
Starks with the rebound. On Starks, only 3 of 8, 8 points. Starks and Rivers at the guards. Ewing, Oakley, and Mason up front. Knicks have cooled off considerably here in the third. Oh, Pippen looking to his right. Thought he had a teammate, but it was the official, Hugh Hollins, and then Pippen took a pretty good shot from Mason.
Scotty had heard that Hugh Hollins was an outstanding jump shooter coming out of school, trying to pick up an assist by hitting him in the deep corner.
That would have been interesting if Hugh caught the ball and took a shot at
yeah.
Ewing, air ball, but handled by Mason. The Knicks are only 6 for 18 from the field here in the third. The Bulls 73, the Knicks 70.
Think about what a turnaround that is in the score right there. Potentially, they could have been up 7 points if they convert in transition. Now it's back to 3.
Jordan. Well, Michael Jordan, 1 for 1 since getting the wind knocked out of him. He is 5 for 15 overall for 14 points. The Bulls lead by 5. Point man Scottie Pippen with 27. Ewing, yes. Ewing leads the Knicks with 21 points. The Bulls by 3. It's been close throughout. In Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final, the series is tied at 2. They'll meet again in Chicago, Game 6. On Friday night, Pippen thought he was fouled. Pippen continues the conversation with the official, Mike Mathis. Mason posting up. Mason to the fadeaway. Rebound, Pippen. Matchup is now Mason and Pippen. They saw quite a bit of each other in the playoffs a year ago. Well, Stacey King tried to get it down low to Horace Grant. It will be Nick Ball.
What Phil Jackson is complaining is that it's not out of bounds if it hits the bottom of the backboard, that they should have been allowed to catch that ball and still try to pursue a score, that it was not part of the stanchion area.
Rivers with a foul. Hit by.
Still okay to play on. That was part of the backboard support. It was a good call by the official. And Phil Jackson even nodded his head just now to the official. You're right, I agree.
Here's Scott Williams for John Paxson. Nice to see the telestrator back in operation. We were czarless for Game 3 Saturday in Chicago. It did not work. You were a lonely man on Saturday. Did make a fine comeback for Game 4 on Monday.
And we're saving it for the crucial moments here in Game number 5. Just at the right time. It's knowing when to use it.
Building a crescendo developing here. The Bulls by 1 with a minute 25 remaining in the third quarter. Jordan went to the crossover. Michael Jordan is now 2 for 2 since he had the wind knocked out.
And that was the toughest one. Over the top of Patrick Ewing, who had switched out, extended to try and log that jump shot, but nothing but the bottom of the net for Michael.
Rivers pass diagnosed. The end result, the steal, and the 3-on-1. Jordan was fouled. Fouls now played by Pippen. Start started by Jordan, gets it inside. Ewing got position, through the foul. Stacey King.
A bit harder than that, or Ewing's going to keep putting him in the bottom of the basket.
Stacey King having a difficult time, as you would expect, in keeping Ewing off the blocks. Three-point play for Patrick Ewing. He has 24. The Bulls now lead by 1. Rivers went flying, and Pippen not able to hit. Here comes Mason. Mason has Ewing. Ewing went short. In fact, come the Bulls. Now Jordan will slow it down with 20 seconds to go in the quarter.
Just by Michael Jordan going past Patrick Ewing's head as he went in for the shot attempt, and the respect Ewing has for his jumping ability and shot blocking ability. He lost concentration, didn't extend, missed the shot.
Jordan with the hesitation. Yes! Michael Jordan has given the Bulls an 80-77 lead. Final seconds of the quarter. Starks for 3 at the buzzer. So after 3, the Bulls 80 and the Knicks 77. In game, we head to the fourth quarter. The Bulls. Yes, a major production here just off Broadway, some 10-15 blocks away. As we head to the fourth quarter of Game 5, the series is tied at 2. Chicago outscoring New York 25-21. In the third, Michael Jordan picking it up in the third quarter, 9 points, 5 assists. He's hit his last 3. Little wake-up call off that collision with Doc Rivers, had the wind knocked out, and since then he's hit 3 out of 3, 19 points and 12 assists for Michael Jordan.
We talked about the pace of this game, the energy that was being used up starting the fourth quarter. Jordan and Pippen both have 34 minutes played, with Pippen resting right now. Jordan's still on the floor. Starks and Ewing 32 minutes apiece, so it could be a 44-minute night for these guys.
Starks just did beat the 24. Mason lost it. Jordan stripped it. Ewing gets it back. And a foul is called. Right is taken out. Rivers working against Paxson. John Starks has missed his last 5 shots. He's 3 for 10. Very tough defense these last couple of sequences by Chicago. Shot clock at 5. Rivers. Jordan skies for the rebound.
Perhaps knowing that Jordan's got a lot of minutes, Phil Jackson has Michael playing Anthony Mason at the defensive end of the floor, so he doesn't have to chase Starks and Rivers around screens.
Tucker, the one-time New York Knick, holds now a 3-guard setup. Big men are King and Williams. Here's Stacey King. Rebound, Scott Williams. And he's stripped by Doc Rivers. Foul is called. Chicago Bulls have really turned it up off the boards. They have been severely out-rebounded by the Knicks. Knicks plus 20 in that department, game 1, plus 11, game 2, plus 5 in game 3. But, thus far today, the Bulls have out-rebounded the Knicks by Chicago with a 37-29 edge in the rebounding department. Starks will shoot the technical. It was back in game 4 that the Knicks had a +2 rebounding advantage, and as you saw, the Bulls in command off the boards here tonight.
Starks coming into this game from the foul line in the series against Chicago, just 56% from the free-throw line.
Usually a very dependable foul shooter. Anthony. The Bulls by 3. That's time remaining, fourth quarter. Knicks have missed their last 5 shots. Jordan. Yes. Michael Jordan has hit his last 4. He has taken control. He's given Chicago an 82-77 advantage.
He used the momentum that time. He built up off the dribble to get him a little more spring in his legs, get up a little bit higher, and a little better look at the basket on the last jump shot for Michael Jordan.
Illegal defense called for the third time against Chicago.
The hard drive, get the elevation, get up, and then get a good look at the front of the rim.
And this time, Pat Riley goes to Patrick Ewing to shoot the technical. Ewing is 6 for 10. Now, this gives you an idea of how bad the Knicks free throw shooting is going, because Ewing has not been dependable at the line. And they miss again on the technical opportunity. Timeout called by the
Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Tonight's Miller Moment takes us back 2 days ago to Game 4 when Michael Jordan exploded for 54 points, 6 3-pointers to tie the series at 2-all, bringing back memories of last year's NBA Finals against Portland when in Game 1 he hit 6 3-point field goals. He was in the zone, and with a glance in the direction of our colleague Magic Johnson indicated that he could not believe it. In recognition of these moments, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. But it has been low-key tonight from three-point range for both clubs. Chicago and New York both 0 for 2 from downtown. Michael Jordan, incidentally, has scored the Bulls' last 9 points. He now has 21 points along with 12 assists. King with the steal. Stacey King reading that one-hop pass.
King realizing that he just can't stand behind Patrick Ewing, trying to give different looks. Earlier, had come up with a steal in the first half. Again, this time coming around in front as the pass is being delivered.
Bulls have a 5-point lead. Here's Jordan. Yes, and it counts. Fouled by John Stubble.
One time, get Starks moving hard to his left, then immediately go up, elevate. What makes him almost impossible to guard when he's got his shot going is the fact that he is 6'6", gets up so well, and gets a clean look at the front of the rim. That's what makes it tough to play him.
Jordan completing the three-point play by connecting on the free throw. He's hit his last 5 shots. He has scored Chicago's last 12 points. He has taken over, and the Bulls have their biggest lead of the night. Starks with a setup for Oakley, and Ewing able to save it. Shot clock at 8. Here's Anthony. Ewing from three-point range and hits. Patrick Ewing with a desperation shot. During the regular season, he hit only 1 3-pointer, 1 for 7. Only the third of his career. 3 for 44 from three-point land. Jordan to the fadeaway. Ewing with the rebound. The Bulls with a 5-point lead. 8.5 remaining in the game. The Bulls tempting Anthony to shoot. They want to see him fire it up. Jordan knocked it away. Jordan with the steal. 3-on-1, and Jordan puts it away as Starks and Ewing collided at midcourt. The Bulls 87. The Knicks 80. The Knicks want to settle down.
You're about to say it, you go, oh, why am I saying this? You try and get back out of it again.
Is that something you can relate to?
No, not at all. Not at all.
There's a steal by Tucker. Trent Tucker on the drive, rejected by John Starks, recovered by Scottie Pippen. Michael Jordan has scored the Bulls' last 14 points, adding to the legend. The tip missed by King. And it will be Nick Ball.
Trent Tucker from behind with the flick, but then not used to really being an outstanding ball handler, just can't get going, hesitates to give Starks, who has great leaping ability, a chance to get back in transition defense and block the shot. And during that last timeout, Ahmad saw that Jordan was exhausted, really needed a blow, and sure enough, Phil Jackson gives him his chance right now. He has 38 minutes thus far in the game on the floor.
Ewing with the pass, Mason, and for the 4th time, an illegal defense call against the Bulls, but the Knicks, who have been brutal at the foul line, have not been able to take it.
Here's the man that's going to dive down deep, and they're going to wind up with 2 defensive players playing him, and he won't have the basketball. You can't do that. You can only double team a man with the ball. They're called for the illegal defense.
The Knicks only 1 out of 5 from the field in the 4th. They have scored only 4 points in this 4th quarter. Ewing now facing Scott Williams. Smith went short. Handled by Williams. the quarterback of this unit. Pippen, Tucker, Paxson, Williams, and Grant on the floor. Michael Jordan getting set to return. Tucker for three. Batted out by Grant. And here comes Jordan.
For Chicago, until Jordan returned, you had only one guy who could create off the dribble. That was Pippen. So New York's defense could focus on that. For New York, you have two people that can take you off the dribble, Starks and Rivers. Now Jordan's back in, so you have 2-2 as far as guys who can create for your teammates.
Mason backing his way and works inside. He also thought he was fouled. The Bulls, 87. The Knicks, 83. 17 to Mason. The champ of defense, Pippen, pulled up as he was met by Ewing and lost it. Pat Riley now goes with Rivers and starts at the guards. Ewing, Smith, Mason up front. 6 minutes remaining of the game. Ewing. And rebounded by Grant. Mason went for the steal. Grant lost it. Grant with the recovery, but it's picked off. The Bulls get back. And Starks regroups. Ewing. Yes. The Knicks move within 2. And Phil Jackson takes Chicago on Friday night with Game 6. Game 7, if necessary, Saturday or Sunday. Oh, Spike Lee into it. But Michael Jordan has been the story once again. We've gone 10 minutes and 51 seconds since someone other than Jordan scored for the Bulls. He has scored the last 14 Chicago points. He has 26 in all. The Bulls with a 2-point lead.
I wouldn't be surprised if Phil Jackson said to Michael Jordan in that timeout, try to get somebody else involved. We need some other people to be able to get baskets for us. Jordan has not had an assist since we mentioned he got his 12th one quite a while ago.
The Bulls have missed their last 6 shots. The Knicks with a 5-0 run. Shot clock at 7. Ewing again from deep. Yes! And it counts! Championship ring. The test, can he come up big, as Michael Jordan has in so many situations in huge ball games.
So what you're saying is consistency alone is not enough. You have to rise above that to bring your team to the next level.
Absolutely. Patrick Ewing still has that to prove. The Knicks by 1. 4.5 remaining in the game, and that is a foul on Rivers.
He didn't want to give Jordan a chance to go up with the jumper, but he's moving his feet and his body's into him as he's going along trying to defend Michael.
Second team foul on the Knicks. Bulls with 3. Bulls go to the weave once again. Grant with a nice head fake. Rebound Ewing. Look out! Pippen with the steal. Scottie Pippen. Taking advantage of the Knicks turnover. Under 4 minutes remaining in the game. Shot clock at 6. Jordan to the left hand. Forced and through the foul.
Possession back as New York was coming up the floor. A cross-court pass, not realizing how much ground Pippen can cover. He gets the steal. Michael wanted that side of the floor to be wide open. Cartwright was occupying a low left block. As a result, Michael knew there was no way for him to go all the way to the basket. He was going to wind up having to pull up and take a jumper. That's why a little conversation took place between Michael and Bill trying to get their signal straight.
Well, Jordan able to tie it, but could not give the Bulls the lead. 7 for 9 from the line. The Knicks and the Bulls tied at 88. Down to 3:35 remaining in the game. Starks for 3. Rebounded by Grant. Played again by Starks. Pippen works off the pick. Here's Pippen. Jordan with the rebound. Michael Jordan able to convert on the putback to give Chicago a 2-point lead.
With the score 88-88 as Charles Smith tries to push it down quickly, something Riley and the Knicks have tried. Missed shot by Chicago, but Jordan sneaks in underneath, puts it back up and in to give Chicago the 2-point lead.
Michael Jordan called for the foul, a second, putting Charles Smith at the line. Smith is a 78% free throw shooter. Michael Jordan has scored the last 17 points for the Bulls. Well, the Knicks are now 18 for 30 at the line. The Bulls by 1 with just under 3 minutes remaining in the fourth. Now Rivers guarding Jordan and is called for a reach-in. That is number non-shooting foul. Pippen was held by Smith, and that puts the Knicks over. It's tied at 2. Knicks winning the first 2 here in New York. Chicago bouncing back convincingly. 5 apiece on Rivers and Smith. Cartwright has 5. Scottie Pippen is now 3 of 6 from the line. He is only a 66% free throw shooter. Neither club distinguishing itself at the free throw line. 1 of 2 for Pippen, and the Bulls now lead 91-89. So finally, someone else in a Chicago uniform has put a point on the board. They went 14 minutes since someone other than Michael Jordan had scored. And the last ball to score was Pippen. Ewing dishes out to Rivers, tries the 3. The pick. Rebound Smith. Doc Rivers during the playoffs has hit a number of big shots. He hit one just a moment ago. Ewing for Smith. Charles Smith not able to hit. And a loose ball foul called on Anthony Mason. Only a 62% free throw shooter. Chicago 15 of 21 from the line, and Morris making his first appearance at the free throw line. Well, a clutch free throw by Horace Grant has tied the game at 92. A minute and 37 remaining in the fourth quarter. Hits 1 of 2, and a loose ball foul is called. It's on Bill Cartwright. That is a big loss for the Bulls because Cartwright, the most effective out of this ball. Bill Jackson taking his time, making a decision on the substitution, and has decided to go with Steve Ewing, who is 7 for 12 from the line. 32 points for Ewing. Hits some critical shots down the stretch and hits the free throw to give the Knicks a 1-point lead. A reminder tonight, following your late local news, don't miss the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, late night with David Letterman, and then later with Bob Costas, all tonight, right here on NBC. That's time remaining. 1:25 to go in the fourth. Knicks with a 1-point lead. Jordan gets the pick from Grant. Armstrong, yes, a 3-pointer for B.J. Armstrong, and he's given Chicago a 95-93 lead. Well, the Bulls with a 2-point lead by virtue of that B.J. Armstrong three-pointer from the left-hand corner. That's the timeout situation. Bulls at 3 full out of 20. The Knicks with 2 timeouts left with a minute and 16 to go.
Phil Jackson feeling that Scott Williams plays Ewing a little bit better than Stacey King. Has Williams in there. General idea is they're going to go to Ewing down low, try and get something.
Here's Rivers for 3. And Ewing could not hold on. Hit him in the chest. And it will be Chicago ball.
Maintain your composure right now. Understand that there's plenty of time left in the game. Get a stop defensively before you get the ball back. On the errant three-point attempt, it just slips off Ewing's hands. Ball hits out of bounds. Eddie Rush says ball to Chicago. See if they get it back to Michael to create for someone else coming to the middle.
Jordan played by Rivers. Pitched out to Armstrong from the other corner. His three-pointer hit out. And a foul is called on Chicago. Three-point attempt by B.J. Armstrong. Would not.
There's a point where you don't want to be too aggressive. That was one of those times. You don't have inside position, concede the rebound, let it go.
Well, Charles Smith way off on that first attempt. And the Knicks self-destructing at the
first 2, win home 1-2, right back to the Boston Garden. Beat the Celtics up there to take a 3-2 lead, then went home and lost a 2-pointer. Then the same thing in Game 7 in the Boston Garden.
The Bulls 95, the Knicks 94. Shot clock at 10. Pippen backs it up, puts the move on Smith. Off the fake, gives to King, and he's rejected by Ewing. It's a 24-second violation.
Scottie Pippen's upset because he was trying to call a timeout with 2 seconds left on the 24-second clock. It was a great call by Pippen. He knew they weren't going to get a shot up. Right now, Pippen is trying to call timeout, but there's no possession yet. So Pippen arguing with the official that he had called and didn't realize that Stacey hadn't picked up the ball yet. You can't have a timeout if there's no possession.
28 and 8/10 seconds remaining. The Knicks down by 1 with the ball. Starks, played by Jordan. Ewing out to set a pick. Here's Starks, changed his mind. Plenty of time on the shot clock, down to 10. Ewing for Smith. 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 Stopped again by Pippen. What a play by Scottie Pippen. Final seconds, Jordan for Armstrong. And the Bulls have defeated the Knicks. The Chicago Bulls with a couple of spectacular plays. Scottie Pippen stopping Charles Smith. And the Bulls win it. That last basket will count. The Bulls 97, the Knicks 94. Scottie Pippen, one of the heroes for the Chicago Bulls, doing it on the defensive end. Let's go to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Mark. Boy, what a finish. You guys withstood. You didn't play very well in the second quarter, but still you're only down by 1 point at halftime, but you pulled it out at the end.
Well, we realized that the third quarter is going to be very important for us. We just wanted to kind of maintain, stay in the game in the third quarter, and we knew we had our chance in the fourth.
Now, a lot of things, you guys kept your poise. A lot of things went against you, the referees. I mean, a lot of calls that could have been controversial, but you kept your poise and stayed in it.
Well, we knew that. It's a road game for us, so we know when you go on the road, you got to play above the referees and definitely try to take the crowd out of the game, and that's what we did.
All right, you guys came in here smelling blood, and I guess you got it.
We did. We came in here, we wanted to get a win. That's the only way we can win this series is to get a game here, and we did it.
All right, thanks a lot, Scotty. Good luck to you.
All right, thanks.
All right, back to you, Marv.
All right, Scottie Pippen, 28 points, 11 rebounds. Michael Jordan, 29 points, 13 assists. The Bulls now lead it 3-2 with a 97-94 win. That's our lineup coming up right here on NBC. For Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad, and Hannah Storm, I'm Marv Albert. Thanks for tuning in.